The fucking squishy's jiggling. Yeah, look at him go. Anyways, it's time for some robotics notes. I guess like last time, if things get intense and the googly eyes are not appropriate, I will take them off. But for now, they stay. Let's just get into this, shall we? Oh yeah, choices matter now. The twips and the responses, those fucking matter now. Now that we're starting phase 4. So that's exciting. I did already write down, based off of from the guide, like what I need. So that's handy. Choices and timing matters. The time I respond to the twips also matter. So that will be interesting. An important note from the guide though is that Akiko doesn't matter how you respond to her. So that's cool. But everyone else matters. So that'll be interesting. But yeah. Since we have 7 hours, almost 8 hours, aren't we starting with a kidnapping? Listen. I said if it becomes inappropriate to have googly eyes, not if things get intense. I don't think I used the words intense. I could have, and don't remember though. But anyways, since we have 7 hours and 42 minutes on the Donathon timer, we might just get all of phase 4 done tonight, because why not? We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling. But we might just finish it, because why not? You know? But anyhoozles, continue. Phase 4. Watch this phase take a reasonable amount of time. It probably will, because, like I said, based off of that one playlist that I found for, like, that had, like, the game on autoplay, like, only phase 1 took unreasonably long, so... We'll see, though. We'll see. I have been alive for 18 years. Well... Looks like this is the end of that road. That's fair. I never thought I'd experience being abducted by some shady group of people. Yet here I am, having it actually happen to me. Yep. And not just me, but Akio and the other members of the club as well. I have to do something, but there's no way I can turn this situation around on my own. I know how trying to do that will turn out. Thus, all I can do is stay quiet in the shaking car. Nobody says a word. After passing the time in silence, we finally arrive at our destination. It's... Played 15 minutes while I watched Unload 3-0. What is a boington? Well, Sister Centipede. Woman whose breast bounce a lot, kind of old lingo though. A baby cat. A short song or tune. Yeah, let's be honest. Plus that's the choice we're supposed to make. A woman whose breast bounce a lot, kind of old lingo though. Got kidnapped. He really is the type to just like get kidnapped and just tweet about it. It's like, got kidnapped, man. Wow. I was the only one hearing Kagome play, right? Definitely not. Regarding the Kagome incident, was it a technical issue or something, I wonder? I think something was ringing now that you mention it. But isn't it easier to just ignore it? I mean, it is, but... Seems like Otokanashi is, yeah, interesting. Kaido bestie, so true. What's going on here? Mitsuki the type to survive a horror movie because he just ignores everything. Honestly, though, yeah. And this is the space center, isn't it? And the windows of the van had a dark tint applied to them, but it was still possible to see outside. None of us had been blindfolded, and the men in black suits didn't warn us to look to the didn't warn us not to look around. Which means there was nothing keeping us from watching the van enter TNSC and pull up in front of the Takasaki Observatory. We were then politely guided to a room on the 4th floor. No restraints. Did we just dream up the chaos from earlier? 5 minutes have passed since we got here. Needless to say, this isn't an interrogation room, nor is it some creepy cell. It's just a regular old room. Heck, if anything, it's more like a press conference room. After guiding us here, the men in black suits told us to wait for a little while, then left. In other words, it's just us 4 Robotics Club members sitting around. The door doesn't seem to be locked. Subaru turns the handle on the door leading outside, and it opens easily. An intense sea breeze comes blowing into the room, roughly swaying the hanging curtains. It sure is windy outside. There doesn't seem to be any guards either. We should be able to escape. There's no point. There's nothing else. I think we're probably safe. No torture, murder, or getting dumped into the sea. If they wanted to kill us, they probably would have taken us deep into the woods where nobody could ever find us. Or whatever. There are places like that all over the island. Instead, they took us to the TNSC of all places. No restraints, and we're not locked in. It's pretty clear that they mean us no harm. I'm concerned about how that Tennoji lady disappeared the moment we arrived here. Hey everyone. I've seen something like this before. How do you know? What do you mean, Aki-chan? Situations like this happen a lot in mecha anime. It's a trope. Gunbuild episode 17 was kind of like this. In other words, we've been chosen as the team to pilot a giant robot to protect Earth. Uh-huh. Forever, child. How truly absurd. I'm with Subaru-kun on this one. And before Akiho's right, I mean, I wouldn't have it out of the realm of possibilities, frankly. Grr, come on. I wasn't being serious. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little, so I made a joke. Ever heard of it? Lighting the mood, huh? Jin has been trembling like a newborn fawn the whole time, so it looks like Akiho's joke ended in utter failure. Oh. Hi, Frau. Suddenly the door to the room opens, and in comes a dizzy-looking Frau. Akiho, everyone in this club is some brand of autism. The answer is no. I mean... Furugori. The men in black suits that were guiding Frau Bo leave the room. And they got you too, Frau Bo? I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was walking to the neighborhood convenience store to buy Pocky, but before I knew it, I was at JAXA. I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying, but I don't really understand it either. It wasn't anything simple, like hypnosis or supersede. Speed. You got shot into a car and abducted, yeah? But pretty much. So the same as us. Fro wasn't even at the hangar with us, which means they must have business with the entire robotics club. Although there's no sign of Michi, who left only a short time before the abduction took place. But by the way, about the men in black just now. Deeds, please. Black suits, haha. I just want to chew on their neckties and lick the arms with their sunglasses. Hello? Time to ignore the perv. Yeah, I agree, Kai. Since we're at the TNSC, have you heard anything from your old man, Aki-chan? Good point. Let me try calling him. Despite our current situation, they didn't take our Pokecoms. This is Akiho's about to make the call. Yeah. Hiya. Our old man shows up, right on time. I can't tell if he's trying to fool us with that smile of his, or if he's just forcing one out. Either way, he looks oddly tense. Dad, what's going on here? Did you order this? Explain yourself. Allow me to explain. Hey, Naya. Naya in normal-looking clothing. Well, not that her other clothes didn't look normal. Words. Entering the room after Akio's dad is Chinoji Naya, the girl who was wearing sunglasses. And that said, she's not wearing shades right now, so she kinda looks different, I can read. Okay, everyone, have a seat. Wait, hold on, that uniform. Huh? A JAXA uniform? Let me introduce myself to you guys again. I'm Tanoji Nai, from JAXA's Research and Development Headquarters, the Unexplored Technology Research Center, to be specific. I just arrived on Tanegashima today. It's really nice here. Whoa. What's with all the smiling? You literally almost committed a crime. Hell, the normal reaction here would be to call the cops on you. We gathered you all here like this to make a proposal regarding some support work. We didn't gather here, you abducted us. Support work? Chief Sonomiya of the Tanegashima Space Center is already aware of this. News to me. Nakio's old man wipes the sweat off his cheek and weakly nods. But Tenoji-kun could have handled this a bit better. First, you should apologize to them. Oh, gosh, you're right. Nae, please. Tenoji Nae seems to have come to some sort of realization. She corrects her posture and bows deeply. I'm so very sorry for the rough treatment. Runs of the family, I guess. Yeah. It's just that there are a number of adults who are targeting you guys. I needed to speak to you as soon as possible so you could cooperate with us. What does this mean? Back when I was a student, my friends would often call me flat-out princess. I have a bit of a habit of taking things too far. Who cares about your nickname? More importantly, what do you mean by adults targeting us? That's what I was worried about. Is this related to Kimijima Cole? Anyway, to quickly explain the support work I mentioned. Mashita-san, could you hand me that? Donojinai suddenly calls out to one of the staff members watching from a short distance away. An older man named Mashita wears a troubled smile on his face and hands the board over to Donojinai. Yes, this. Ta-da! After building up a little bit of hype for herself, she turns the board towards us. Nice, Omoe. Yeah. Let's build a giant robot with JAXA. What the? Yep, let's build a giant robot with JAXA. Looks like I'm not the only one floored right now. Everyone at the club is stunned. Not to mention, the poor handwriting of bad drawings make me feel excessively annoyed. Okay, I was right, yeah. What the hell was that terrifying experience we all endured 30 minutes ago? Everything feels so stupid now. I feel like I'm about to collapse out of frustration on the spot. Donojinai's carefree way of speaking is only spurring on that sense of exhaustion. Huh? Did you guys not hear what I said? I thought the board would make it super duper clear. Basically, I'm asking you guys to make a giant robot together with JAXA. With JAXA, huh? Didn't Akiho just ask her dad about this a month ago and get rejected? Specifically, it's called Innovative Robotics Technology Research Support Work. Well, that's kind of a long name. IRTRSW. In other words, we want to provide support to people doing giant robot research and development. Convenient. The Tokyo Expo is next year, but everyone is calling it the Robot Expo. Oh, is that why last station had, like, a technology expo? Sorry, Neptunia Rebirth 1 specifically, there was a technology expo. I remember it mostly because, like, I used, like, an anime expo thing and slapped Nep's face on it for the thumbnail, but then also, like, Mage's entry was the not phone wave. So, interesting. Ground-based bipedal robot research is outside of JAXA's field of expertise. We do have a research group for space robotics research, though. Since Japan is known as the robot powerhouse of the world, we should face the call for bipedal giant robots too. The not phone wave. Name perfectly fine. Beautiful, excellent, 10 out of 10, flawless. I wish I remembered what they called it in Neptunia, though I don't remember what their play on it was. So, I tried asking the higher-ups about it. And despite what I expected, they end up listening to the opinion of a total newbie like me. It's just for the 6 months until the expo. We want to do support work. Isn't it a little late for this? I doubt they'll accomplish much with only half a year remaining until the expo. No, I think you'll be fine. If this goes well, it could open the path to an official mission in the future. JAXA might finally be able to make a giant bipedal robot. It won't just be a dream anymore. So, I'm hoping this might prove to be good pre-mission research for us. But for now, I'm the only one from Shofu assigned to this, so I don't think they're expecting much. I do want to say I really like how Nae still sounds like Nae, but also older at the same time. Yay, I love attention to details like that. This is the part where you're supposed to laugh. Nae, please don't force it. Just like when she introduced herself in the car. She's laughing, but her eyes aren't. Don't worry about that. No matter how big that smile of hers is, she's kind of scary. Oh, buddy, you don't even know. To be honest, a lot of people told me we wouldn't be able to do much in only half a year. But if nobody expects anything, there's no need to fear failure. That means I could do as I please. And if nothing else, she's got guts. And that said though, I called it support work. The budget is really tiny, like chump change level. So, we can only offer assistance to one group. Our budget would vanish in a heartbeat if we tried to support multiple research organizations. I was thinking about who to go with when I just so happened to see a net stream of Robo-1. During the grand finals, you fought on equal grounds with the heroic Mr. Pallades. Man, wouldn't it be weird if Mr. Pallades was here in this room with us? Huh. I glance over at Subaru to check his expression. Looks like he's listening to her with a cold expression on his face, but he's actually sweating bullets. Oh, Mr. Pallades is actually right. Please, Press, please don't say another word. Oh, sorry. Oh, Akiho. Don't worry about it, I am. Please continue. Okay, anyway, I was deeply moved by that match. Tanoji-nai's eyes get moist, and she wiggles around. The more she talks, the more my impression of this woman changes, for the worst. It's unfortunate that you lost. I bet it must have been really frustrating. If we kept going, we definitely would have won. Such assumptions are meaningless. The match was over. He also read your interview in Kaiomi newspaper. What interview? Oh, the one I did. Wait, you had a newspaper interview? That's amazing. Sugoi ne. Yeah, for Kaiomi, not Nanchi. That's a national paper. Kai said that he didn't want to do it, so I had no choice but to do it alone. I actually want to tell them even more. But you did manage to tell them about your wonderful dreams, Sanamiya-san. Oh, you really think it's wonderful? It's kind of embarrassing. Oh boy, Agio is starting to fall for Tanoji-nai's lip service. Your actual dream isn't about hobby robots. It's to build a giant robot over 10 meters tall, right? Well, you're already building it, I guess. Over 10 meters tall, that's like over 30 feet. That's... Like, I already knew that Gundam were big, so, like, I didn't think of it, but, like, actually having that metric there, it's like, Yes, that's right. The president has officially been buttered up to perfection. She's all ready for the oven. Even though she was trembling and about to cry mere minutes ago. I saw the interview. I decided that your club was the one. And so I absolutely had to talk to you all. This is your time. So you're just hopping on the bandwagon? Well, your names are actually pretty well known, even within JAXA. Because I'm the daughter of the DNSC chief. Probably because JAXA has been giving us the parts they don't need anymore. Oh, I see. We've had a working relationship for a long time now. When Misane founded the Robotics Research Association 9 years ago, she used her family connections to force JAXA's hand. Oh man, I'm so glad I made it in time. Tenojinai gestures like she's wiping sweat from her brow after a hard day's work. Since you got second place in Robo-1, various research groups and corporations have gotta be aiming for you. Technicians not just in Japan, but from around the world pay close attention to that tournament. Really? Like, what exactly? Last month, aside from the Kaioni newspaper, nobody has made any offers. It's just lip service. Not at all. I know I'm right. Anyway, there you have it. I'd like to be the first to establish a cooperative relationship with you. Exactly what kind of support would you provide us with? As I said at the start, our goal is entering next year's expo. We can offer development funds, though not much. Also, Non-Export Technology Research Center has a branch called the Space Robotics Research Group. You can do a technology exchange with the engineers there. It'd be lovely if those folks could offer you advice. Finally, when constructing the robot, you can use our facilities here at TNSC. Whoa. Oh, one important thing. Please explain in the description for the finished robot how JAXA cooperated with you. Doesn't that basically mean there are literally no downsides to accepting this deal? Is that really everything? That sounds way too good to be true. Don't tell me JAXA's gonna grab all our tech and ideas, and then take credit for everything we did. Senpai, you're being far too pessimistic. He's right. If they did that, they cut ties with Dad. That's intense. What? Me? Her dad is like, I did nothing. Look at how sad he is. Akiho, don't be like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking this deal sounds too sweet. This just got me suspicious as all. Like they have an ulterior motive. I forget that they abducted us. I'm sorry, I'm just distracted by how distraught Hakiho's dad looks. Oh gosh, it's all my fault you're so guarded. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tenojinai, looking ashamed, bows her head to us again. All I can really say is, please trust me. But if the finished robot is well received... You may be hired to assist with JAXA's giant robot production in the future. This woman is really fixated on Jackson making giant robots. Does she really just want to make one? Does she just really want to make one? There we go. Words. Order. Who knows if that's not all just an illusion of hers? Please stop saying the word illusion. I don't trust this game with this word. Nah, I would though, you're right. Jackson robots have just was built to beat down the armies of evil. What do you think? Wouldn't that make them weapons? That concept would never be approved. I mean... Oh, no, I'm just joking. Right, you guys can't see me slow blink because of the googly eyes, but trust me, there was a slow blink there. Wow. Akuyo's eyes have started glittering. Wobot weapons. She's been consumed by delusion. Stop using that word! I love the way you think. Really? Thank you. Uh-oh, they're hitting it off. I mean, either way, they're planning on participating in the expo. Oh, really? Then that's convenient for both of us, right? But we shouldn't need too much money. We have a sponsor. We also have most of the parts we need too. All that's left is to assemble it. Oh wow, you've made that much progress? Amazing. And of course, your robot might not compare favorably to some of the ones at the expo made by the big corporations. Tonojinai just casually drops an insult on us. But that's where you compete with ideas instead, don't you agree? And there's no point in trying to build a robot like the giant corporations of the world do. You want to focus on great invention ideas, things that could advance giant robot innovation or space development toward the future. Ideas. Akuyo's eyes are wandering. She probably doesn't have any ideas in particular. You too, bestie. The only plan for that chunk of hollowed out steel is to make it walk. Well, I guess that isn't a bad proposal. It's up to Akuyo to decide whether or not to accept, though. She's the club president, and she's likely the only one with any real interest in any of this. Subaru is participating in the robotics club in secret from his old man, so he can't openly voice his opinion. All of this is probably going right over Juna's head. I mean... And Frau and I have no interest in giant robots. Actually, Frau is solvently lying forward on a desk, fiddling with her Pokécom. She's been paying no attention. And then, how about about the giant robot you're building right now? Could I take a look at it? Of course! It was in the hangar you found us in. Oh, it was? I didn't even notice. The data's in my Pokécom. Akuyo pulls up the blueprints and photos she took and happily shows them to Nojinai on her Pokécom screen. And this is the giant robot that we're currently developing. Gunbuild Prototype Model 1. Okay, Gunbuild-1. Whoa. Tonojinai's eyes are glued to the screen. But she soon starts to look puzzled. Does it move?
動くんですか?
Not yet.
もちろんです。
Absolutely. It walks.
させる予
Or
定です。
that's the plan anyway. And actually, didn't Subaru mention repeatedly that it wouldn't walk? Did that issue ever get resolved? Man, the man in question is... No, he's not saying anything in particular.
足が動くということですね。
That means the legs move. Anything besides the legs?
足以外
There's no plan for that. It wasn't necessary.
その必要がなかったので。なるほど。
I see. Tonachi and I go silent at thought for a moment, then speaks to Sonomiya's dad. Chief Sonomiya, do you think this can walk? Well, that's an awfully good question. He looks like he's at his wit's end. He keeps wiping sweat from his brow over and over. Is he trying to appeal to his daughter? If that's the case, he's not really doing a good job. At the end of the day, sometimes you just have to be brutally honest about this kind of thing. Man, how weak is this dude when it comes to his daughter? He'll walk, right, Dad? Which is it? It will not. Subaru finally makes his move. Subaru, hush. Nobody asked you. But it's the truth. You can't walk? If it tried to walk, it would likely trip on its own toes and fall over. It'd fall over? That sounds dangerous. As a solution to that, we can attach wheels to the tip of the feet. Just an idea. How? Why would that help, Akiho? Donajinai thinks to herself again before slamming her fist into her palm like she's got an idea. She looks up. How about this? Why don't you stop development of Model 1 for now? I start working on a brand new, more attractive giant robot for entry into the expo. Huh? Oh, brand new. This proposal makes the most sense. Subaru's been saying the same thing for a while now. And if JAXA provides support, our financial issues would finally be over. We could really build something pretty decent if we start from scratch. However, to Akiho, this proposal composed of cold, hard reality might as well have been a slap in the face. It means the robot she's currently building won't qualify for the expo. She'd end up a laughingstock. In other words, it's a complete rejection of the robot that Akiho spent so much time on for so long. I'm an amateur at robot construction, but even I can tell after listening to Subaru and Akiho battle it out. He's right, and she isn't. But that's not the biggest problem here. The biggest problem is that the Robotics Club president, the one who holds the right to decide what direction the club will take, is... In that case, please forget about the whole thing. What? Senomiya Akiho and Senomiya Akiho alone. Her dream is to complete the Gunbuild-1 that Misane designed. The Gunbuild prototype Model 1, that's the product of the other members' 9 years of hard work. And there's no logic or reason behind this, just pure emotion. And that's why this proposal will never work. I only want to complete Gunbuild-1. I have no desire to build any other robot. Senomiya-san. I'm sorry. Akiho bows slightly and walks out of the room. Frau, seemingly waiting for this moment, stumbles after Akiho while still hanging her head low. Gino is bewildered and looks towards me for my reaction. Subaru also looks at me like he wants to do something. I don't have any reason to try and persuade Akiho one way or the other. My only obligation is to give her a light push on the back when she's stuck in a place. And I'm going to start getting KB withdrawal soon, so I decided to go home as well. Damn it. Okay. The wind outside is strong. It's nothing more than just a sea breeze. The clouds are starting to look a bit ominous too. I wonder if there's any tweeps. Nothing that matters right now, but I'm curious. Nope. Okay, nothing. Yeah, the clouds are starting to look a bit ominous too.
Action!
Naka-chan. I chase after Akio and call out to her. How are you getting home? By bus, maybe? I can't believe there's only one per hour. Everyone, wait for me. Tuna comes chasing after us, looking ready to cry. Behind her follows the silent Subaru. I look toward the Takesaki Observatory and notice Tonoji and I are watching us from the observation deck. We turn our backs to her and head to the bus stop. Well, it was a good offer. Negotiations with the JAXA ended in failure. No. Her dad's POV. Father. Papa. After the children leave the press conference room, it's engulfed in a quiet stillness. I sit down in a chair and let out a small sigh. It's been more than 7 years since I, Senomiya Kenichiro, became the chief of the Tanegashima Space Center. When we launched rockets, this room was always filled to the brim with project staff, as well as reporters before and after each launch. There's a press room on the floor below, and the media would set up cameras on the roof, looking to record the launch. But such hustle and bustle is already 4 years behind us. This room in the Takesaki Observatory hasn't been used in years. Today was the first time it was in who knows how long. The facility hasn't been closed or shrunk. It might be used again one day, so the higher-ups want it maintained. In other words, while I may have the grand title of chief, I'm basically a glorified caretaker. One day, yeah. I wonder if we'll ever see the day when we'll get to launch rockets here again. Chief Senomiya. Tonoji-kun has returned. And the children just departed on the bus. Is that so? Well, I never expected my daughter to refuse your proposal. I'm really sorry about all of this. I bow my head, but Noji-kun shrinks back.
いや
Well, no, it's nothing, really. Please raise your head.
確かに
Sure.
拒否さ
I
れ
wasn't
るのは
expecting to get
私も予
rejected
想外でした
either.
けど私は
But
所
I'm
長
the
を
one
利用
using
させ
you,
てもらっ
Chief.
ている身ですから
利用だなんて
Come on, you're not using me.
だったら
Huh,
便
I
乗
guess I'm taking advantage of you.
調布での所長
I
のお
was very
話
moved when you
と
spoke
て
in
も感動
Chofu.
しましたここを
How you
学生
said you
の
wanted
巨
to
大ロ
let
ボット
students
作
use
りに
this
使
place
わ
to
せて
build
あ
a
げたい
giant robot.
いや
And you flatter me. At the start of this month, when my doctor Akiho requested use of TNSC's facilities to assemble her robot, I had no choice but to say no. But hey, I'm a father. I want to support my daughter in her dream. I just so happened to have a business trip to Chofu, so I tried consulting with the top brass while I was there. That's probably what Tanoji-kun is talking about.
私ももとも
Plus,
と
I always wanted to do
二足歩
support
行
work for
ロボットへ
building
の支援事業
bipedal
をやってみたい
robots.
と思っていたのですぐさま
So,
話
I
に
was
乗
down
ら
for
せ
this
てもら
idea
い
from
ま
the
した
get-go. Tanoji-kun smiles playfully and sticks out her tongue a little.
所長の協力がなけ
Without
れ
your
ば
cooperation,
こんなに
I
早
don't
く
think we
好
would
判
have
断
received the
が出なか
go-ahead
った
this
と思いま
quickly.
す
いや
No,
天
no.
王寺
If it
君が
weren't
いな
for
けれ
you,
ば
I doubt this
承
would have
認
been
さえ下
approved
り
at
なかった
all.
だろうけどね私が話した時
The
に
top
は
officials
上
were
野知っ
hesitant when
て
I
いたの
spoke to them. I can't
わず
believe
か
they
数
had to
日
change
で
a part in
あ
just a
そこ
few
まで
days.
心変わりするとは
Despite the small scale of the support work, I've never seen anything get approved this quickly and smoothly.
天王寺君が魔
I
法で
figured
も
you
使っ
maybe
たの
used
か
some
と
kind
思
of
ったよ
magic on them or something.
ちょっとした交渉
I
術
just
で
used
す
some negotiation
そん
skills.
な大した
Nothing
ものじゃない
crazy.
です
I'm not sure about that now, but
これでもホビー
I'm
の
really
見
good
方
at
が
flattering
心得て
people.
いますので
If I remember correctly, the Noji-kun is only 20. What an exceptional young lady. I'm honestly impressed. In some ways, she reminds me of Misaki when she was younger.
でも所長
But is it really okay not to tell her?
何のことだい
About what?
娘さん
And that you were the one who proposed this project to the higher ups?
今回の支援事業は実は所長が言い出しっぺだって
いや
No,
い
if
ざ
I
面
did
と
that,
向
she'd
か
get
う
all
ときっと
embarrassed.
照れてしまうからねそれに天王寺君の
You're
方
much
が
closer to their
娘
age,
たち
so
と
you could
は
probably
年も近いか
communicate
ら
with them better.
話も合うだろう
I'm just an old geezer inching closer to retirement. I'm way past my prime to be talking to youngsters about dreams and the like.
私
I want this support work to expand more and more in the future.
もっともっと拡大していけばいいなって思ってるんですよ私たちの広げた
Eventually,
輪によって
students from all across
日本
Japan
中
could
の
link
学
up,
生さんたちの
encouraging
連
them to
携を
pursue
取り入れば
engineering and the
若い人
sciences.
たちの科学技術の促進にもつながりますからやっぱり
After
なん
all,
だかんだ
there are a
で
lot of young people in
日本
Japan
の
who
若
have
い
an
人には
interest in
ロボットが好きな
robots.
人多いですし
若い人だけじゃない
Not just
よ
young people.
我々
There are a
の
lot
よ
of
うなお
old
じさんに
geezers
も
like me who
ロ
like
ボットが好
robots
きな人
too.
はたくさんいる
むしろ思い入れ
If
は
anything,
年
older
配の
folks might have
皆
a
さんの
stronger
方が
attachment
強
to
いかも
them.
ですね
何しろ昔は
And that's because in the
週に
past,
2、3
there'd
本
be
は
2 or
ロボッ
3
トアニ
mecha
メが
anime
放
on
映され
TV
てい
every
たか
single
ら
week.
羨ましい時
I'm
代だな
jealous.
現実の日本
I
でも
hope a time comes
巨
when,
大ロボ
even
ッ
in
ト
real
が
life
日常
Japan,
風景に
giant
溶け込ん
robots
で
are
い
a
るような
common
時代
sight.
がいつか来るといいですね
That's kind of scary, but I guess it'd be normalized in that hypothetical, so...
災害救助とか
I started
土木
imagining
作業
giant
とか
bipedal robots
そういう
being used
場
for
面で
disaster
当
relief.
たり前のよ
public
う
work,
に巨大二足歩行
ordinary
ロボが
everyday
使われるように
settings.
なるかもしれないって想
Well,
像
that
し
would
た
be
わ
convenient, yeah.
ロマンだ
And
ね
that's the dream.
ですね
I know, right? It'll likely... It'll likely feed back into space development as well. Robots could be actively used for just I mean, in the Gundam universe, mobile suits were originally invented for construction work. That makes too much sense. Cool, though. Robots could be actively used for interstellar exploration. And that's why this work isn't worthless to JAXA. Anyway, while they may have refused earlier, I'm gonna try approaching them again. If I go home now, I'll have made nothing coming all the way out to Tanegashima meaningless. I'll have made, yeah, okay. And seeing how I only just arrived today, I want to learn more about the island too. Ah, but of course, my first priority is helping out the Robotics Club. For your sake too, Chief. No. Cute.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm getting more and more embarrassed talking to Noji-kun. She's younger than Misaki, but older than Akiho. In other words, kinda feels like I'm talking to my daughters. They've been cool to me these days, so it's kind of embarrassing when she so openly wants to keep talking to me. Oh, right. I need to check if my luggage arrived at the door. I wonder what it's like there. To tell the truth, this is my first time living on my own. I'll be taking my leave, Chief.
Hi.
Of course, take care. From start to finish, Tanoji-kun is all smiles as she exits the room. After seeing her off, I sit down in the center seat of the empty room. Misaki, huh? I think about my disobedient daughter who hasn't come home or even contacted us for over 6 years now. This is my first time living on my own. That's a relief. I guess. I don't think there's ever been a world line where Naya ends up living on her own, even when fatherless, because someone takes her in. When she was a high schooler, much like Tanoji-kun, she'd instantly tell me all about her dreams. Dad, hi. I created a Robotics Research Association at school. Wow, that's pretty bold of you. It's still just an association, but I want to make it a club eventually, and even build a giant robot. A giant robot in a high school club? Yep, I don't care if it's a hollow like paper mache to save money. I just want us to build it ourselves. Though, I'm the only one in the association right now. And I don't know if it's possible to complete something that grand in the 3 years I have. But still, I feel like I'd rather give it a shot than not at all. And that's a very you thing to say, Misaki. What's that supposed to mean? You know this is your fault, right? How so? Don't tell me you were unaware of it all this time. Ever since Saki and I were little, you'd go on and on about how amazing mecha anime is. I just wanted my daughters to understand the things I liked. Well, thanks to you, both me and Aki ended up loving mecha anime. Now we're a pair of sisters who act like boys. Have you ever wished we were boys, Dad? Nope, not once. None. Have you ever thought about giving us a little brother? So their dad was autistic about mecha, got it? I mean... you shouldn't tease your old man like this. Anyway, I'm truly grateful to you, Dad. I like my dream of building a robot quite a bit. Did you want to build a robot when you were younger? I did. Back when Gunbuild was
ガンバン
airing
が
on
放映
TV,
さ
I
れてい
think.
た頃かな。
They'd always be putting
プラモ
together
デルを
plastic
組み立てたり
models.
もしていたけれどね。やはり本
I'd
物を
always
作
wanted
っ
to
て
try
みた
building
か
the
っ
real
た。
thing.
当時の男の子
There
なら
wasn't a single boy
誰で
back
も
then
一
who
度は思
didn't
った
think
んじゃない
about
か
it.
な。
Okay, yeah, Dad was doing Gunpla, yeah.
だから
That's why I want
そ
to
の
make
夢
that dream a
私が
reality.
現実にしちゃおうかなって思って21世紀も
We're
10
10
年
years
過ぎ
into
て
the 21st
今な
century.
らちょっと工
Right now,
夫すれ
with
ば
a bit of
案外
dedication,
作れちゃ
it
いそう
might
だから
really be possible.
ちなみに
By the way,
ジャクサ
do
で
you think
いらなく
JAXA
なった
could give me any
パー
parts they don't
ツ
need
を
for
タダで
free?
譲ってもらうみたいなことできる？
わざわざこんな場所まで
Was that
僕
the
を
real
呼び出し
reason
て
you called
話し
me
た
out
の
here
は
to talk?
それが目的かい。
そういうこと。
Pretty much. I need as much as I can get if I'm going to make this
できるだけ多く取り
happen.
入れないとね。
どうだろうな。
I'm not sure.
所
Let's
長
try
とも
talking
話し
to
て
the
みるよ。
chief. Awesome. I recall being surprised as I watched Misaki happily but humbly thrust her fist into the air. Misaki wasn't the kind of kid who did things like that. I was reserved for Akiho, her little sister. That's why
どこまで本気な
How
んだい？
serious are you about this? I just had to know. Misaki responded like it was the most natural thing in the world. Sorry, I'm
最
getting...
初から最後までずっと本気よ。
I'm 100% serious about all of it.
期待してて。
You
お父
better
さん
be excited, Dad. Yeah, Dad. Better be fucking excited. Oops. Oopsie. What did I do? Okay, well, E skips. Good to know, I guess, even though I didn't want us to find out now.
3年じゃ無理だったとしても
Even if I can't make it happen in 3 years, I'm gonna sow the seeds.
いつか
And one day, I'm sure it'll be finished. For the first time in history, a homemade giant robot built by high school students. It'll easily make the front page news of the Nanichi newspaper.
ああ、
I
楽しみ
look
にしてお
forward
くよ。
to it. After that fateful day, Misaki put her everything into building that robot. 9 years have passed since then. The Chiwa Tanegashima High Robotics Club has inherited Misaki's work, and now Akiho is the president. I never thought that a support work proposal for Akiho's club would ever come this close to becoming a reality.
本当にあの時、
She really did sow
種
the
はまかれて
seeds.
いたんだな。
My daughter has quite the eye. Now, if only she could visit her family at least once a year, I'd have no complaints about my amazing daughter. It's just a piece of junk. I don't give a damn about it anymore. I'm sorry, Dad. I think back on what Misaki suddenly said to me just before leaving the island. What was going through her head? Even now, I still don't know why she left, but...
美咲、
Misaki,
お前の
that
まいた
seed you
種
sowed
は
is
今
finally sprouting.
確かに芽吹いているよ。
Hold on a second. I'm making it sound like Misaki's dead or something. I can't help but laugh bitterly. Oh boy. Apparently the typhoon's getting close. And you, sir, need to check Twippo. That's the wrong button. This button. Twippo. I had a great offer, but I didn't take it. I wonder if I made the wrong move. I feel like I ruled against my gut. But still, I think it's too early to bring in a new unit. Gunbuild-1 can still fight. Yes. Oh, wait. Fuck. So bad news, guys. We have to go back again. Creams. It's okay. We know what to do to skip. But, unfortunately, yes, we do have to go back yet again. Because I didn't redo the Twippo. Because I was expecting that to save. But, you know, it's stupid that I expected that to save. But that's fine. We got this. We know what buttons to press. Wrong button. I expect to sue. Okay. Now that that's been replied, we can... We're gonna wind up going back and forth more often than Okabe. Hopefully not, we're fine. We're already back to where we were. It's fine. We're all good. Nothing happened. And I can gaslight YouTube by completely cutting this out, but honestly, it'll be up to video editing me to see what's funnier. There we go. This one. Boobs, right? Huh? Ah, yes. Yup, that's it. Those are the options. And we have to say, yup, that's it. Boobs, tits, bazongas. Anyways. My role keeps getting bigger and bigger. I'm really afraid that maybe it's not okay for me to be here. People all around me are so talented. I couldn't keep up yesterday either. You're fine. No one there expects you to speak out. Why is she learning about boobs? She asked about Boing-chan. Because the sexual harassment parakeet. Cut it all out, but leave you saying that you can gaslight YouTube. You're a genius. Maybe I will. We'll find out. Well, I don't think the pilot position, it doesn't need too much knowledge. You should take a page from Kojiro Frau. Let's both be more bold. You'll feel better after that. Interesting. Apparently, yeah, you should take a page from Kojiro Frau. That's the one we need to pick. Fair enough, I guess. I think that people who can make decisions from their values are amazing. You are the club president. You should be proud of your decision. No. Thanks. You're an important member too, Ju. No, I feel dizzy. That's because I was pulled out of my room for a long time yesterday. The sunlight is poison to us shut-ins. Everyone knows that. Because you stay indoors all the time, it's getting to you. You're totally nocturnal, like an owl or a bat. You alright? Please don't go and die on us. That'd suck. Yeah, that one's the answer. Let's go. Let me double check though. Yeah. Yeah, please don't go and die on us. I'm satisfied watching the nipples on the island surfer boys as they mingle at the beach in the monitor in my room. Frat what? Ladies and gentlemen, I am here. Remember, at any time, do not let go of opportunities in front of you. You cannot win unless you do. I always struck upon my opportunities. That is why I'm here. Interesting. Looks like a lot's going on, but still played 4 hours, 49 to 1. Proud dies on the Madot Always Sunny title card, oh dear. Okay, that's it for today, right? Yeah, for that calendar day. Due to Typhoon number 6, Japan Air Connect to Kagoshima to Tanegashima will be cancelled. We apologize for any inconvenience this has caused. Hello from Space Candy. Typhoons have serious impact. They sure do, buddy. They sure do. Kagome incident is happening nationally. Maker, that ringtone exists. Man, this really is Twitter, yeah. Is it true? The ringtone already exists? I didn't find it on my Pokecom. Maybe it depends on the model. I think it only rang for people who have the ringtone. My Pokecom doesn't have it, but it rang. What's with these dumb kids who don't read the source? Doesn't look like it, but it's stored in all Pokecoms as data. A ringtone that I can't pick rang. So to make it simple, you don't know the reason why it all rang together across the nation. Was anyone brave enough to pick up? Of course there was. Internet's full of reports of people picking up. When you pick up, you hear a high-pitched noise, and after a little it hangs up. I picked up the Kagome call. I think only other people will understand, but it sounded like when you sent a fax. It was close to that. I feel awkward about this, because it feels like someone just used your Pokecom without permission. It wasn't heard anywhere besides Japan, right? There was an incident that was kind of like this overseas. For example, there was an incident that Symphony No. 9 played all across Spain last month. Interesting. There are multiple incidents from back then, like the rumor that Yume Pass played when Shibuya earthquake hit. I was in Shibuya at the time, and certainly Yume Pass played. This is all because of the Red Aurora, lol. Typhoon number 6 will reach Kyushu area by tomorrow morning. Typhoon number 6 looks intense. Hitting Kyushu? But looking at the route, doesn't it seem like it will hit the Kanto area? It goes through Kyushu, then it goes through the Sea of Japan. I couldn't care less. Fucking... Chaos had mention, thumbs up. Probably the typhoon is getting close. What am I doing here? Oh. Big brother, the typhoon is coming. I know. The whole getting abducted by Tenonji thing left a bad taste in my mouth, not a bad mouth in my taste. Hello. But really, it was what happened just before that stuck with me. The riots in America caused by the solar storm, followed by everyone's Pokecoms playing Kagome simultaneously. And then hearing a fax machine-like noise after answering, the same tone that town hall is sending up to space. What the hell was that? Heidi-chan, do you know anything about the Kagome call? That's a nursery rhyme, right? It's famous. Even Ari knows it. Everyone does. I mean, if you knew anything about the call you receive when Kagome plays. Huh? I can't tell if she really doesn't know, or if she's messing with me. Wait, I already use an AI, which means she can't do it. That sort of thing, right? I wonder if Sister Centipede knows anything. I attempt to summon her. Access confirmed. Switching to Sister Centipede mode. I sure have gotten used to this transformation. Do you know anything about the Kagome call? It occurred simultaneously on a national scale multiple times in Japan. National doesn't refer to every region. The phenomenon spanned all the way from the north, Hokkaido, to the south, Tanegashima. Specifically, Sapporo, Odate, Kitakata, all 23 wards of Tokyo, all of Kanagawa, Otsuki, Himi, Okazaki, and that's enough. I felt like she was going to go on forever, so I cut her short. So far, there are no reports of any occurrences in the Okinawa and Shikoku regions. Okinawa, huh? As of this moment, Sister Centipede does not possess any other information. No detailed analysis has been conducted on the accumulated information. Is that so? I wish she'd just told me that at the beginning. Sister Centipede seems like she'd be more reliable, because she's actually pretty useless. I entered the town hall building. Is there a number 2 and 3 of the Kimijima report? The report that I found, number 1, is still here. When I open up Butyl, I can see the power mark indicating its presence. The one located here is number 1, right? Doesn't that mean there's a number 2? I shoot Sister Centipede a leading question.
はい。
Correct.
君島レポ
There are
ートは
7 Kimijima
ナンバ
reports
ー
in
7ま
total.
で存在します。
Well, that was easy. Some of those things, that's more than I expected.
それはどこに
Where are they?
日本中に
Scattered all
隠されてるわけ？
across Japan?
いいえ、すべて
Incorrect.
こ
They're
の
all
島の
located
中
on
に
this island. On this island. Well, I guess if Kimijima-ko really lived here, it wouldn't be all that strange. Hell, it works out for me.
詳しい場所について
Tell
教
me
えて
about
よ
where the others are located. It's starting to creep me out that the contents of report number 1 are actually playing out. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I really wish I could have stayed ignorant about all this. Though, that's a moot point now. I'm aware of it, which means I can't help but think about it. If I find and read all of Kimijima-ko's theories, and they actually turn out to be true, it's not like I can do anything. But I figure if the reports really are all on this island, I might as well look for them. Pretty aggressive for me, right? Especially considering I only ever give a damn about fighting games.
君島レポートは
The Kimijima reports have been hidden very carefully.
この前ここで
I'd
見つけ
hardly
たも
call
のは
that
ちっ
first
とも
report
巧妙に
carefully
隠されて
hidden.
なかったけど
それについて
Sister
あなた
Centipede
の
accepts your
指摘を認
counterpoint
め
and will revise the
ゲジネーの
previous
発言を
statement.
訂正します。アイリおよびゲ
Irie
ジネ
and
ー
Sister
は
Centipede are
君
not
島レポ
aware
ー
of
トが
all the
隠蔽され
locations of
て
the
いる
Kimijima
すべての場所に
reports.
ついては把握していません。
一部なら把握して
Which
る
means you know some of them?
はい。
Yes.
君島レポート
Kimijima
ナ
report
ンバ
number
ーに
2
は
is located
この
near
宇宙が
Ichigo-oka
丘
Park
公
according
園
to the
近辺にあると
database.
データベースには記録されています。ただ、肝
However,
心の
Irie
君
and
島レ
Sister
ポートの
Centipede do not know the
AR
specific
アノテーションに
locations
つ
of the
いて
Kimijima
細
report
かい
AR
設置場所を
annotations.
アイリおよびゲジネともに把握していません。また、たと
It's
えそ
also
の設置場
possible
所
that
に
even if you
ヤ
find
シオ
its
さんが
location,
偶然
it won't
到
be
達でき
displayed
た
in
としても、
Iro under current
現在の状
conditions.
況では、イルオに AR アノテーションは表示されない可能性があります。
表示され
You
ない
mean like it's
見えないって
invisible?
こと？
各君島レ
Each
ポートに
Kimijima
は
report has a
可
set
視
of
化する
unlock
ための
conditions,
フラグが
flags,
存在します。
required for them to be displayed.
なお、レポート
Report
ナ
number
ンバ
1
ー
was an
1について
exception.
だけは
Its
例
AR
外であり、
annotation was visible
あ
by
らかじめ
default.
AR アノテーションが表示されていました。ですが、
This
ナ
will
ンバ
not
ー
be the
2
case
以
for
降
the
は
remaining
そうではあ
reports.
りません。
So the hidden hand password won't work on them?
なんでわかる？
How do you know that?
アイリおよび
It
ゲ
is
ジネーの
indicated
デー
as
タ
such
ベ
in
ー
the
スに
Irie and Sister
そう記
Centipede
述されていま
database.
す。
Got it. That means by the time Irie was created, the Kimijima reports were already intended to have been hidden.
待った。
Wait,
君
when
島
did
コウって
Kimijima
い
Ko
つ死ん
die
だんだっ
again?
け？
She did say he was murdered.
2010年です。
In the year 2010. That's nice.
その時点でイルオっ
Did
てあった
Hero
の？
exist back then?
アルファ版が開
An
発さ
alpha
れてい
version
ま
had
した。
been developed.
アイリが誕生した
By the time Irie was born in
2008
December of
年12月には
2008, Master had already begun
マスタ
alpha
ーの手
testing
に
for
よ
Iro.
ってイルオアルファ版のテストが始まっています。
ふーん。
Hmm. So you have been hiding Kimijima reports since the alpha version.
で、可視
You
化す
said
る
there
た
were
めのフラ
flags
グ
for
が
them
あ
to
るっ
be
て言った。
displayed.
なん
When
なのそれ？
exactly are they?
レポートナンバー2
Then
のフラ
letting
グを
report number
ダウ
2
ンロードしま
flags.
す。ダウンロードは
Download
正常に
complete.
完了しました。レポートナンバー2の
Displaying
フラ
report
グを
number 2
ヤ
flags
シオ
in
さんのイルオ
Yashioya-san's
に表示し
Iro.
ます。
Come on. I have already discovered Kimijima report number 1 and made contact with ID at least once. Well, that's simple enough. 2. Press the green switch located beneath the Mitane Community Center radar dome and press it again an hour later. Alright. 3. Achieve less than 30 seconds on time attack at Ichikuoka Park Go-Kart course and report your time via Iro geotag. 4. On fighting game app Golden Wolf Fighter 4 arcade mode, get a SSS score and post it on the online leaderboards.
なんだこれ。
What the hell?
まるでゲーム感覚
It's
じゃ
like
ない
a
か。
video game.
これを全
Are
部
you
達
telling
成
me I
しろっ
gotta
て。
complete all of these? I honestly can't tell if Kimijima-ko is messing with me or what. Of the 4 flags, the first one, contact ID has already been completed. Simple enough. But the third flag is going too far into the absurd. The go-kart track in this park has been closed for over 10 years. What can I do about that? Wait, actually. It says I have to report my time with a geotag. Maybe I can cheese it without a go-kart. The game mentioned in the 4th flag, Golden Wolf Fighter 4 was a popular 2D fighting game around 10 years ago. When I was still back in elementary school, Misane would body me all the time. How cruel. Plus, only about 100 people worldwide were able to hit SSS rank in the arcade mode. It was a completely unwinnable game. Does the Golden Wolf Fighter 4 have a Pokecom map? If it doesn't, there's no way it'd sync with the Euro flag. I'll look into it later. If Kimijima-ko authored these achievements, he definitely incorporated Misane's opinions. Misane was one of the few people who managed to hit SSS after all.
何にせよいろいろめ
In
んど
any
くさい
case,
な。
this sucks.
パスワー
They're
ド
way
入
more
力よりも
demanding than just putting in a
きっと難易度が高く
password.
なってないか。
ですが、ゲジネー
But
が
if Sister
パスワードを
Centipede
教
never
えな
told
け
you
れ
the
ば、
password,
ヤシオさん
you
は
would have never been
永
able
久
to
に
unlock
レ
report
ポート
number
ナンバー
1.
1のロックを解除
True.
できなかったはずです。そういう意味では、
In that
むし
sense,
ろ
one
難易
could
度は
argue that the
大
difficulty
幅に
has
低
gone
下
down
していると考える
significantly.
こともできます。
It sure is way more tedious, though. But I'll give credit where credit is due. This at least seems kinda interesting.
でも、なんで
But
こん
why
な
go
面
through
倒
all
な
this
方
trouble?
法。
それはマスター
Only
にし
Master
か
can
わか
answer
りま
that
せん。
question. Did he just want to strengthen security? Did he want to make sure that not just anyone could get the files? Or maybe at the end of the day, he didn't want anyone seeing them despite the fact that they were accusatory. He could even be doing this to filter out people without a healthy dose of curiosity and skepticism. By imposing difficult conditions, only those who remain at the very end are granted access, and if nobody's left, well, that's that. It's pretty laid back for someone claiming that the world is about to end. I step outside and look around. The sky suggests that it may rain at any moment. The rain clouds are moving at alarming speeds. It's like there's a typhoon or something.
レーダードームって
Could that be the
まさか
radar
あれ
dome he
のこ
was
とだったり
talking
して。
about? There's a 10-meter tall metal tower standing behind this building. At its very top is a white dome-shaped object.
鉄塔の下部じゃな
I
く
really
て
hate
ドー
that
ム
it
の
says
下
it's
部っ
at
て
the
のは
bottom of the dome, and
嫌
not
な
the
予
bottom
感が
of
し
the
て仕方が
tower.
ないんだけど。
Whoa, it's shaking like crazy. Hey, wait, is this song just Ding Dong Bing Bong? What? Now that I'm actually climbing it, my legs are getting close to cramping up because of all the shaking. This is the opposite of safe. This tower feels like it could snap in half at any moment. Like the first two measures? Only an idiot would try climbing this thing in the middle of a storm. Yeah. Yeah, Kaido. Why the hell am I doing this? Sitting around the dome-shaped object at the very top is the platform. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or presence of mind to enjoy the view from up here. I feel like I'm on a board getting tossed around by raging waves. I'd be blown away if I let go of the railing. Now that I'm up here, I notice the large part of the tower has rusted over, probably due to the sea breeze. It doesn't look like it's being maintained very well. The whole thing is badly deteriorated. Am I going to be okay? Just withstand the wind. I'm only doing this for one of those damn flags. Press the green switch located beneath the old community center radar dome in Minamitani. Press it again an hour later. I figured I'd get this done nice and quick before the typhoon came. Clearly I screwed up. I underestimated this storm. Let's see. Where's the switch? I take each step carefully as I search for the green switch. The stone looks to have a diameter of about 3 meters. It's pretty damn big. I wonder what it's like inside. Like, buddy, what if it's still storming an hour later? Right? It's not very smart in the head. I spent over 10 years innocently looking up at this thing. I always figured there was some sort of radar device sit on inside of it or something. But if this is the EGI system I was talking about, there's probably some kind of antenna in it instead. I circle around it. The strong winds are still trying to blow me off the tower. I'm having a hard time standing still. In an effort to stay grounded, I get on all fours. Found it. The green switch. There's a black box located under the dome, where it connects to the tower. On its surface are a red and a green switch. I press the green switch without thinking. It lights up. What the? The dome splits in two at the center, and the top lid begins to lift open. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on, Sister Centipede? Unknown. Ugh, totally useless. I want to run away right now, but the platform is narrow, and this whole thing is shaking violently, making it hard for me to move. Eventually, the dome comes to a halt. As it turns out, the dome is concealing a parabolic antenna. The inner surface of the dome is relatively clean compared to its outside. So this is what used to sound like dial-up tone into outer space? I've been forced to listen to the same thing since I started climbing. I think I'm losing my mind. Is it really okay to leave this as is? The dome opened because I pressed the switch. But will it close properly if I come back and press it in an hour from now? I really should have just gone home. Maybe I'm just getting impatient. Go away, Typhoon. With that hope in mind, I begin descending the tower. I was killing some time playing Golden Wolf Fighter 4, when the downpour got really bad. A typhoon, go away, come back another day, so true. I'm such an idiot. I thought I knew how scary typhoons could get, but I totally made the wrong call here. Things really fell apart because of how easily I found the Golden Wolf Fighter 4 Pokécom app. I was planning on giving it a go just for nostalgia's sake, but instead I ended up going in hard. It's so insanely tough to get an SSS rank. Before I knew it, my ego had taken over. It took me 2 hours to get back to the right mindset, then another 2 to hit SSS. Did you hit the button in between? Please tell me you hit the button after the first hour. I managed to activate the flag, but when I looked up from my screen, 4 hours had passed and it was storming. I'm such an idiot. But I'm the type of guy that can't leave a fighting game unbeaten. Needless to say, I was so enthralled by Golden Wolf Fighter 4 that I forgot to press the dome's button. No, buddy! The parabolic antenna at the top of the tower is still exposed. Well, that's a problem. I don't have an umbrella, so it'd be impossible to get home without getting soaked. I already warned you beforehand. Yeah, I know. This is what I get for stumbling upon the first report in such a half-assed way. But even then, I thought I could do a little better than this. I guess I'll have Dad come pick me up. If his home, that is. If not, I'm just gonna have to get wet. What was that? Oh boy. I flashed at the sudden sound of glass shattering. The strong rain and wind from outside come flowing into the room. There's a massive hole in the window, almost like someone threw a rock in here. The floor is covered in shattered glass. Sitting on top of said glass is a triangle-shaped plate. I reach down to pick it up. This is... I've seen this somewhere recently. Scissor Centipede. What do you think this is? Hmm? She doesn't know either. Scissor Centipede really is useless. I inspect the plate again. It's from the radar dome. Or, I guess not actually a radar. Let's not sweat the details right now. This unique shape is unmistakable. What's wrong with the plate? It came flying and it broke through the window just now. It's actually kind of terrifying imagining a large metal plate flying through the air. If it hit me in the head, I would have instantly died. So this is going to be a problem. The dome plate was blown off by the wind. In that case, not only the dome, but the antenna itself may also be damaged. The tower already looked like it was ready to fall. It's possible that the corrosion due to the sea breeze may have been the cause. It's also possible that due to your opening the dome, the plate was rendered defenseless against the weather. Let's go with all of the above. The rest of the plates may sustain damage moving forward. Whoa, again? I look down on the plate in my hands. I can't really afford to just sit here and cross my fingers, hoping that nothing goes wrong. If that dome gets destroyed, what would happen to the flag? As long as the switch is there, it's possible that the flag can still be set. Conversely, if the tower itself was destroyed, it's possible that you may never be able to set it. Is it possible to skip Kimijima report number 2 and still understand the contents of number 3? Since ID and Sister Centipede do not know the contents of said reports, the question cannot be answered. This is such a pain. Am I really going to have to hold up the tower myself? Not only would that be impossible, it'd be pointless. Sister Centipede, are you trying to make me protect the antenna? That's the case. You'll have to beat me in a match first. Sister Centipede doesn't fall for my strat. Her silent treatment is getting to me, so I decide to switch her back to Irie. Closing Sister Centipede. There it goes. Big brother, the typhoon's here. Yes it is, sweetie, yes it is. I know. Is that tower going to be okay? And that's seriously the first thing out her mouth. There's nothing I can do about that. If the antenna breaks, Riley will have one last job to do. Job? The job that Master gave me. He wanted me to make sure that the beep beep boop boop sound was still playing. And then after that, he wanted Harry to check for any changes. That's the job Irie's been doing for the last 10 years. That's nice. Once that's gone, I already will have one less thing to do.
一つ減っちゃいますね。
Already says that with a lonesome smile on her face. You're crying out loud. I wish you didn't hear any of that. Oh boy. Oh boy, we just switched to Akio POV. That's not necessarily good. Kaido, please. I've been listening to the rain pummel the ground for hours now. The typhoon's finally made landfall. The windows have been rattling constantly because of the strong winds. According to the news, it should pass in a few hours. There were landslides in the past due to typhoons, so I'm a little nervous. For the first time in a week, I sent Big Sis For the first time in a week, I sent Big Sis an email. Of course, it's about my meeting at JAXA yesterday. If I'm being frank, it's actually a great deal. It's a no-brainer. It'd be foolish of me to not accept it. But I just can't bring myself to freeze all development on Gunbuild-1. My dream is completing that robot. I don't care how ugly it is, it needs to be that robot. Am I being selfish? I was feeling so insecure about it that I ended up asking Big Sis for advice. And now here I am in bed, waiting for a response I know I won't get. The ringing isn't coming from my Pokécom, it's from the phone downstairs. Man, it's 2019 and they have a landline? It freaked me out. Mom must have answered it. Jeez, that really scared me. I really thought the Big Sis had called for a second there. But what if it is actually her? No, there's no way. Hey, Big Sis. If it's okay with you, would it be alright if I froze development on Gunbuild-1 and started a second Gunbuild from scratch? But I just can't. Aki-chan! I jump again. Mom's calling me from the hallway. Could it really be? Do you know where Kai-kun went? Yeah, okay. I had a feeling that was gonna come up. Kai? I stick my head out and yell back at Mom. What do you mean? I got a call from Yashio-san's place. He's not home yet. He didn't come to club today. Given how bad it is out there, can you try contacting him just in case? Okay. What the heck is Kai up to? Let's call him and find out. Some bullshit, so true. Call Yashio Kaida. He's not answering. What is he doing at a time like this? Is he at the park again? End call. I give up on calling him and try to reach him via email and Twippo. Outside, there's rain, and only rain. Large water droplets strike the window. Only their sounds echo through the darkness. What the heck are you doing, Kai? I'm gonna give him one heck of a big jerk attack later. My monologuing is erased by the sounds of the fierce rain outside. I once again attempt to call Kai, praying to the powers that be. Whoa. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I climbing this thing again? That's what we want to know, Kai. I'm not allowed to call Akiho an idiot considering I'm letting an AI's words influence me like this, damn it.
スイッチだけだから
Just the switch. I'm gonna
スイッチだけ
just
押
press
して
the switch and
帰る
go
から
home. Come on!
の
I'll press the switch and the dome will close. The tunnel will be protected from the weather and I'll set the flag. I haven't even reached the top of the tower and my shirt's already soaking wet. When I try to look up, I can't keep my eyes open. The rain droplets are so strong that they actually hurt. The metal platform is slippery from the rain. Plus, the tower itself is whipping about violently due to the wind. All I can do is hang on tightly to the railing every time there's a strong gust of wind. Just getting up one step takes an insane amount of effort. It's taking forever to get to the dome. Before I realize it, I'm breathing heavily, my shoulders heaving. If I open my mouth, it'll get filled with endless rainwater, and I won't be able to breathe. The rain is robbing me of my body heat. I'm freezing right down to my core. It's the middle of the summer, but I'm shivering from the cold. My fingertips are losing strength, causing my hands to nearly slip over and over again. This is really bad. Just standing in place is enough to deplete my energy. I need to get off this thing right now. Going any further is impossible. What's the point of all of this? What idiot would risk his life to read some delusional conspiracy theory written by someone he doesn't even know? My original plan was to spend summer break relaxing and playing Kill Ballad. Oh, look what I've gotten myself into. I don't have to do this. Move forward or turn back. There's doubt in my heart. I decide not to climb any further. I attempt to take the step down, but the sole of my shoe slips. Oh dear. I end up slipping down 5 steps of stairs. It was nice knowing you, Kai. I'm falling backward onto the platform railing. The impact feels like a bolt of lightning running through my body. The intense pain causes me to lose my breath for a moment and my vision blacks out. Rest in peace, Kai. It was nice knowing you. My head feels wobbly, and it feels like I'm about to pass out. But as I soon realize that my body is moving on its own. At this rate, I'm going to fall head first off the platform. Oh dear. My hands grip the railing as fast as I can move them. I kick out my legs frantically. The narrowness of the platform keeps me from falling. Blech. The tips of my feet reach and hook onto a step, allowing me to support my body. Kaido's already getting shaken, literally, so don't worry about that, Peachy. I squat on the platform, do my best to endure the intense pain. I look down to see that I'm about 5 meters up. I might not have died from that fall, but I sure as hell would have broken some bones. I'm already starting to break down. I just wanted to get home as fast as possible. Look where that got me. Ugh, this guy's got me pissed off. Don't turn back, you say? Climb up there and press that switch no matter what it takes, you say? Well, you know what? Fine. Challenge accepted, you dead bastard. I managed to catch my breath and stand back up. I'm in pain, but I can still move, so I probably didn't break any bones. The human body sure is resilient. Let's do this. I pump myself up and dash up the nearly perpendicular staircase to the next platform. On my way, I'm nearly blown off by a sudden gust of wind, but I somehow managed to fight through it and get to the next platform. My back is throbbing in pain because of how hard I've been pushing myself. I'm guessing that pain isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I try to grit my teeth in an attempt to deal with the pain, but the cold prevents me from doing that. In my current position, the parabolic antenna is acting as my umbrella, so it's actually more comfortable here. Damn it, I really do want to move from here. I'm dead tired. How long has it been since I started climbing this stupid thing? Any sense of time I had is long gone. I regret everything. I shouldn't have climbed this stupid tower. I just want to go home and take a hot bath. But the top is right there. The next platform is so close that if I stood up and stretched my arms above me, I could reach it. If I can make it about 6 steps of stairs, I'll be at the dome. Come on! I let out a yell and pushed myself up the last set of stairs. The surrounding scenery opens up to me. The world of vast darkness stretches out before my very eyes. It really does feel like the end of the world. At this height, I should be able to see the lights of Minamitani. Right now, I can't even tell where the town is. There's nothing standing between me and the endless rain. It feels like it'd be impossible to stand up right now. Another triangular plate from the dome gets blown away by the wind right in front of my eyes. The massive piece disappears into the void at alarming speed. What if the entire dome gets blown away? Please, please, please hold yourself together. I look for the switch while holding onto the metal railing tightly. I have to circle around to the other side of the dome to get to it. Even that simple process feels like a trap designed to kill me or something, I swear. It's shaking. No, that's an understatement. It's more like the entire thing's being swung around. You can hear the railing shriek. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it worked and tore itself apart right now. This situation is completely unwinnable. This is a 1-9 matchup. This is a 1-9 matchup, rather. There it is. On top of the dark tower. The green, faintly glowing LED. This is the switch I pressed a few hours ago. I grabbed tightly onto the nearest railing. As soon as I tried to stand up on my knees to press the switch... Huh? My body suddenly loses balance. I can't believe my own eyes. The railing I was grabbing onto had broken at its base. Oh god. I'm falling. Falling good from about 15 meters in the air. Into the dark abyss below. I'm going to die. Once done, the world comes to a halt. All sound vanishes. The painful cold raindrops stop hitting my cheeks. The rain ignores gravity and comes to a slow descent. No. The world isn't slowing down. It's said that my senses have sharpened. Slow-mo. In some ways, getting an attack with this sort of timing was unavoidable. After using so much energy, it would have been weirder if I didn't get one. I hate this goddamn condition. I'd give anything to never have to experience this kind of pain again. But now's not the time to piss and moan. My mind is crystal clear. I calmly assess my current situation. My left hand is still gripping onto the busted railing. My body has already been thrown off balance and is about to fall off the platform. I have my left hand let go of the railing. With my right hand, I grab the nearby railing that's still intact to keep myself from falling. My right hand alone isn't enough to stop the momentum of my body. Like every other time I've gone on an attack, I can't breathe. If I had to choose between falling 15 meters and the excruciating pain I get during an attack, I'd honestly take either. That's how painful this is. But I force myself to endure the pain. My body's about to slip and fall between the gap of the broken railing. I kick one of my legs toward the outer area of the platform. And while still in slow motion, my body slowly gains momentum, circles around my right hand, slips through the gap of the adjacent railing, and slowly folds back onto the scaffolding. Convenient, I guess. Sound returns to the world. I don't even have the energy left to be terrified by the sound of the broken railing falling to the ground. You think you understand how slow-mo works now? I mean, it's been fairly clear since the beginning. Like, just really increased perception of the world that quote-unquote slows time. Unless you have a different understanding. If so, please share with the chat. Or either way, share with the chat. He flexes Gober. Yeah, exactly. And then Akiha has the exact opposite, which is why she does the opposite. Is time travel? Maybe. That could be how they do things here. We'll just have to wait to see, I guess. Whenever an attack wraps up, I'm always left writhing in pain. My body's effectively paralyzed. My heart is pounding like it's going to explode as it aggressively pumps blood to the rest of my body. Not really, because it just affects his perception of time. Maybe on a very microscopic level, you could call that. Well, Peachy, you need to consider this is the Science Adventure series. I think time travel isn't that far-fetched of a theory. Because this only started happening to both him and Akiho. Akiho having the exact opposite, after something that happened on a boat. We don't know exactly what happened there. Plus the special effects that happened too. Like, I think it's possible that it's him time traveling somehow without a time wave machine. You guys know what I'm trying to say, though. Without the technology, he just is the technology. But the whole perception thing could be just a way that, another way to perceive what's happening too. Like if you want to have like a more realistic spin on it. But it's the Science Adventure series. So. Time Wii machine? Oh boy. As the paralyzed feeling dissipates, an excruciating pain runs through my body. It feels like my ribs have actually punctured my lungs. No matter how much I gasp, I can't breathe. I lay on the platform, my face covered in tears, snot, saliva, and rain. Yet somehow, I claw my way to the switch. I manage to press it with my shaking fingers. The green LED turns off. The open dome lid begins to come down. Finally, I've done what had to be done. The flag should be set. After an attack follows a physical fatigue that lasts for a few hours. You can't even move a muscle. It's like my body batteries are completely worn out. Am I gonna be able to get down like this? I don't have much of a choice. I know how dangerous it'd be to stay here. And so, I crawl my way back to the staircase. I somehow managed to take cover down the lower platform despite my exhaustion. It'd be better to stay down here where I can avoid a little rain or wind. I can lay down and the railings on both sides are still nice and secure. The platform below is too narrow for me to even squat down on. I can't stop shivering from the cold. The rain and wind aren't going to be stopping anytime soon. Alright, my Pokécon. I should call for help. I desperately twist my arms to reach for the Pokécon in my hip pouch. It's waterproof, so I'm not concerned about it getting wet. I was afraid the screen might have gone and cracked from when I hit the railing. Fortunately, it seems to be okay. After some difficulty, I wake it up from sleep mode. Uriel is running, and Irie is nearby. Thank you, big brother. Now Irie should be able to keep doing my job. And Kaido almost died, Irie. I can hear Irie's voice. I didn't do this for her. In an attempt to voice my words, I ended up coughing instead. I wish Irie could carry you, big brother. Irie's sorry. I didn't even have enough energy to send an email on Yumiko call. I sure soon. Adios. This time, I managed to squeeze my words out without coughing. Irie, displayed on screen, is obviously neither wet, nor is her hair blowing in the wind. Irie can't experience the changes in weather. I mean, makes sense. Irie only sees what gets uploaded onto Yuro. And in that data, it's always sunny. Thanks to the other data, how do you notice that the rain during the typhoon is super scary? But the only thing Ivy can see is the tower, the beautiful blue sky behind it, and your geotech sitting atop it. Interesting. Ivy sure wishes she could share info between us. That way, Harry can at least feel a little bit of your pain right now. That's cute. Big brother, please hang in there. Hang in there, just a little bit longer. I give up. I'm just gonna chill here for a bit. After I attack, I get so weak that I can barely raise an arm. If I want to recover, I need to lie down for a while. As soon as I do, I instantly feel sleepy. The tower shaking reminds me of a rocking cradle. It's starting to feel pretty nice. The cold is starting to fade away. If I fall asleep here, I might just die. That's not good, but there's no way out. Bye. Kai! Oh. Something warm touches my hand. All my senses return to that singular spot. And when I open my eyes, I find Akiho's face in front of me for a reason I can't comprehend. She's completely soaked, just like me. Akiho, why didn't you at least put on a jacket before you ran out to go get him? Come on. And just as I do for her whenever she has an attack, she gently embraces me. Aww. Akiho holds my hand in hers. You big dummy. I mean, you also went out without a jacket, Akiho, so you know. What in the world are you doing, Kai? You had me worried sick. Akiho lives for the drama. I mean... What? Why is she here? We're on top of a metal tower. The only way to get up here is to climb a bunch of stairs in the middle of this crazy storm. So her being here makes no sense at all. I thought you might be in the park. Akiho's warmth gradually spreads to my body. When I came looking for you, a girl named Irie showed up unusual. Aw, Irie saved the day. She told me that you were on top of a tower, and that I had to help you. So, I jumped right into the fire, and avoided the frying pan altogether. Good work, Ivy. Is that what she thought I'd say? Akio and Ivy are both total dumbasses. You too, buddy, though. Go for wool and come back shore. Huh? What about wool? How do you plan on getting down, Aki-chan? I swear, she's nothing but trouble. It'll be fine. Our Tuts and a few other guys are at the bottom. Then why did Akiho climb up here? And besides, none of us are going to solve the problem with the staircase being incredibly narrow and practically vertical. I wish she'd thought this through a little more. But... Aki-chan, you saved my life. This reminds me of the enough and unknown. On that day, when we collapsed on the deck, I desperately held Akiho's hand as my consciousness faded. I remember the warmth of her hand back then, too. I feel the same warmth in her hand now as I did back then. Thanks to Akiho's body heat, I think I can hang on just a little bit longer. Cute? Almost? The typhoon passed through Honshu that evening. It's perfect outside, almost like nothing ever happened. The sky is clear and blue. And the fucking squishy's jiggling. Yeah, look at him go.
Tadaima.
And I'm home. Yeah. Bloop. Twippo. Hug malfunction accident. A hug-wearing mother kicks baby to death? Holy shit. This is horrible. It's happening all over the world, not just in Japan. They should be ashamed. Mexico needs to go out of business. Kicking your own baby to death because you wore a hug suit for the lower half of your body is horrible. The mother had her full mental capabilities but couldn't stop it. Oof. My tears won't stop. As a person who has a child, I can't stand these tragedies. Hey, the mother was just plain stupid. You could take the hug off easily. She could have just taken it off if she thought something was up. Really? Wow, what a tragedy. If you're panicking, it doesn't matter how easy it is to take off. You won't be able to by yourself. Yeah, exactly. People bashing on the mother are crazy. Go to a hospital. I feel like if a hug kicked at full power, even an adult would die instantly, let alone baby. It depends on if it was a soccer kick or if it was like stomping. First of all, isn't this incident from over 3 years ago? Why is media bringing this accident up again? Sounds like they just want to blame Exco. It just means these kinds of accidents were getting covered up. The real hell starts now. All the past accidents are going to be revealed. Jeez. Last time in Tanegashima was a disaster from the typhoon. Had some trouble like the neighbor's son went missing, but glad he was okay after all. Sorry for the trouble our son has caused. Thank you for the help. No problem. Our younger daughter always needed help too. The feeling is mutual. No. The hallway is totally flooded, and I keep finding broken glass everywhere. This place really is a shithole. My poor wallet after the repairs is gonna be just as empty as me. Oh my. Yeah. Well, you are living in a bunch of ruins. Maybe you should move to a better place. Well, at least the atmosphere there is cool. Feels kind of like a secret base. I guess I'm just a visitor, so I don't worry about the practicality. Storms hit here way more often than in Tokyo, just FYI. Let's see what this says. Well, at least the atmosphere. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a very Kaido response. Were you just struggling to read past your own head just then? Don't worry about it. I heard from President that it was rough yesterday. I'm glad you were okay. Are you okay, Kojiro-san? That was reckless of you. Karate-senpai worried about me. Me like you. Come be my wife. Or my maid. Frau, please. Hey everyone, it is August. When going out, make sure you drink a lot of water. Humans are just like robots. You have to do periodic maintenance to keep functioning. A promise from Mr. Palladius. I'm home. As soon as I get to my bedroom, I plop down on my bed. I'm totally dead. At least not literally dead. You almost were. I'd love to lie down, but I know I'll crash if I do, so I resist the urge. Hey, wait, is that a CRT TV? Probably. Last night, Okiho rescued me from the tower in the middle of the typhoon. It wasn't long before her dad, mine, and a bunch of other people from the area popped up. It was a big deal. The two of us were safely brought down, and after being put on an IV at the hospital, I got to go home the next day. In the afternoon, I was supposed to visit the neighbors with my family to thank them and to apologize for the trouble. But since I was dying to get report number 2, I made a beeline for Uchigaoka Park first thing in the morning. My hard work last night paid off. The flag for the dome switch was set properly. All that was left was to clear the go-kart course in under 30 seconds and report to the record via Euro geotag. It was easy. I just went to the go-kart area, wrote a fake record into the geotag there, and voila! And the problem came after all of that. After setting all the flags, Kimijima report number 2 most definitely appeared somewhere. But since I had no clue where that somewhere was, I had to search the park high and low with Pokécom in hand. You now demand a scene where Naya goes into Kai's room and starts nerding out about it? Goodness gracious. I finally end up finding it at the tip of the H2 rocket monument located at the park entrance. I never would have thought it'd be in such an obvious place. I kind of feel like I was played. Granted, according to Sister Centipede, all the flags have to be unlocked for an AR annotation to appear. Fortunately for me, that means report number 2 is now safe inside of my Pokécon. Big brother, let's go for a walk. It's super nice out today. Also, that explains why Airi, who is attached to the reports, is currently in my room. I just got home. But Airi can't see anything inside. Well, why don't you just go outside? But Airi wants to talk to you more, big brother. And just read me the weather report or something. You don't mind? Okay, then Airi will start with Okinawa and go all the way to Hokkaido. Airi. Kai! And there she is. My loud childhood friend comes storming into my room without knocking. Even the AI in this game has autism. Her special interest is the weather. Though I guess I have no right to complain about that. Especially considering I always barge into her room. You were at the park again earlier, weren't you? Ruh-roh, she's pissed. I'm glad you noticed. You big jerk. And now I have to fix my hair before doing the rounds. Did you forget how many people you had worried last night? What are you thinking? Get to know Scooby-Doo is ubiquitous across the Pacific and world lines. I mean, I do have the Committee of Zero patch, so I don't know if that's necessarily actually what's in the Japanese, but, you know. Still funny either way. It's not like I climbed the tower again or anything. No need to worry. You just got home from the hospital, and then you disappear. My mom was about to go looking for you all over again. Look, I'm sorry. I'll go apologize later. But there was something I absolutely had to get my hands on. Something you had to get your hands on? Like what? I can't tell you. Didn't I save you yesterday? That's not. This is this. If you really have to know, we could duel for the deeds. Whatever. Makuyo turns away, offended. I really want to avoid letting my friends in on this report stuff. It's sketchy, and I don't want them involved. Tuna's the only one who does know, and she's only aware of report number 1. I'm not telling her about the rest. Oh, and by the way, Hagi-chan, you were totally like a hero of justice yesterday. Seriously, thanks. You don't need to thank me. Ever since what happened on the anemone, You and I have been one in body and soul. So you're dating. You saved me tons of times too. Let's call it even. No, cute. Just right. Ever since we got diagnosed with elephant mouse syndrome, we've been helping each other. We basically do everything together. When one of us is having an attack, another looks after them. While I consider myself Akiho's guardian of sorts, she always saves my butt when I have an attack. And that means a lot to me. Just don't go acting on your own so much, okay? It took me forever to find you last night. And I'll do my best. No, and no more secrets. Yeah. I can't promise her that. I want to locate the rest of the Kimijima reports on my own if possible. Hey, Kai. Did you climb that tower in the middle of last night's typhoon because there was something you wanted? Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Big brother, Akiho, no fighting. This is the perfect time for a nice and cozy weather report. You know what solves everything? Weather reports. Okay, so what kind of asshole names a ship after a mostly stationary animal that lives on the seafloor? Like, imagine calling an airplane the Tortoise. I would love an airplane called the Tortoise. What are you on about? What? Akiko is clearly dumbfounded by Airi's voice. She looks around the room in a panic. The weather today, August 1st, for the Unagi region of Okinawa Prefecture, will be clear with south winds. The weather today, for the Ishigaki region of Okinawa Prefecture, will be clear with south winds. Kai, I can hear a girl's voice. And that's because Airi's in here. For real? Where? Right here. Airi's a ghost? It's way too much of a pain to explain this, so you can give Aki-chan the basic rundown of what's going on, Airi-chan. But didn't you say you wanted to hear the weather? Airi, please. You could tell me about it later. By the way, Airi-chan can't actually see anything when she's inside, so you go talk to her outside. Huh? What? Go outside and boot up B-roll. You'll see. Okay. Akio is about to exit the room, a puzzled look on her face. Oh, and Kai. You can skip club today, so make sure you rest. Got it? Alright, Nochio. Akiho departs. I'll gladly take you up on that offer. After I do the rounds, I'll just chill for the rest of the day. I'll have plenty of time to read Kimijima Report number 2 after that. I get the feeling things have gotten hotter since the typhoon passed through. I wipe the sweat off of my cheeks and sit in the middle of the runway. Akiho should be in the middle of building her robot on the hangar, supposedly. I didn't hear the details of what she'd been working on specifically, but yeah. Either way, I'm gonna be staying far away from all that. Akiho and Subaru can handle it. My back is still sore from my mental tower of adventure, So I'd have preferred to stay home and play KB. But I still have to read Kimijima Report number 2 since yesterday. I have had mixed feelings about it. Twippo. Just remembered. Before we get too terribly far. Nice to meet you, Ivy. I get it. You like the atmosphere. You like Fraut. Equals you like Frauton. I have a lot of empty rooms, so you can move in whenevs. But I will charge rent. Fair, I guess. Nice to meet you, Aki-huh? Play 2 hours of the club. 15-0. Pace is kinda slow. I have no clothes to go out in. All my clothes are covered in mud from the storm last night. If your clothes are covered in mud, aren't your PCs broken as well? Basically, you just don't want to go outside, right? Really? Should I bring Aki-chan's old clothes? Let's see. I think it's the bring Aki... Yeah. Really? Should I bring Aki-chan's clothes? I mean, they might be able to wear the same clothes, right? Cute. The Robotics Club has been more vigorous lately. Must be feeling giddy from all that money. Kids these days. Ah, Sister Braun. Jaxa Tanoji. It's Nae. But does that feel like a romance flag for Frau? It's probably not. But, you know. Business trip to Tanegashima. Second day here, but already getting baptized. Hello. Storms in tropical areas are different than Tokyo. They're tough. I guess that's what you call nature's wrath. For some reason, I got super excited. Total adrenaline rush. Sister Braun is so cute, though. Sobs. Yes, mixed feelings about the report. Anything else I needed today? No. Or, yes, but later. Okay, there's another Twippo I need to do, but it's later. I want to read it, but there's a part of me that'd prefer to stay ignorant. Fine, I'll read it. Make sure to confirm that nobody's around before turning my Pokecom on. The secret society that placed pressure on NASA is one whose ranks consist of a mere 300. You don't say. It is the organization that is believed to control the world from the shadows. Their existence is said to not extend past the realm of rumor, but allow me to be perfectly clear. The once known as the Invisible Rulers, the Committee of 300, undeniably exist. Almost the entire world bends to their will, whether it be governments, state agencies, police, military, royalty, corporations, particularly banking enterprises, and other institutions that are vital to society's functionality. There's another word there. Yes. They control all the necessary mediums that are vital to society's construction. Naturally, this includes NASA as well. This is how they manage to continually suppress all information regarding the Ulysses project that I mentioned previously. Falsifying official NASA documents is easier than lifting a finger for the Committee of 300. In 1994, the Tavistock Institute made national headlines when it announced its official partnership with NASA on a major program. Of course, Tavistock operates under the Committee of 300 as well. They're often referred to by the committee as the Brainwashing Institute. According to the official US documentation, Tavistock has conspired with intelligence agencies of various countries in order to broadcast propaganda on a daily basis. It would be appropriate to dub this a form of mass brainwashing. The issue lies in the fact that those affected are rarely made aware that they've been and continue to be brainwashed, and before they ever come to realize such, they've already become livestock for the One World Order, the Committee of 300's true goal. I do wonder how many of the people that walk the earth are aware of the Human Domestication Project, but regardless of my musings, the project exists and is still progressing even now. It would not be wrong to surmise that a prototype of the project is being tested around the world. I'd like that version is just there, behind the other words. Various experiments are secretly but certainly being carried out throughout daily life. This danger is not one we may ever avert our eyes from. Pay special attention to Kagome Kagome, The song serves as a sort of symbol to them. Wherever they experiment, that song will undoubtedly be present. The human domestication project is the ultimate goal that the Committee of 300 has been dreaming of for nearly 100 years. They wish to establish a one-world order, a unified world government, by cleaving the world's population down to 1 billion people. It is currently 6 billion as of 2009. And transforming all that remain into cattle that shall be exploited until death in the service of the elite. Those billion people will never be made aware of their enslavement due to the utilization of propaganda. In truth, they may even express gratitude to their rulers. 11/12/2009. That's either November or December. I created Irie to investigate the activity of the Committee of 300. She's a bot that collects any information that's related to the keyword Committee of 300 indiscriminately. Recently, there has been an extraordinary amount of feedback originating from the Shibuya area. The earthquake that occurred there may have been one of their experiments as well. But it's doubtful whether I even live to analyze the information my bot has collected. You don't. That's nice. My throat is bone dry. I gulp in an attempt to relieve the pain. The Committee of 300. The Tavistock Institute. The Human Domestication Project. All of this nonsensical conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo means nothing to me. It's totally unrealistic, oh buddy. I can't say I'm remotely interested in any of it. But there is one particular bit here that draws my attention. Kagome Kagome. Those words popped up randomly in the middle of this mess. And it's because of them that I can't just dismiss this report as some kind of delusional conspiracy. Stop saying delusional. I literally just heard that nursery rhyme the day before yesterday. In that creepy room on the first floor of the community center, there was a cassette there with Kagome Kagome recorded on it. It's as if Kimijima Cove 10 years ago is reading my mind. What in the world? What the hell is up with Kagome Kagome? Did the Committee of 300 put pressure on worldwide Pokécom distributors so they would pre-install that ringtone? And then they went through all the trouble of making that weird call at once? Pretty tame as far as propaganda goes, and I certainly don't feel like I've been brainwashed. What exactly is the perpetrator's goal? Jin-chan seemed familiar with Kagome Kagome. Plus, I guess Sister Centipede, is supposedly a bot that auto searches for the term Committee of 300. Airi-chan, you there? There's a slight delay between when I call for her and when she appears. Hi! Would you like to hear the weather forecast? Not really. Oh, okay. She sounds so sad. It's honestly kind of weird that she responds to me so quickly. Does that mean she's always wandering around nearby? She can move about freely within a 109.3 meter radius of my Pokécom, so it'd be nice if she ventured out a bit. And I guess it's not like she's physically close or far. Maybe she can reply quickly regardless of where she is. At any rate, as long as I don't have heater while running, she won't talk to me, so it's not that bad. I tap on Irie to summon Sister Centipede. Switching to Sister Centipede mode. Tell me about the Committee of 300. Error. You do not have permission to access this information. I heard her straight on with the question, but she immediately shoots me down. Please seek permission from Master in order to access this information. Master isn't around anymore. Only phone droids that obtain lookup permission may access this information. So you're not gonna tell me anything? The Committee of 300, in their true nature, is shrouded in mystery. Even Sister Centipede does not have a complete understanding of them. Do you know who the members are? Sister Centipede predicts that there's a high turnover rate among the lower-ranking positions. I mean, that's one way to put it, I guess. However, it is possible that this is incorrect due to the fact that there are too many self-proclaimed members. And there are that many people calling themselves committee members? Worldwide, as many as there are stars. Do you know exactly who these people are? Please seek information from Master in order to access further information on this matter. Permission. I can't even get to the essentials. I got nothing to go on here. You know, I've been thinking, you're pretty useless, Sister Centipede. I apologize. However, Sister Centipede prioritizes Master's instructions over being useful to you, Yoshio-san. Is that right? Closing Sister Centipede. Big brother, where are you going after this? How about you go for a walk? After casually brushing off Artie, I close Utero. If I can't get anything useful out of Sister Centipede, I'll consult with our resident urban legend maniac. I'm just gonna make sure to keep the reports on the hush. Unfortunately, said expert, Juna, is nowhere to be found. She's usually on the runway practicing a kata or whatever. Is she in the hangar? I'll give her a ring. Call Daitoku Juna. Yoshio-kun, what's up? Where are you? In the garage. It's a hangar, not a garage. Yeah. Sorry. I'm in the hangar. I'm on the runway. Can you come out here for a sec? Or are you busy? Kinda. Oh. Did Akuyo finally give Juna a job to do? Kai, if you want to talk, come over here. We're not far away. Yeah, I'm good. Just come out when you're free. I'll be waiting. Akuyo's not wrong, but I don't want the others hearing our conversation. After about 15 minutes, Juna comes jogging out to the runway. Sorry about that. It's pretty rare to see you, Not playing video games.
珍しいね。
俺としても
Right?
思いだ
Give
よ。
her up to me.
できれ
I
ば
just
ゲ
play
ームのこ
games
とだ
all
け考
day.
えて日々暮らしていきたい。で、呼び出しても
Is it
なかっ
okay
た
for you to be out here?
うん。
Yeah,
一
I'm
晩
alright
な
now.
く着いたから。
何してたの？
What were you doing?
マフラ
Making a
ー
scarf.
作ってた。
マフラー？
A scarf.
このクソ
In the
暑い
middle
時
of the
期に？
scorching hot summer.
あ、わかった。
Oh, I get
昔
it.
ミサ姉たちがよくやっ
This
て
is
た
like how
夏マフラ
Misane
ー。
would wear scarves in the summer. When Misane was a high schooler, there was a fad where people would wear scarves in the summer and then ride scooters with them. Misane said it got popular because it was cute, whatever that means.
そのブームをもう
Trying to
一
bring
度起
back
こ
the
そう
old
と
fad.
していると。
じゃなくて、
Oh, no.
そ
It's a
の
scarf for Model 1 kid.
1号機くん
I
の
had a feeling.
マフラー。
ああ、あ
Ah,
れか。
that. Gunbarrel's long scarf is iconic. Or is it actually a pair of wings? Something else entirely? I have no clue. Akio mentioned a while back that she wasn't sure if we had the budget for a scarf, but I guess it worked out.
でもロボのマフラー
Does
っ
it
て
have to be
でかくない？
huge? Doesn't it? I can read.
うん。
Yeah.
だから
You have to stitch together a bunch
大
of
きな
different
布をたく
cloths.
さん縫い合わせるんだけど、それ
I'm in charge
私
of
が
that.
やらせてもらってるんだ。
純ちゃんって体育会系だか
I
ら
didn't
そう
think
い
you'd be
う作業は苦手
any
だと
good
思
at
って
that
た。
kind of work, since you're the sporty type and all.
そんなこと
I wouldn't say
ない
that.
よ。うちって
I'm the only girl in the
女は私
household,
一人だ
so I do
から
chores like this all the
そういう
time.
家事とか全部やってるんだ。だから
I'm actually pretty good at
裁縫だって
sewing.
得意
Nah,
だよ。
not surprising. Either way, I'm glad she has something to do now. She had an abundance of free time before.
それで
So,
あの
what did you want to talk about?
話って
あ、
Oh, yeah.
カゴメ
I wanted you to
の
tell me
こと
more about
もっと
Kagome
詳しく教えて
Kagome.
ほしいんだけど。
Tuna immediately seems to understand what I'm getting at. Your cheeks are looking a little flushed.
この前の事
This
件
is
の
about
こ
the
と
incident from the other day,
だよね。
right?
結構
It really surprised
私
me
もび
too.
っくりした。でもそ
Even
の
on the news, they're saying they have no idea what
News
caused it.
原因わからないみたい。
あの一斉にかかっ
You
てきた
talked
電話
about the
の
whole
前にも
Kagome Kagome
純ちゃ
thing
んが
before
カ
the
ゴメ
mass
カゴメ
call,
のことを話
remember?
題にしてたよね。
歌詞が
And the one where the
緊
lyrics
急
to the
地震
song
速報
are
み
all
たい
sent out
に一斉に
simultaneously,
届く。
kind of like an earthquake warning.
でも
Even that event is
それ
still
だって
shrouded in mystery.
その誰が送っているのかわからないままだし。
なんでカゴメカゴ
Why
メ
Kagome Kagome? Because it means circle you circle you?
それは
No, for example...
例えばカゴメって
The
ね
Kago and Kagome means
カゴ
cage
の
in
目って
Japanese,
いう意味
and the
なんだ
me
けど
means eye. So together they mean eye of the cage. Eye you say? Sonome no daru no me?
そのカゴの目がね
There's a theory going
そ
around
の
that says that
欲
Kagome
望性を
Kagome
指し
is
てるんじゃないか
referring to a
みたい
certain
な話があ
hexagram.
って
六芒星
A certain hexagram?
うん
Yeah.
ダビデ
The
の
Star of
星
David. Huh?
ここから
Another related
いろいろ
theory is that the
連想していくとね
Kagome Kagome is actually a cipher
カゴメ
created
カ
by
ゴ
the
メは
Illuminati.
イルミナ
Not
テ
the
ィの
Illuminati
暗
in
号
my
文じゃない
science
か
adventure
っ
game.
て説があったりするけど
イルミナ
Illuminati.
200年以上前
It's a
に
secret
あった
society
って
that
いう
existed over
秘
200 years
密結
ago.
社
Not so secret if it's still being talked about now, huh?
悪い奴らなの？
Are they bad guys? In conspiracy theories, they're often referred to as the hidden masterminds behind everything, but nobody knows the details.
詳しいことは誰も知らないから。
そのイルミナ
Do
テ
you
ィ
know?
と
Do you
カゴメ
think
カ
the
ゴメは
Illuminati and
実際関
Kagome
連あると
Kagome
思
are
う。
related?
都市伝
What's
説
your
マニ
opinion
ア
as an
純ちゃん
urban
の意見
legend
は
expert, Jun-san? The Illuminati is also a thing in the Marvel comics? I think Marvel needs to stop, actually. There we go. Yeah, Marvel, stop.
あくまで
Well,
都
we're all
市伝
just urban
説
legends, so...
だし、あんまり
I don't think there's much credibility to any of them.
ないんじゃないかな。ごめんね。
Sorry for talking about theories I'm not even confident about.
例えで出しちゃって。
Considering Kagome Kagome is a Japanese nursery rhyme, trying to connect it to the Illuminati is a reach, so I don't blame her for backing off.
じゃあ
Then,
300
how about the
人
Committee of 300?
300 人
The Committee of
委員会。
300? Looks like something's clicked.
聞いたこと。
I've heard of it before.
本当
Really?
どんな話
Like where?
そ
I
こ
don't
まで
really know the
詳しくは
details, but
私も知らないんだけど、10年くらい前
remember that
に
earthquake that happened in Shibuya
東京
10
の
years
渋谷
ago?
で地震起きたの知ってる？
Please. Shibuya. Uh-huh. Shibuya was mentioned by name in report number 2. Yes, it was. Is this just a coincidence? No, it's not.
渋谷地震のこと
You mean the Shibuya earthquake?
うん。
Yeah. Hey, that's a familiar image. Whenever people talk about it, they always have to bring up the various conspiracy theories around it. I get why. Everything about it was strange. Uh-huh. Shibuya was devastated, and everything surrounding it was completely fine. It was almost like it was specifically directed at Shibuya, and only Shibuya, which is impossible for an earthquake. But what if it was something else? 'Cause it was.
あれ、
The rumors were that,
地震
maybe the earthquake wasn't a natural disaster.
天才じゃ
Tons of theories,
ないん
really.
じゃないかっていう噂あって。
It definitely wasn't natural, that's for sure.
天才じゃないの
Like what?
人
That
為
was
的って
man-made?
こと
Hey, you're right. You're onto something, buddy.
ブ
A black
ラック
hole
ホール
bomb,
爆弾を
a
使ったと
tectonic
か
weapon, an attack using electromagnetic waves,
電磁
or
波
that the
攻撃
chaos
と
is
か
camouflage for
そ
something
も
else
そも
going on.
渋谷崩壊は偽装だったとかいろいろ説はあるんだけど
I mean, yes, it was definitely camouflage for the Noah 2 existing and brainwashing everyone in Shibuya. Yes, I would say that's true.
それの黒幕が
People on the net were saying that the Committee of 300 were pulling the
300人委員
strings.
会じゃないかってネットだと言われてて
Hmm,
黒幕
pulling the strings, huh? Sounds like a lazy way of explaining things. People love pretending that there's some super secret society pulling the strings of the world. I mean, it's an easy scapegoat for whenever something happens. As long as there are bad guys out there that I can blame, people don't have to think too hard about anything. But what Juno was saying does match up with the Kimijima reports.
旅ストック研究
Do you
所
know anything about the Tavistock Institute?
え
Huh?
それは
No. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
かな
そっか
Huh.
純ちゃん
I
に
figured you
は
might
分か
know
ると思ったんだ
something.
けど
ヤシオくん
You give me too much credit,
私のこと
Yashio-kun.
買いかぶりすぎだよそれに私
To be honest,
陰謀
I
系
don't
は
actually know that much about
そんなに
conspiracy
詳
theories.
しくないし
いや十
On
分
the
詳し
contrary,
いと
I
思う
think you know plenty. Hell, she even gave me more to work with than Heidi did.
あ
Oh, why the sudden
どうして
interest?
急に私にそんな質問を？もしかして
Is this about the
君
Kimijima
島レ
report?
ポート
Did you find a second one or
2つ目を
something?
見つけたとか？
Well, aren't you sharp? Either that or way too obvious. How about both? I think both is a good answer for this one.
それ以上知りた
Do
い
you want to
な
know the
純
details?
ちゃ
You'll
んは
have to
俺と
beat me in
勝
a
負して勝つ
match.
必要があるね。
So
教
you're
えて
not gonna tell
くれない
me?
んだ。
興味あったの？
Were you curious?
少し
A little.
カゴメについて
Kagome
は
Kagome is something we've all
身近なこ
experienced,
とだ
so
から
yeah. I'm
気になってる
curious.
し。
俺もそれが気にな
Same
った
thing
から
here.
調べてみ
That's
た
why
ん
I'm
だよ。
looking into it. That's all. I don't want her to know about the others. She just deduces the fact casually, right? She's smart. She has the brain cell.
さてと、
Well, I guess I'll go
ドリ
grab a
ンクでも
drink.
買ってくるかな。
This is my way of ending the conversation and making sure Juna can't press any further. I feel bad leaving her hung out to dry like this, but I really want to avoid mentioning the reports to people if I can. POVs change? Swap? Agiho POV. Heap hole. Amazing. You check up the giant servo motor with the engine crane. It's hydraulic, so even a weak girl like me can lift up a 100-kilogram motor easily. And by the way, according to the previous resident, this crane was rented from Kamamoto Motors about 5 years ago. They never asked us to return it, so it's been hanging around in the hangar the whole time. And the motor itself is a Robot Clinic original. I can read. We got it delivered to us yesterday. It's a super sluggish motor that's been optimized specifically for torque, since Gunbuild-1 is so massive. That said, Doc told me that he had it made on the cheap, so its durability is kinda up in the air. Maybe we should have accepted Jax's help after all. Ew. We're all jacked up. The master servometer is about 30 centimeters off the ground. I'm planning on moving the crane from here to Gunbuild-1's lower body. The servometer is going to be the knee joint for the unfinished left leg. And the problem is, it's gonna take a whole lot of effort to move this crane all the way over there. I look around. No one else is here. Jin was here sewing together the scarf a second ago, but she went outside to talk with Takai. There's a lot of heavy lifting in our future, so we gotta work together. Not that they seem to care at all. Maybe I should act like a president for once and give them a real stern what for.
Ohayo!
Good morning! Ohio nae. Tanoji-san pokes her head in through the hangar entrance. She's waving to me with a smile on her face.
Ah, domo.
Oh, hi. When I get up to greet her, she responds by giving me a hug like it's no big deal.
Ooh,
Whoa. I have no idea how to react to her sudden kindness. Tanoji-san smells ever so slightly of sweat.
Akiho-chan 一人ですか?
Are you here alone, Akiho-chan? Where are the
他の子
others?
たちは?
There's that mighty influence. That's what I was thinking too. Tsunoji-san steps back and surveys the hangar. Makiho-chan. Feels kind of weird being called that out of nowhere. But I don't hate it. Nobody's being cooperative. No matter how much I try, they refuse to come over and help out. Why? Then I remembered what that person says. I smoothly whip out my glasses and place them in front of my eyes like always. I become that person. Because they're spoiled brats. Tsunoji-san looks confused. How can she proclaim to want to support bipedal robot research when she doesn't even know who that person is? Tsunoji-san, do you watch much mecha anime? Huh? Did I upset you? Should I have responded with something like, it's 3 times faster? Oh, so you do know. Come on, you gotta give me a reaction next time. I can't believe you prompted the joke and explained it yourself. You're so funny, Akiho-chan. I had a hunch when I met her the first time, but Tsunoji-san can spit pure acid with a smile. My home was actually super close to Akihabara. Yes, it is. When I was little, there was a Gunbuild cafe and everything. I got to see the full-size Gunbuild and a Daiba too. Wow. I'm so jealous. I almost drooled for a sec. Oh wait, you actually got the reference, Spooky? Please explain it, because I don't get it. And like, do your best. I know it's probably one of those, like, if you know, you know, but like, I want to understand at least a little bit. But I digress. I'm actually here to continue our conversation from the other day. I take it you haven't had a change of heart? I haven't. Tsunoji-san glances over at Gunbuild-1 lying in the hangar. You really want to stick to this robot? I do, because it's the crystallization of our blood, sweat, and tears. Someone bled? Nah, please. No, I'm just kidding about that part. I really didn't think she'd latch onto that. Have you ever considered further modifying Model 1 into something more polished? Even at this stage, we're already gone pretty off the rails from the original design. I know that Gunbuild-1 is a wonky robot. I do. It's like a house that's had extensions built upon extensions upon extensions. June said it was like the Winchester Mystery House. Star Aznable, primary antagonist of the original Gundam series, yet also not really the big bad either, likes fast mobile suits. MSs are often, if not frequently, modified, if even built from the ground up to be fast. The first mobile suit he's seen piloting is a Zaka 2 that's 3 times faster than the normal Zaka 2. Ah, I see. I'm glad we have a Gundam nerd here to explain the references I don't get. It's a mansion with so many extensions that it's lost its function as a house and become more of a maze. Gunbuild-1 is no different. We weren't able to build it according to the plans, so I feel pretty bad about it. We had a tight budget, so we made do with whatever parts we could get our hands on. We're just high schoolers. And with our limited knowledge, we tried to make a walking robot. Ended up totally different from the original design.
だから
So,
これ以上
I really want to avoid making any more changes
手を加えた
to
くない
it.
です
Because despite how much has been altered, Gunbuild-1 still has the DNA of the original Gunbuild project. 9 years worth of passion resides inside of that metal exterior.
この子を完成させることが
Completing him is my mission
部長になって
as president of the
うちの役目だ
Robotics
し
Club
うち
and
の
my own
夢でも
personal
あるん
dream.
です昔と今とでは
Things have changed quite a lot in the last decade when it comes to giant bipedal
だいぶ
robots.
変わりました技術は
Technology has
どんどん進
advanced
していってます
greatly.
よ今の技術を使え
If
ば
you utilize today's
ずっと
technology,
良くなる
you
こと
can
もあり
make
ま
an
す
even better robot.
せっかく作るん
If
だ
you're
ったら
gonna make one anyway,
歩く
wouldn't
以
you
外の
want it to
動
do
作
more
も
than just
さ
walk?
せたいって思ったりしません
Nah. We're reflexively grown. More than just walk. I want to. I really do. I want to see Gunbuild-1 move gallantly like Prez did during Robo-1 with Kai at the controls.
っていやいや
No, I'm not falling for your tricks.
うちはガンツくん
I'm
はもう絶対に
completing
完成させるん
Gunbuild-1,
です
no matter what.
甘い
I
言
won't
葉
be
に惑わ
manipulated
さ
by
れ
your
て
sweet
ダメですから
temptations.
そうですか
I see. Tenoji-san lowers her shoulders in disappointment. But it isn't long before she regains her usual perkiness and smiles.
ちな
And
み
by
に
the way,
この
even if you
1
decide to stick with Model 1, you're still welcome to use the facilities at
TNSC の施
TNSC.
設を使うことは全然問題ありませんから必要になったら
So, just let me know if you ever need to. I'm truly grateful for her offer, but I don't have the guts to accept it. I've already rejected their kindness twice now. Am I just being stubborn? Yes. Yes, you are. Accept their help, Akio. I'm gonna grab you and shake you. Would everyone be more willing to cooperate if they were making a brand new robot? I just said, it's okay if it's this one. Akiho, use your ears. Process the words. Oh yeah, Twips. Twips mattered again. Here we go. The fanatic blood in me is boiling for talking about Kakome. Tenoji-san came by, but she left. Everyone, be careful. Don't let her convince you. What is a Gunbuild? Something Michi likes. Something Aki-chan likes. Something Jun-chan likes. I see, well obviously something Aki-chan likes. Even if I didn't already know what I had to pick there. It must be hard for people who can't tell a lie when they read one. You're too pure and cute, senpai. I don't think she's a bad person. Memo for myself. Tonight's dinner. For Miss Sally? For Miss Silly? Tanegashima has lots of small hills, which is quite surprising. As a biker, each hill itself wasn't so bad, but all of those hills in a row were super annoying. I don't know how many times I cried inside thinking, what's the point of climbing up or we're just going go down again? Didn't think you bring your bike to the island. Sayangin is my partner. I don't care. I'm gonna throw that out there. I really don't care about pronouncing Italian correctly. If the Italians want their words to be pronounced correctly, they'll make it easier. I've been groaning in front of the drink corner for 15 minutes. At the register behind me, Misaka-san is sighing for what feels like the billionth time. I'm If you're trying to steal, forget about it. You look way too suspicious. She says that to me while reading a newspaper. How rude. I'm really struggling with what to buy, okay? I'm a high schooler with a thin allowance. You have to be careful with where my 100 yen go. I'm lying, of course. I'm actually debating whether or not I should ask Mizuka-san about the Committee of 300. If I do, I'll end up having to tell her about the Kimijima reports. Whenever it comes to Kimijima Core ID, Mizuka-san's reaction is kinda scary. So I'm conflicted as to whether I should bring it up or not. But I can't afford to stand here and deliberate forever. To ask or not to ask. I take a peek at Mizuka-san again. The steamer off to the side of the register enters my line of sight. In order to get info, I have to eat one of those passion fruit buns. As it turns out, that's the deciding factor. Alright, I'll give up on asking Mizuka-san for now. Now that that's decided, my actions are swift and to the point. I grab a bottle of fruit sour melon and take it to the register. You sure look refreshed. Completely different from the look of dread on your face when you came in. I'm guessing you don't need any info then? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kai. What are you hiding? It's got nothing to do with you, Mizuka-san. You better not make me angry. Gosh, she's terrifying. Her sharp gaze pierces through my body. I'm like a frog being stared down by a vicious snake. And what did I do to deserve this death stare? I didn't even say anything. Oh? Tonochinai enters the store while I'm still petrified. Yashio-kun, right? Good morning. Or good afternoon? Oh, hi. Welcome. Are you from JAXA? Yep. I just arrived on the island the day before yesterday. Do you come here often, Yashio-kun? I guess so, yeah. Saved by the bell. Thanks to the Nojinai's swift intervention, I've been freed from Mizuka-san's Medusa gaze. I was honestly about to cave and spill the beans. Akiho-chan seemed kinda lonely. You should go help her. I'm just not into that sort of thing. More importantly, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. I place some coins on the counter to pay for the drink and rush outside. There's a fancy bike parked in front of the store. Is this one of those mountain bikes? Wait, don't tell me she biked here all the way from the TNSC. It's a 15-kilometer trip, give or take. That can't be an easy ride. Are you interested in my bike? Tonochinai comes strolling outside. She's holding a sports drink. I try to bike about 50 kilometers a day. That's a lot, my dear. That's a lot. Like... That's 31 miles? Nae. Nae. Truth be told, I really want to do 100 kilometers. Nae. That's 60 miles. But at that point, I probably get confused over what my actual job is. You bike in that outfit? And when I'm seriously biking, I wear a cycling jersey. But if I'm going to work up a light sweat, I don't bother. I mean, that's fair, I guess, but... Wanna try giving it a ride?
いや、別に。
Nah, I'm good.
遠慮しなくていい
Come
の
on,
に
you don't gotta hold back.
そうそう
Oh, that reminds me. With everything that went on the other day, I didn't get to properly greet you. It's a pleasure to make your
よろしくお願い
acquaintance.
します
Casual cycling usually is around 15 kilometers per hour, so that means it took her an hour to go from what they were talking about. Why are you cycling for hours a day? Nae. Get other hobbies? It's fine to like cycling, but that is definitely in excess, my dear. That is definitely in excess. Nae sticks out her hand with no hesitation. I guess she wants me to shake hands. Give her paw. I'm not quite as on guard with her as I was before, but she still scares me a little. Valid. She just told you that she bikes for 50 kilometers every day. Keeping those thoughts to myself, I take her hand and shake it. Stop blushing, Kai. She is Mr. Braun's daughter. I mean, sure, but like... automatic doors open, and Mizuka-san pokes her head out to drop her zinger. She then immediately vanishes. You meant being the intimidating thing? Yeah, that's fair. Was she watching the whole time? She's right. Your face is red. Tenoji-san inches close to my face, still holding my hand. There aren't too many people out here in the middle of nowhere that greet each other with a handshake is all. I think Akio is probably the only one. Yeah, I bet. Folks in Tokyo say that too. My dad was raised in France, so I always thought this was normal. France, you say? Huh. We also hug and rub cheeks when we greet people. You got that from Mayuri.
Huh?
Hot. I put my cheek to yours, and we rub them together.
Oh.
Oh, I've seen that in movies and stuff. Wanna give it a try? I'll pass. I figured you'd say that. When I hugged Aki-chan earlier, she seemed really surprised. I'm kinda jealous. It's kind of like a traditional French greeting, goodness. Of who? Akio. Uh-huh. Not the other way around? It's not quite a hug, but whenever she has an attack, I usually hold her by the shoulders, so... Nah, not really. So then, you should be more than fine hugging me, right? Nae starts getting fidgety, like she really wants to give me a hug. If you want to hug me that badly, you have to beat me first. Then I'd be happy to oblige. Oh buddy. Oh buddy. Beat you. A kill ballad. Oh, the fighting game. The next time, let's fight. Oh, are you strong? I have no clue. I've never played before. I was into other fighting games, so 4 or 5 years ago, she says with a sinister smile as she unlocks her bike. Anyway, I'll be dropping by again. Say hi to Akiho-chan and the others for me. Just off I'm gonna beat his ass and kill Ballad, I just know it. And just like that, she blissfully rides off into the distance on her mountain bike. She's fast. Her acceleration is fairly impressive. She can ride that fast in those clothes. She must really be a pro. Well, in that case, how fast do pro cyclists cycle at? The average speed for professional cyclists while traversing on flat terrain is 25 to 28 miles per hour. Interesting. And they're 45 to 50 kilometers per hour in a 30-kilometer time trial. Well, if she's riding that fast, then I guess if she's just doing an hour of cycling, that's not that crazy anymore. But... that's still a lot. And Naya likes to Noom, so true. Just imagining maybe it's because the face of Naya showed him the rubbing cheek thing. That would have been funny. She would have been so entertained, frankly. At the end of the day, I wasn't able to talk to anyone about the Committee of 300. It's not all that surprising considering I don't have that many friends to begin with. I mean, you said it, not me. I tried to look up the committee online, but all I found was vague info with sketchy sources and the like. I'm too on edge. I can't focus on KB. I'm winning, but I'm far from my A-game. I'm even dropping combos. Before I read the report, I was on a roll this morning. What should I do? I consider publishing it online, but that'd just mean more noise to sift through. I'd probably end up dealing with a bunch of trolls and armchair analysts. I got an idea, so I decided to write up an email. Start email app. My Pokecom opens up to the email composition screen. Been a while, it's Kaido. I'm messaging you because I wanted to ask you a question. Not counting on you replying, but have you heard of these things called the Kimijima reports? I've heard that you knew Kimijima-ko when he was still alive, so I thought you might know something. Talk to Aki-chan sometime soon. Composition complete. Send this to Senomiya Misaki, please. The message ended up being kinda blunt. But Nisane was always down with that. Whether it was via email or phone call, Nisane was always to the point. It'll be fine. And as I mentioned in the email, I don't expect her to reply. So then, why did I even send her a message in the first place? How many years has it been since the last email I sent Nisane? The last one was probably when I told her I joined the Robotics Club with Akiho. On the flip side, Akiho's apparently been messaging her pretty frequently. After hearing that she never got any replies, I figured it was a waste of time and just naturally stopped. But why doesn't Misane at least respond? To her own sister? Is she that busy? Even with all the work she's up to, I'd say it'll only take 5 minutes to write something up. Or maybe now that she's in Tokyo, she's completely forgotten about this small island at a time. A call? Huh? Oh dear. I glanced under the screen to see who it's from. Misane? I can't believe my eyes. Connect. No, it's actually her, too.
Misane.
You've grown up so much since I last saw you, Kai. But why? Despite my confusion, I can't mask my joy. My face is lit up. I mean, she's basically my master. She's the rival that I have to beat one day. How can I not be happy that I'm talking to Misane for the first time in 6 years?
久しぶり。
Long time no speak. It feels extremely weird to be talking to Misane, who's some 1,000 kilometers away from here.
メール読んだわ。
I read your email. Really fast too, you just sent that, man. Without so much as a greeting. She cuts right to the chase.
送ったばっかりな
I
の。
literally just sent that to you.
そもそもこっち
I
から
thought
の
you
メール
didn't
なん
read
て
any
一
of
切
our
目を通して
emails.
ないと思ってた。
全部読んでいる
I read each and every one of
秋
them.
のメール
Akiho's too. Then fucking respond! God. I know Akio would be thrilled to hear that.
海がもう何年も
I'm also
連
well
絡を
aware
よこ
that you
さ
haven't
ない
tried to
ことを
get in
している
contact with me for years now.
読んでるなら読んでるっ
If
て
you
言
were
ってほ
reading
しかっ
them,
た
why
よ。
didn't you say
そしたら
so?
毎日
I would
だ
have
った
messaged you
ね。
every day in that case. Okay, maybe not every single day.
っていうかさ、聞き
Anyway,
たかったんだ
there
け
was
ど、
something I wanted to
昼
ask
柄
you
のタ
about.
ジリン
Are
っ
you
て
Tajirin?
海
Kai. Misune cuts me off and casts her gaze on me. Oh, she's scary. When I was little, Misane and Mizuka-san were known for being terrifying when they were angry. Mizuka-san looks like she'd be scary when mad, but Misane usually smiled, so that gap made things worse. Yeah, fair, understandable. Plus, I was constantly teased by her as a kid, so I'm conditioned to be scared of her in particular. Someone who only knows her as the PR person for EXCO would wet their pants if they saw her true nature.
メールに書いたことは
Is
本
what you
当
said
に
in your email true?
ああ、 まあ
Yeah,
ね、
I found it at
うちの学校園で
Ichiko
見つけた。
Park.
ミサ姉は君島公園
Mizuka-san told me
愛
that
人
you
と面識あ
know
ったって水
Kimijima
川さん
Ko
に
and
聞いたか
ID.
ら。
忘れなさい
Forget all of this.
え
Huh?
君島レポートのことは
Forget the
忘れ
Kimijima reports.
こ
I
れ以上
mustn't search for them
探しては
anymore.
いけないわいいわね
Understand?
なんで
But why?
関わってはいけないものだ
Because
か
this
ら
is something you can't get involved with.
約束して
Promise me.
そんな頭
You
ごなし
gotta
に
give me
言
a
われても
reason.
もしこれ以上関わ
If you
る
get
なら
involved any further, you'll regret
あ
it.
なたはきっと後悔することになる
I mean, he's already almost died, and hi, cursor, go away. He was just peeking out from under the bun.
だから忘れな
So
さい
forget everything you've seen.
いや、理由を
But you
説
can at least... Damn, cold. Honestly, if I were Kaido, that would just make me more inclined to check it out, you know? She hung up.
なんなんだよ
What the hell's
一体
going on?
っていうか、
Hell, it's been 6
6
years. She can at least tell me how she's been. Living for the drama runs in the family. Even after becoming a working adult, she's as straight to the point as ever. You haven't changed a bit, Misane. There's so many things that I wanted to ask her, like if she's Tajirin or she saw us at Robo-1. Anyway. Forget everything, eh? I'll regret it if I get involved any further. Does that mean that Misane is familiar with the Kimijima reports?
随分と中途
Talk
半
about
端
a
な警告し
half-assed
てくれちゃって
warning.
な。
This is just going to have the opposite effect on me. It's like she's asking me to keep digging. But more importantly, I need to drink some water before I start choking to death.
君島公の死
Does she
に
know
ついて
something about Kimijima
ミサ
Ko's
姉が
death?
何か知って
Oh,
るんじゃないか
probably, most
って
definitely,
考え
yes.
ちゃうじゃない。
Festival? Posture track time. I'll just stretch. Now you're taking care of your streamer now that you've been called out. You wouldn't have 206.4k points if you actually took care of me more often, though. PG has even more channel points. The normally deserted field is packed full of people today. I didn't read whose POV we just swapped into. Guess I'll find out soon. It's like the entirety of Nakatane is gathered here. There are so many people here this year. June is beaming up more than usual, and there's a bit of a hop in her step. To her step. She's pretty quiet during club as she watches me work, but I guess she likes a good festival as much as anyone else. Today's the Yori-Iki festival. Yoira-Iki. Yoira-Iki means let's all work together in Tanegashima dialect. Apparently, I've never used it. I've never used it. But I guess it says that's perfectly. Robotics Lab, Yoria-Iki! Did you bring us here just so you could say that? What's your beef? They came all the way here so we could deepen our bonds, right? Come on. The festival is held at the Central Athletic Park, Ekitayo Nosato, located near our school. It's close enough that we can actually see the fireworks from the old airport, so I got everyone together. But man, why did Fraubo have to be absent today? I want to ruffle Kaiser like I always do when I call him a big jerk. What is MIA? M-I-A, so I ruffle my own. Also, where's Kai? I can't see him anywhere either. Yoshio-kun, went to the hotel to invite Kojiro-san. So, he's not here yet. Oh, right. I wonder if he's having a hard time convincing her to come out. Maybe people from Tokyo aren't into festivals like this. That kinda makes me a little sad. I've heard all about Fraubo. Had she moved here by herself, hasn't tried to make friends, hasn't been to school since the second day. Maybe as a Tokyo girl, she doesn't even want to come near us country bumpkins. It's probably a fundamental issue with her character. Furugori is obviously the type that struggles with communicating with others. I mean, yeah, but you didn't have to call her out on that. In that case, why don't we try to help her out? She's one of us. One of us. One of us. I don't know. Furugori seems fond of Yashio-senpai, so we should just leave it to him. What? Fraubo's fond of Kai? Is it because they're both into fighting games? Let me try giving him a call. And of course, no matter how many times I ring him up, he doesn't answer. What am I doing? Anyway, can I go home now? I'm not into this sort of wrangling. Subaru then turns the other way and attempts to walk in the reverse direction of the crowd. Jun, don't let Subaru go! Ma? Huh? Jun freaks out and does her best to grab onto Subaru's arm. What are you doing? Yeah.
ごめん
Sorry, I
その
謝る前に
You don't have to apologize, just let go of me. Aki-chan told me to grab you, so...
捕まえてってなんで揃ってて
Why are you both freaking out? Subaru awkwardly pulls himself away from Jun's arms and finally catches his breath. Subaru? More like Subaru. So true. There's no reason for me to be here, right? Stop meddling so much, Prez. And you too, Daitoko-senpai. You don't have to do every little thing she tells you to. I'm sorry.
June,
June, there's seriously no need for you to be that polite to your underclassmen. It's okay for you to act tough. I know, but... Hidaka-kun is way more mature than I am. Man, I wonder why he's like that. Subaru once again attempts to flee mid-conversation. This time I'm the one grabbing Subaru's arm. What is it? I told you, we're here to deepen our bonds with our fellow club members. I'm a ghost as far as this club is concerned, so it all works out. But wouldn't this make for the perfect alibi? Alibi? You can tell your dad that the reason you were out today was because you were friends at the festival, right? I see. Looks like that worked. How about I buy you a mask? The stall selling mask catches my interest, so I decide to pick one out. Akiho, a real one? Yeah. The Oopas. The Oopas! They're so cute. I want an Oopa mask. Look at them. Why a mask? Hey June, which one should I get for him? The Oopa, obviously. How about this, T-Man? Or about this Oopa mask? Yes, the Oopa mask. Get the Oopa mask. Get the Oopa mask. What about this Red Ranger? Oh, this is Shirafusa Kenger. Man, this totally brings me back. Let's go with this one. I immediately purchased it and handed it to Subaru as a gift. But the Oopa masks... I want one. This is a precious gift from your president, so take good care of it. These things don't come cheap. Since I'm not getting an allowance anymore, nor do I have the New Year's money, this blew a hole in my wallet. Come on, wear it. Absolutely not. But it's a present. Never. Not going to happen. I'll accept it strictly for use as evidence for my alibi. You're very frank. I don't appreciate it. Inside the athletic ground, next to the booths, a special stage is set up. There, participants are aloha dancing and yoiriki dancing. Yoiriki. People have laid down sheets to prepare for the fireworks show. Subaru, your entire thing is wearing a mask. Different kind of mask, though. And of course, there are tons of people wearing yukatas and happies.
今年も浴衣で来
I
られ
missed
な
my
かった
chance to wear
な。
yukata again. I recall saying something similar when I came last year with Kai.
私、
I wore
去
one
年
last
は
year.
浴衣だったよ。弟たちと
I used to
毎
come
年来てたから。
every year with my little brothers.
へえ、
Oh,
弟いるん
you
だ。
have brothers?
うん。
Yep,
3人。
3 of them. That many?
今年も
I
あの子
bet
たち
they're all here this
3
year
人とも
too.
来てると思う。どこかにいる
They
は
should
ずだ
be
よ。
around somewhere.
じゃあ紹介しよ
Introduce
う。
them to me.
う
Huh?
でも
But
なんて
they're all
いうか
kind of troublemakers.
3人ともこらえ性のないやんちゃ坊主だよ。きっとね、
They'll probably make a sandbag out of you.
袋
They're
叩
much
き
stronger at karate
さ
than
れ
I
ちゃうよ。
am.
私より攻撃的
They
な
sound
弟
pretty
くんたちなんだ
aggressive.
ね。
If we're settled left, then look down at my Pokecon. Kai still hasn't responded. 3 younger brothers who are all into karate. Jeez. Yeah. My house is in Minamitane, so up until junior high, coming to this festival was a bit of an adventure. Kai and I rode our bikes all the way over. Then once we bought the one thing we wanted from the festival, we'd leave. After we got into high school, we'd swing by on the way home from school. My freshman year, I came here with Kai and our senpai at the Robotics Club. Last year, it was just me and Kai. Now that I think about it, I guess Kai was always with me when I came here. I don't have many memories of coming to the festival with Big Sis. Though we did go to the Rocket Festival in Minamitane once. We both wore yukata and everything. No.
あきほちゃん、
Want some Akiho-chan?
Eh?
Huh? June's holding out some steaming hot takoyaki. I want takoyaki now. Takoyaki good.
いつの間に買ったの？
When did you get that? Great question.
あ、ごめん。
Sorry.
俺と
I love takoyaki,
たこ焼き
so I couldn't help
好きだ
myself.
から。
Valid.
Sorry.
So valid, Daitoku-san. Akiho burning her mouth. Yeah.
美味しそう。
They look amazing. I decided to have one. I poke one with a toothpick and throw the whole ball into my mouth. Huff huff.
あの、
You can have one too, Hidaka-kun.
よかったら。
Thanks.
どうも
This is the only way to have your first bite. If you're stupid like Akiho, yes. It seems like Hidaka's could be fine. I burned my mouth.
スバルってジュン
You
に
know,
はやけ
you're
に
pretty
沿ってな
blunt
いよ
with June,
ね。
Subaru. Subaru blows on his takoyaki repeatedly in an effort to cool it down.
もしかして。
Sensitive
落ちた？
talk?
いけませんか
Is that a problem? He's so focused. I should leave him be. I glance around aimlessly. Just ahead of us, I spot a familiar face.
あ、ミッチー。
Oh, Michi. What? Michi's with Nai.
どうかした？
What's up?
頭低くして。
Keep your head down. I lower my head to hide myself within the crowd.
ミッチーと一緒にいる
Wasn't
の
that
って。
Tenochi-san
ジャク
from
さん
Jack's
の
over
手
there
のお
with
じさんだよ
Michi?
ね。
Yeah, sure is.
あ、
Wow,
本当
you're
だ。
right.
あの二人がなんで一緒
I
にいる
wonder
んだ
why
ろ
they're
う。
together.
しかもなんか
And look at
ミッ
him.
チーって
He's slowly
ベ
head
レベレ
over
じゃない？
heels. His jaw is basically on the floor.
目尻がドローンって垂れ下がっ
He's
て
usually
る。
pretty slack jaw to
も
begin
ともと
with.
垂れ目だけ
But
ど、
this is bad
い
even
つも
for
1.5
him.
倍は垂れてる。どうしたの？
What's wrong?
だって
It just...
長
The
岡
image
先
is
生
too
の
much for
顔、
me.
鼻の下を伸ばすって言葉、そのままで。
Nai, honey, you can do better. I don't think she sees him romantically at all. She's like, oh, another person to befriend. That's what I imagined more of what's going on here. Especially since Michi is a decent bit older than her. He looks silly, right? But I shouldn't laugh. No worries. You don't have to be polite with that guy. So true. Michi does not deserve politeness. Michi and Tanoji-san seem to be enjoying their conversation as they follow the flow of the crowd. From afar, they look like a bona fide couple. Oh, sorry, Naya. That's how things are coming across. Something smells fishy. Michi wasn't even there when we were kidnapped the other day. So they shouldn't already know each other. Oh, wait, is Tanoji-san trying to win us over by getting it to our supervisor first? Maybe. This sounds like something Naya would do. Well, huh? I wonder. What do you think, Subaru? Buddy. He's still blowing on his takoyaki? Alright, whatever. I'm seriously just gonna leave him be. This is bad news. If Tanoji-san makes a move on him, I'm sure Michi will be the first to fall for it. He will? I don't really know Mr. Nakafukada very well, so I don't know. There's no doubt. But wait, it's possible that he doesn't even realize he's being seduced. Though going by his face, he might as well be drooling. She's trying to pull the spine out of her supervisor to stop us from continuing to work on Gunbuild-1. Okay, so Akiho really did not catch when I said, like, yeah, you can use the thingy to work on Gunbuild-1. Like, I'm not gaslighting myself when thinking that's what was said, right? Like... Can I go back that far to find out? It was a while ago. Like, I'm pretty sure Akiho is just stupid, but, like, I could be misremembering. That's what you think she said to you? Okay, cool, that's promising, but, like... I do wonder if I can go back that far. No, I see the scroll bar. We might be getting to the top. Yeah, by the way, even if you decide to stick with Model 1, you're welcome to use the facilities at Tennessee. She definitely said that. So let me know if you ever need to. Akiho, please. Yeah. Is that Jack a lady? Is that Jack's a lady you total monster or what? We continue to watch the pair, who are now sharing a 5-pack of yakitori. Crap. Have this straight. Michi's done for. But I don't think we should. Eat before you get eaten. Huh? I turn around to check on my partners in crime. Gina remains hesitant. Subaru has finally tossed takoyaki into his mouth, but it's still too hot for him. He's holding back tears. Subaru, no. These two aren't gonna be much help. I'm gonna have to step up. Michi and Tanoji-san are both offering each other their last yakitori kebab. When it comes to rom-coms, this is always the big fateful moment. They both reach for the kebab at the same time, and their hands inadvertently touch, causing them to blush. I must put an end to this charade. Words. The yakitori is a no-go! Akiho. I confidently march in front of the pair, quickly snatch away the last skewer of yakitori and stuff it in my mouth. Akiho, damn. Gizzards. Oh,
ちゃん
you
た
guys
ちも
came
来てい
too?
たんですね。
Well, if it ain't little Miss Mia, you're quite the glutton. Did you want gizzards that badly? But you know, stealing other folks' food is no good. Depending on the person, you could have had the cops called on you. Also, there's an old proverb: food guts from thicker than blood. Pro tip. Goodness gracious. That's not a pro tip, it's just common sense. Oh, and gizzards are pretty tasty.
危機は去ったみたいね。
Crisis averted.
農合判
He
断
was
を
right
して
to call in
正
and
解
go
だっ
on
たよ。
that.
っていうか、
By the
二人
way,
って
how do you
知り
two
合った
know
っ
each
け？
other?
さっき
I went to the
学校
school
にご
earlier
挨
to
拶に伺ったん
introduce
です
myself.
よ。
I heard he'd
今
be
日はい
there
らっしゃ
today.
ると聞いて。で、ちょう
And
どい
I
い機
figured
会
I
だ
might
か
as
ら
well
と
have him show
お
me
祭
around
り
the
に案
festival
内
while
し
I'm
てもら
here.
ったんです。
いや
Listen, little Mio, when you're an adult, there's something called social drinking. Got it? Now that he's right in front of me, I'm gonna tell that Michi reeks of booze. If I show Tanochi-san a good time today, the good karma will loop back around to the Robotics Club. Says Michi as he makes a ring with his thumb and index finger. I guess it's talking about money. It makes a huge difference. Leave it to me, little Simnia. I'll show her one hell of a good time. I'm not sure about that, buddy. He's sloshed. I certainly think he just wanted an excuse to drink. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure he can't hold his liquor. Like, at all. He'll probably drink himself into oblivion before she can ever seduce him.
天王寺さん、
Tanochi-san, you really don't have to stick with this drunkard. So Michi's gonna think it was all thanks to his casual alcoholism when Akio finally accepts a deal from Nai. Oh, I don't mind at all. He's a fascinating teacher. I can't believe she can keep a smile on her face after being dragged around by this drunk. Tanochi-san might actually be really sweet. But then again, I get the feeling that her eyes aren't laughing. Wow, fireworks. The bright lights bloom in the night sky.
綺麗ですね。
How beautiful.
オーロラが出てるせい
Because of the
で
aurora,
花
I
火
feel
も
like
ちょ
the
っと
fireworks
目
don't
立た
stand
ない
out all
感じ
that
ですけど、
well, but
こうして見ると
it looks like the fireworks are burning up the
花
night
火で夜空を燃や
sky.
しているみたい。
They're so intense that it's like they're engulfing the entire sky. The sounds of their explosions reverberate all the way to the core of my stomach. After looking up the fireworks for a moment, I glanced out of the screen of my Pokécom again. And just as I expected, no response from Kai. I tried calling him again, but no luck.
もしかしてサボ
Did
っ
he
た？
touch us? Gosh,
カイト
you're always
本
living
当
in
は
your
ベ
own
ス
little
だから
world. Or maybe he's still trying to convince Frau Bo to come out. I doubt she enjoyed this sort of thing anyway, so he should just give up and meet up with us. We always used to watch the fireworks together, so it's a little lonely without him next to me. I wonder why. It's not just the two of us this year. Jin and Subaru were here too. I have more friends, but yet somehow, deep down, I still feel lonely. Well, I guess we're about to find out their shenanigans, right? The night sky, already red due to this aurora, is even brighter than usual. The fireworks have begun. I gaze out at them through the window in the hallway. I'm sure there are tons of people cheering and enjoying themselves underneath those fireworks right now. I think I went to go see them with Akiho last year. I've gotten multiple calls from her already, but I don't feel like heading over there. I still can't get over what happened yesterday. Forget all of this. I keep wondering what she meant by that. I can't settle down. At times like this, the only thing they do is empty my mind and play Kill Ballad. And so I decided to avoid the crowds and take refuge in the abandoned hotel with a shut-in high school girl. Senpai. I'm ready. You can come in. Don't stare too much at what you see. Is there a reason you're saying it like you're embarrassed? Not that I'd be surprised if there was underwear on the floor. I was just letting my delusions run wild. Of course you were, sweetie. You know, like a first night together sort of thing. I want to fall asleep embracing your warmth tonight. Or should I embrace you? It would be so intense that you might break. Hell yeah, Frau. Frau's stupidly hyped, as usual. If you're gonna joke around, I'm leaving. Frau is also built different, so true. There's a lot of banging coming from outside. What's the deal? Fireworks. Couldn't care less. You're the one who asked. Rank number 2 just hopped online. You might get matched up soon. Got it. I'll return to Frau's room. It's stupidly cold. Big surprise. It's also dirty. There's trash everywhere. Never considered cleaning your room? Give Loli maid, please. Rosetta-tan could work, though. Alright, Rosetta-tan. Hurry and come out of the second dimension, please. Frau's gritting as she speaks to her Pokécom. So, I've been wondering for a while now, but who's Rosetta? What? You play Gunbuild-1? Yeah, you don't even remember the name of the Gunbuild-1's main heroine? You're not a real fan. Well, during its initial run, she was considered a forgettable heroine. No, I have a Rosetta-tan and a Genki-kun bot in my Pokécom. Rosetta-tan, greet him. Good evening, Yashio-san. I'm Yuki Rosetta. I'm gonna hear a girl's voice coming from Frau's Pokécom. I'm Genki. Doto Genki. Pleased to meet you. I've heard these voices before. They're the hero and heroine of Gunbuild. Genki-kun is the one piloting the Gunbuild you use so much. Ah, now that you mention it, I think I remember something like that. I don't have the disposition to remember anime character faces and names very well. So, let me just spoke out loud. The bot has to talk or there's no point. Will they react to my voice too? You can give it a try. However, the bots are mine, so you don't get to see them. She's being really irritating. Well, let me take a look. Whatever, I try speaking to her Pokécom.
Genki.
Yo, Genki. Yo, blast of spirit. Hehe. Aw, that's pretty amazing. And what time is it, Rosetta? It's currently 7:35 p.m. Have you had dinner yet? These are pretty smart bots.
そのボットコナちゃん
Did you create them yourself, Kona-chan?
どや
Washa! She's acting like she just had a huge victory.
こいつらって勝
Can
手に
they
話し
talk
か
to
け
you
て
on
きた
their
りする
own?
しない
Nope.
そんなことされ
It'd be
たら
annoying if
う
they
ざい
did
だろう
that.
し
ですよ
You
ね
don't say.
愛梨ちゃんに聞
If
かせて
only
く
you
ださ
tell
い
Airi-chan that.
アイリ
Airi?
呼びましたか
Did you call for me? Airi speaks up as soon as I boot up B-roll. Just looking at me from within the screen. Crow's eyes widen.
なんだ
Huh?
これ
Was that
おっ
a bot?
とどう見ても実写です
She looks
本当
super
にあ
real,
りが
no
とうござ
matter
い
how you
ます
slice it. Thank you very much. Airi is troublesome because she tends to pop up like this. And I have to explain things to Frau. Wait, I don't have to say anything. I could just let Airi do the talking. And so, I tap her in order to summon Sister Centipede. Switching to Sister Centipede mode.
ゲジネ
Sister
この
Centipede,
変態
tell
女
this
子に君の
perverted
こと
girl
説明
about
してやって
yourself.
わかりました
Understood. Kona-chan, I think you should be able to see her from your Pokecon too.
イルを立ち上げて
Start
み
up
よう
Yuruo.
なん
Say, what? Frog quickly manipulates her Pokecom and...
うほほほ
Whoa!
なんという
What's with this hyper smooth animation? Is this higher than 60 FPS? It's gotta be 120 FPS at least, right?
つか完
It
全に
looks completely real.
パネス
Crazy. She's totally fixated on her screen. Anyway, I'll leave the rest to Sister Centipede. And check on the kill ballad matching status. Still no luck. This time, Frau provided me with a dedicated Pokecom for the cheater hunt. Well, it's not so much for me as it's for Frau's own ease of use. She says she's been messing with the program, customizing it to match faster than before. According to her, number 2 is the only one I can be matched with now.
いいっていうと
Number 2.
あそう
Okay, Honda Sonoe. Honda Sono 1991. Currently ranked number 2 on the Kill Ballad leaderboards. Nickname, Lagger. To tell the truth, I don't think they're skilled enough to be in second place. Whenever I fight them, I don't get the sense that they're all that strong. Interesting. Don't get me wrong, they're not bad at all. But they play more like someone who should be around rank 100. Yet for some reason, Lady Luck seems to be on their side. Though, I know it's not actually just luck. It's more like a terrible environment for playing online games. Every time you fight Hanasono, it's almost guaranteed that you'll experience awful lag during the match. Now, it's not just 1 or 2 people who experience this. Hell, it's not even 100 people. It's everyone who has ever fought them, easily over 10,000 players. While I normally lag a lot of the time, in Hanasono's case, there's no lag at the start of a match. Everything is normal at the beginning. Then midway through the match, the lag begins. There's seemingly no rhyme or reason to the timing. In fact, at Soba, there's a site dedicated to investigating Hanasono's lag. The strangest thing is that once it goes away, you're the only one who has lost a ton of health. While you're hit by lag and unable to move, Hanasono can seemingly move freely and beat on their opponent. Thus, no matter how skilled you are, you can't beat Hanasono. The issue is that this is totally beyond the level of, like, super reaction speed. There's no way to deal with it. And probably there's been tons of complaints to management about the bad lag. Most people believe that it's caused intentionally via some kind of cheat. The management, aka Frau, agreed and has decided to include them as one of the players to investigate the cheater hunt. I've been doing image training and building simulations in my head of strategies I can use to face Hanasono. I've concluded that it's still 3-7 in favor of Hanasono. And of course, I'll do my best to kick their ass, but I can't do anything about lag. Thus, my waifu is Rosetta. In fact, basically every female character is a waifu. Boys, however, aren't waifus. They're for shipping only. Got it? Frau, what are you doing with Irie? Fairly ex-kinky, right? I completely understand. There are many thin books about them. Sister Centipede! There's some fetching good premium of over 100,000 yen now. Of course, I've already bought them, too. That's terrible. Paying a premium just because you have the money. You're rotten to the core. But that's what's good about you. There are no girls who hate BL after all. Hello. So wise. BL it for the win. I die for my OTPs. Oh god, it's worse than you thought. Yeah. Wait. How are they actually having a conversation? Even Sister Centipede's normal speech patterns have changed. Do they understand each other? I have no clue what they're even talking about. So if I keep listening to this alien language, I'm gonna go nuts. So Frau is at the very least bi? Probably. A high-pitched sound effect rings out from the Pokécom wired to the PC. We've got a match. We're in. We're in, boys! Hanasono's machine is a Bolt-Valian. Frau's reverted back to normal. She starts monitoring the situation on her PC. Bolt-Valian is a super heavyweight power fighter. It's slow, but each blow is heavy. It's normally a weak character or machine, so you don't have to play too carefully around it. The story changes if they can move around freely in a laggy environment. It doesn't matter if I win or lose this time too, right?
Okay.
Either's okay. You can tell my hands are in a better position for the game inputs this time compared to last time. Phew. Seems about right. That's all Hanasono's got. They really don't belong in second place. Kana-chan, do you get any evidence this time? Frau's operating her PC. She's using an old keyboard, something you don't see much these days, and is tapping away with splendid finger movements. She's groaning again. Does that mean she didn't find any evidence? You gotta be kidding me.
Rosetta,
what's this what's this stitch in Tokyo?
All
green. How? The Tokyo team is just useless crap. Wall punch. I want a wall punch. She punches at the monitor several times, stopping just before hitting it. Why isn't my cheat detection software picking anything up? Weird reaction. Do they know what I'm doing? No, there's no way. That's impossible. They straight up activated their cheats during the match. That match. What excuse does the Tokyo team have? I'm not displaying the Tokyo team's chat log. This is
これは
terrible.
ひどい。
They're all just
あ
blaming
い
each
つら
other.
責任のなすりつけ合いとかしね。
And they've got a lot of nerve asking me to help with the cheater hunting when they're so disorganized. Once I exit the room, I can hear the sound of fireworks still going outside. I'm all fired up from that match against Hamasono. Usually I play a few random matches to cool down, but I'm not really in the mood.
うわ、
Wah,
燃える
this is
わ。
so moe. Frat follows me out of the room. For some reason, she's breathing heavily and looking at me with bloodshot eyes.
廃墟で半匂いの
An
表情
expression of
して
ennui on your face
遠く
as
の
you
花火見る
get
先
sound
輩
of the distant
燃えるわ。
fireworks is super moe.
ちょっと
So
中二病入ってる
chunibyo.
わ。ちなみに
But by the way,
前から
I've
思っ
been
てた
thinking about this for a while,
制服の
but
シャツの
wearing
中
a
に
t-shirt
T
under
シャツ着るのは
uniform shirt is
論外
very wrong.
は？
What?
胸元をはだ
You're
けさせ
supposed
て
to
こそ
leave
だ
your
ろ
chest
兆
bare
候
as a
鎖骨
mage.
ペロペロして
That
や
way
ん
I
よ
can lick your collarbone easy.
それだけで女子
Seriously,
的に
for
は
a
たま
girl,
らん
it's irresistible.
ご
I
飯
could eat
3
3
杯はい
bowls
けるの
worth
で
of rice
いけ
on
る
your
の
chest
で
alone.
ちょっと
Whoa, wait.
なん
Why are you
で
trying to
いきなり
unbutton my
人の服の
shirt?
ボタンを外そうとしてるんだ。
I hurriedly brush her hands away, and she clicks her tongue.
今日の先輩
You
は
have a more anyway than usual today, senpai. What?
なるほど
I see.
さ
So you have some awful scar on
心
your
に
heart,
大きな
right?
傷を抱えましたな。
She sticks her finger against me.
その心の
Deeds,
傷について詳しく。そう
Then
したら
I'll stick my finger
私
into
が
the
その
wound
傷を
and
指
work
先
it
で
out
ぐ
of
りぐり
you.
えぐり出してあげるを。
Right, you guys can't see me slow blink, but I trust me, I slow blinked.
傷をえぐられてあげ
I'll
て
try to dug out
涙
your
目に
wound
なっ
with
た
my
先輩
finger.
を
You'll be in
最後
tears,
に私がよしよしして
and
あ
I'll be
げれ
here to
ば
comfort you.
私大勝利
Frau-chan wins. Flawless victory.
いいから
Please speak Japanese. Frau needs to spend more time in reality, perhaps. Maybe we'll get Sister Centipede to start interpreting her. No, none of this actually matters. Let's try and look out the window again.
コナちゃんのお母
When
さん
did your mom go missing, Kona-chan? Okay, if they're talking about this, I think it's time for the googly eyes to go. I'm done being pink too, frankly. The little guys can stay on my shoulders. They're too cute to get rid of.
なんで
Why do you ask?
どうもね
Anyway, I can't shake the feeling that while everything seems peaceful here, it actually isn't at all. I'm starting to feel like your mom might be related to this too. Probably, most likely, yes. Nah, you know what? Forget what I just said.
なんという
I don't know what to think after hearing that.
釣られてやる
But I'll
か
bear it and take the bait.
落ち着け
Calm yourself. To be honest, I previously asked Mizuka-san to look into the whole deal with Frau's mom. And sure enough, Frau's mom, no, Furigori Kona's mom, was in fact the director of Gunbuild and went missing in 2015.
ママを
If there's a hint that could
見
help
つ
me
ける
find
ヒントにな
Mama,
ることなら
I'll take anything. Please tell me.
教えてほしい前に
I told you before, right?
よね私が
About why I came to this island.
ママの行方
So I
に
can search for clues about Mama's
Sagasama.
whereabouts. Frau's voice is soft, her head low. I can't believe this is the same girl who was going crazy and talking nonsense moments ago. Maybe everything she said is true. Maybe Kimijima Mako and Frau's mom were both pursued by some unknown third party and came to this island. This island where Kimijima Mako was murdered and where Frau's mom disappeared. Even if they were totally unrelated, two people in a similar circumstances vanished on this island for a short period of time. Can they really be chalked up to coincidence? They might have something in common. Misane, I've learned too much and not enough. I can't just forget it all now. Have you ever heard of the Kimijima reports?
君島
Kimijima. I guess she's never heard of them. So I give her a quick summary. About Kimijima-ko, the Kimijima reports, and about their contents. Even after I finish speaking, Frau doesn't take her eyes off the fireworks in the distance. It's about time for them to end. The Yoiraki Iki festival doesn't actually have all that many fireworks.
その君島公っ
What
て人
year
が
was it when
死んだ年って
that Kimijima Kogai died?
2010年だっけ、
2010,
ハイリちゃん。
right, Airi-chan?
はい
Yes.
ママが
Mama
最後にこの
was
島
last
で目
spotted on
撃
this
されたの
island
が
in
2015
2015.
年くらい5年って
Isn't 5 years
結構長くね。
kinda a long time?
長いね。
It is.
つまり、
In other
君
words,
島公
you're trying
の
to
死
say
と
that
お母さん
Kimijima
の
Ko's
失踪に
death
関
and
連
your
性
mom's
はないって
disappearance
言
are
いたいわけ。
unrelated?
そんなの
How could I know
わかるわ
that?
けないだから
That's why I'm going to
君島
look
レ
for
ポート
those reports
一
with
緒に
you.
探そう
は
What?
一緒に
With me?
別に
It's not like
あ
I'm
んたの
doing
ため
it
に
to
手
help
伝
you
ってあげるわ
or
けじゃ
anything like that.
ないんだからね
何言ってん
What
の
are you trying to say?
ツンデレネタのテンプ
How
レ
many
ゼリ
times do I have to
なんだ
tell
言え
you?
ば
It's the archetypal tsundere line.
笑うところだった
Was I supposed to laugh? Bro, I was squirming around embarrassingly.
この島に来て
This is the first clue I found about Mama's whereabouts since
ママの
moving
行方
here.
につながりそうなヒント今まで
I found
2
nothing
ヶ
over
月
the
くらい
last month.
全く何も
I was
情報
starting to worry
出て
about
こな
what
く
to
て
do next.
どうしたらいいか困ってたから釣りだったとしても
Not that I really mind getting
別に全然
baited.
問題ないよヤシオ先輩の釣り
Actually, I wouldn't even be mad if you were baiting me. Frau's expression is honest. She does that every once in a while. At the end of the day, I can tell she still loves her mom. But helping me look for the Kimijima reports?
少し考え
I'll
て
think about it. And before I realize it, the sounds of the fireworks are gone. I guess the festival is over. I'll meet up with Akiho and go home. As for why I didn't go to the festival, let's just put the blame on Frau for that. We POV switch again. Akiho POV. Stop being so stubborn. I told you, I'm not wearing it. Subaru's irritating me.
部員はこれまで
Club
ずっと
members
そ
have
れを
always
してきた
worn
の
one, whether they're boys or
男子も女子も関係
girls.
ないんだってば
If I put that on, it will be totally obvious that I'm still a part of the robotics club. I'd have no excuse if my dad showed up again. Are you prepared to take responsibility for that?
責任
Well... Like yesterday, Subiri showed up again, so I figured to let him help with assembling Gunbuild-1's left leg. I offered to let him wear one of the jumpsuits the club has used for years. I didn't think he'd be so against it.
その服で作
Won't
業
let you
した
get
ら
dirty
汚
if
れ
you
ちゃう
work.
よ
Won't you get dirty if you work in your regular clothes?
ご心配なく
There's no need to worry.
手伝う
I don't plan on helping.
え
What? I need you to help.
手伝っているところ
You'd
を
be
父さん
bonus if
に
my
見られ
dad
た
saw
ら
me
まずい
helping out. Didn't I tell you that
言ってるでしょ
yesterday?
まったく
Says Subaru as he enters the hangar and begins to inspect the large servo motors. Looks like he hasn't lost his passion for giant robots.
そもそも
Besides, Leitoku-san senpai and Yoshio senpai were both here yesterday. You should have gone with them to help.
昨日だって
I tried to ask a
散々
bunch of
手伝ってお願
times,
いしたで
but
し
you
ょ
and Kai wouldn't
でもカイも
listen.
スバルもちっとも相手してくれなくて
It's rare for all four of us to be in one place, so before the fireworks, I figured we could assemble the left leg. But it was a no-go. The servo motor ended up hanging from the engine crane for 2 days. This engine
ほ
crane
ん
for
と
2
男子
days.
連合軍って付き合
The
い
boys'
悪い
alliance
ね
is as unfriendly as always. Plus, Kai's playing hooky today.
でもスバル
I'm
が
glad you
今
dropped
日
by
顔を出
today.
してくれてよ
But
かっ
that's
た
because I bought you that
昨
mask
日お面を
yesterday.
プレゼントしてあげたおかげかな
僕が手伝う
Don't
前
make it
提で
sound like
話
you're
さないで
assuming
くだ
I'll
さい
help.
ちなみに
By the way, given how large the motor is, it would be too difficult for two people to assemble it by themselves.
せめて3人は
I
必要
believe
だ
this
と思いま
process
す
will require at least 3 people. Not that I'll be helping.
ジュンももうすぐ
June
来
will
る
be
は
here
ず
soon, so
そしたら
perfect.
3人になるよ
しつこいですね
Stop being so stubborn.
スバルもね
Right back at you. Sparks fly as our gazes collide. But then Subaru averts his eyes and looks back at the motor. Coward.
これだけの大きさだ
And
と
this thing must consume a whole lot of power given its size.
そっちにある発
The
電
power
機ケー
generator
ブル
likely won't be
じゃ
able
僕
to
に
run
稼
it
働しな
well.
いんじゃないですか
ドクもそんなような
Duck
こと
was
言って
saying the
た
same thing.
だ
That's
か
we're
ら
loading
一応
batteries
バッ
into
テリ
it
ーも
as
一緒に
well.
積んでるの
An essential part of Gunbuild-1 contains the engine, power generator, and multiple batteries. The engine runs the power generator to make electricity, which moves the servo motors and the legs.
バッテリーといっても
But even on a
数時間
multi-hour
充電して
charge, those batteries would
稼働時間
only
が
give you
2、
2 or
3分増え
3
る
more
くらいじゃないです
minutes of operating time.
ないより
That's
は
better
マ
than
シでしょ
nothing, right?
何にせよ
This is complete
5分
nonsense
し
that
か
could
動
only
かない
run for 5
nonsense
minutes.
万博に出
Even
店
if you
しても
somehow get
ほぼ
into the
止まったま
expo,
ま
we'll
と
be
いう
stuck in place for most of its time there.
それは
Sure,
そうなんだ
but
けどあれ以上バッテ
they
リー
can
は積
fit
め
in.
ないもん
They can't fit any more
重くなりす
batteries.
ぎるし
They'll get too heavy and screw up its center of gravity.
そこまで状況を
So you understand
把握
the
している
situation you're in that
それでも
well. Yet you
作
still
るのは
persist
や
with
め
this
ない
charade.
やめられないよ
I can't stop now.
完成は間
It's
近
almost finished. Subaru is staring me down from behind his glasses.
何
What? Nothing. Yet again, he averts his eyes first.
どうやら僕が
It seems
何
that
を
no
言って
matter
も
what I say,
部長
you
は
don't want
聞く
to
耳持たな
listen.
いみたいですねヤシオ先輩の
Would
言
you
うこと
listen
な
if
ら
Yoshio Senpai was
聞きます
saying
か
these things?
どうせ会話
Kai doesn't have any interest in Gunbuild-1, so it doesn't matter.
ですが
But there's still a
僕よりは
chance you'd
可能
listen to
性が
him,
ある
I see. As we continue talking, the truck I recognize parks in front of the hangar. Robot Clinic is written on the side of the body in a bold, imposing font. This is a total secret, but every time I see it, I gotta hold back my laughter at how silly it looks. Yo. As expected, Doc gets out from the driver's seat.
こんにちはドク
Hi, Doc.
3つ目のサーボ
I brought the
持
third
ってきてやった
servometer.
ぜ。
待ってました
Just what I was waiting for. I stretch up and peek inside the truck bay. There's a single large object sitting there. It's part of Gunbuild-1, the angled down, to be more specific. I've already extended, welded, and bolted parts onto Doc's made-to-order giant servometer. I even added wheels to the front of the foot to account for what Subaru pointed out. It's not quite the same as the right leg was assembled years ago, but it's pretty close in form. And this is all thanks to Doc letting me use a bunch of the machines at his store. Normally, a local workshop would never let an outsider, never mind a teenager, use their stuff. But Doc went and told me to do whatever I could on my own. He even let me borrow the tools I needed. This is why I've been commuting to Doc's shop every day to build the ankle.
左足
Looks like the left leg will be finished sooner than I expected.
足なんて飾
I
りです
refuse to let
なん
anyone
て
say
言わせ
these
ないん
legs
だ
are
から
just for show.
うち頑張ったよね
I worked really hard, right, Doc?
サーボさえ用意
That's
で
because
き
it
りゃ
was designed
す
so
ぐに
that it could be
組み上げられ
put
るようにしてやった
together
から
real quick once the servometer was ready.
そりゃお前の手
That
柄
ain't
じゃ
your
ねえ。
achievement. The OGs
事前に
prepared
加
the
工
machine
パーツやら
parts and
接
connectors
続パーツを用意
beforehand.
しといた。OB どもの手柄だ。
I know that. But I did have to assemble the thigh section all by myself. The thigh is the most important part of Gunbuild-1, as it forcibly connects two servometers with metal plates. Gunbuild-1 relies on his strength in order to walk. If Gunbuild-1's not strong enough, the leg won't be able to endure the weight of his body and will collapse. The thigh section is currently hanging from an engine crane on the hanger. And that's the motor that Superior was inspecting earlier. Basically, the leg consists of three parts: the thigh, the ankle Doc just brought over, and the pre-completed shin. The shin is just the part that connects the thigh servometer up to the ankle one. It's about as thick as the thigh. But it doesn't contain any servometers of its own, so the OTs completed 8 years ago and stored it in the hangar. The OTs also made each bolt used to connect the thigh, shin, and ankle, so everything's now accounted for. In other words, while the left leg is still incomplete, aside from assembly, we're about 80% of the way there. Once suspended work is finally moving forward again. I've been really excited this entire past week. Do you understand now, Subaru? Understand what exactly? We weren't just slacking off this entire time. Work stagnated because we couldn't buy an engine, batteries, servometers, or the big parts we couldn't just build. And that's why all of us in the club were slowly making connector parts, bolts, armor, and other stuff. Granted, after becoming a senior, most of my time was taking up trying to negotiate our budget with the VP. But now all our hard work has borne fruit. This is the crystallization of our blood, sweat, and tears. I just want you to understand that. Sounds bloody. The blood thing was such an exaggeration. Anyway, thank you, OGs. I'll make sure your efforts take form now. I face the setting sun, although it's still broad daylight out, and swear my oath once again. Doc uses a crane to remove the ankle section from the truck bed. Doc, you're actually really nice. I'm always transporting the parts here for free after I buy them and stuff. Oh, wait. Is the transportation fee included in the base price? I knew I looked a little higher than market value. Did you say something? Nope, definitely not. I don't charge transport fees to places on the island. I include aftercare to paying customers. That's what a pro does. Plus, you probably dragged that bastard Mitsuhiko over to use his pickup truck if you did handle transport yourselves. I don't want him setting foot in my store. I'd rather handle this myself than see that jackass. I mean, understandable, but I want another beef. Wow, I really don't like him. I'm really glad I told Michi not to swing by the hangar today. After Doc lowered Gunbuild-1's ankle section, he and Subaru then helped me push it into the hangar. It has wheels, but that's just to prevent tripping. There's usually they're not usually touching the ground. We ended up having to move the thing on a rolling cart. Hey, could you help me with this, Doc? I was about to attach the thigh section. You got a lot of guts putting elderly to work, youngin. I'm just relying on your experience, Doc. Since I'm here, I guess I'll lend you a hand. But I don't like this. Wasn't there another guy in the robotics club? What happened to Escort? Kai's playing hooky. Oh, but June should be here soon. June? Who the hell's that? What are you saying? She's your granddaughter, Daitoku Jinha-chan. Oh, June, huh? Doc suddenly goes quiet. I see. So she joined the robotics club? You didn't know? Not like it matters. Let's get to work. You're in charge. And you, Four Eyes. Subaru was quietly attempting to leave, but Doc angrily shouts at him from behind. You ain't going nowhere. You're gonna help too. Hurry up and get ready, or I'll knock your lights out. This is crazy. Subaru mutters to himself like he's about to cry. The thigh section weighs over 100 kilograms. We adjust the location of the engine crane it's hanging from and set it so that it can connect to the waist section. It takes over 10 minutes for the three of us to move it only a few meters. We very carefully set it into the connection part of the waist. While supporting the thigh section hanging in midair, we make minute adjustments over and over again. You idiot. Further to the left. What? Well, you just said to the right. You went too far. See? You did it again. Stop, stop. Do it right. At this rate, the connection will be out of line. Your directions stink, Doc. This sucks. Why am I the one getting yelled at over and over again? The thigh section is heavy, so adjusting it by even a few centimeters is tough work. I'm soaked in sweat. My throat is parched, and I don't even have the leeway to drink a skull. After getting the connection lined up, we insert the Robotics Club handmade bolts and secure them. Each connector uses over 10 large bolts. I carefully, but quickly, fasten around 30 bolts in total. Meanwhile, Doc and Subaru quietly support the thigh section in its position. If it's even slightly off, the bolts won't go through properly. This could lead to failure later, so it has to be done carefully and securely. Huh? Wait. I'm short 2 bolts. Do you know where they went? You idiot. I gotta keep track of things like that. How could we possibly know where you put the bolts? And more importantly, can you please just hurry up? This is so weird. I counted them a few days ago. You're crawling around the floor searching for them, but no luck. Just hang in there, you two. I run over to the shelf at the back of the hangar. I scratch around in the box with small parts, but I don't see the bolts I'm after. Why would only 3 be missing? This is nonsense. Don't tell me you were short from the start. Then it's a simple counting error? That's entirely possible considering who we're dealing with. There's no way I'd make a mistake. I counted them over 30 times. Back when Gunbuild-1's construction was at a standstill, all they could do was stuff like count bolts and oil the motor cams. Now check the ground again. Small bits like that tend to roll into weird places. Prompted by Duck, I crawl into the area below the hanging thigh section to see if the bolts fell down there. Ah, found them! They weren't under the thigh section. Instead, they had rolled under the knee of the completed right leg. And with that, mission accomplished. I put a couple of thick wooden rods under the thigh section to support it. Phew.
なんと
We're
か
all
終わ
done
った。
somehow. It's insanely hot in the garage, so the three of us are drenched in sweat. I checked the time on my Pokecom.
うわ、
Wow,
作業を始めて
almost
か
2
ら
hours
2時
passed
間
since we
近く経
started
ってる。
working. You just don't have a knack for this prize.
だな。
He's right.
大場で
Folks at a
働いてる
workshop
人間
could
なら
finish this kind of gig in a half hour
30分でできる
easy.
仕事だ。
Isn't it kind of unfair to be comparing me to the pros? Just give me a break. And my dad found me doing this kind of work.
だったら
In
そ
that
の部分
case,
はどこが
Doc,
指示して
you
よ
take the lead on the shin section.
今からか
We're doing that now.
30分でできるんでしょ。
You said it'd take you 20 minutes, right? 30 minutes, right? I can read.
俺はロボ部の
When the hell did I become the
メカニック
Robotics
じゃ
Club
ねえんだぞ
exclusive mechanic? Doc grimaces like he just bit down on a sour lemon. His wrinkled face looks even more wrinkled than usual.
まあいい。
No, whatever. I have time to spare today. I'll play along for now. No, cute.
もちろんスバルもね。
And Saber will too. I'm going home. And whatever happened to Daitoko senpai?
ほら、
Huh?
そうい
Now
う
that you mention it. Did she say that Doc was here and run off? Probably.
ロク、
Poor
かわ
Grandpa
いそうな
Doc.
おじいちゃん。
I want to cry.
何わけのわかんねえこと
Quit spouting nonsense.
さっ
Let's
さ
get
と始め
started.
るぞ。
あでも
But I want to eat
その
lunch
前に昼ご
first.
飯食べたいんだけど
I haven't had anything since
私
this
朝から
morning.
何にも食べてないし。
年寄りはも
You got an elderly man busting his ass for you.
何
You
を
got no
言って
time
ん
for
だ
your whining.
え
No, come on.
これだから
This is why kids these days are so damn useless. I'm sorry, but I...
うるせえメガネ。
Shut up, Four Eyes. I'm not letting you leave. No way. Sonya. Whoa, Doc is fuming. I keep getting distracted by Subaru's bathroom tile. Fair. In the end, the three of us worked all the way until sunset without taking a single break. I refuse to believe that Doc is in his 70s. He might be more sprightly than we are. Jeez. But thanks to him, we managed to complete the left leg in a single day. Up. Kapsuba is going to start a new series next week. More thin books will be coming out. Dude. Chill out. I love soccer so much that I watched all the past series while asking myself, what are offsides? Are they tasty? What are fireworks? I couldn't see them. It's kind of like a bomb. I mean, it's a big colorful thing that makes a loud sound. It's very pretty. It's a kind of illuminating light. Yeah, colorful thing. Hard labor. Played 6 hours, 70 to 3. My brother's like Kapsuba too. I gotta tell him. Oh, okay. From Robot Doctor, got in some new parts. Shindan Tech Mobius Coil. This one's rare. How about using it for a wireless power supply? Got 3 in stock. First come, first served. Riots in North America. A new one in San Francisco. San Francisco? No signs of calming down as their number continue to grow. Kapsuba? Captain Tsubasa maybe? Maybe. Not that I know what that is. What? This is still going on? Who's the one that said it'll calm down soon? What will calm down will be the electronics malfunctioning due to the solar storm. I don't know about the riots that happened because of it. It's growing, and you can't stop it anymore. The riots and solar storm have nothing to do with each other. But it is the fact that the confusion from the solar storm caused the riots. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying we should stop traveling to the west coast of America. Really? It's that bad? It doesn't seem that serious to me. Maybe people died and we don't know about it. Why is there a riot? Solar storm isn't reason enough for a riot to start. The solar storm was just an opportunity. The country already had something wrong going on. I mean, yes, but this might be worse than the LA riot. Nakio has been working really vigorously these last few days. She spent all of yesterday putting together the robot. We came to the robot clinic first thing in the morning today, and now she's building the robot's head. Just heating and pounding metal plates to bend them into the head's shape. There was one mentioned in a game already, that's what it's referring to. No, she's not very good at it. At least it's starting to look like a head now. It's pretty big, so she and Doc are both silently immersed in their work. There's nothing in particular for me to do. By the way, I still haven't told Akiho about the call from Misane. She called me, deeds aside, yet she's been ignoring her sad little sis. Akiho would be devastated if she knew. I shouldn't tell Akiho about the Kimijima reports anyway, so this might be for the best. Just then, I heard a car horn from outside the store. When I check outside, for some reason I find Subaru standing there. I was looking around, checking to make sure nobody else is near. Did he come to help? Of course I wouldn't do something as stupid as that. It'd be bad if my dad saw me. Then he looked straight at me. I came to speak to you. About Robo-1? No, not that. Can you leave for a bit? We'd send out too much talking here. It must be tough having to move around in secret from his old man. Subaru got in trouble for acting in secret to begin with, yet here he is, continuing to do so. Yeah... We distance ourselves from the robot clinic and walk to the Outlook Park nearby. It's actually just an open area made for watching rocket launches. In the distance, you can see the TNSC rocket launch site. People don't really come here these days, which makes it the perfect place to talk while avoiding the eyes of others. Subaru and I slowly walk side by side across the spacious lawn. Yay! The sun is shining bright, so just this little walk is making me sweaty. So, what's going on? It's about the JAXA support. Aki-chan turned it down, right? It's over. So, the JAXA person in charge, Tennoji-san, was it? It seems she still hasn't given up. Yeah, she's dropped by a few times since then. Akiho said she's introduced herself to Michi on the day of the festival. To be honest, I'm fully in support of Tennoji-san's proposal. Tennoji-nai's proposal. Cease production on Model 1 and begin building the Model 2 from scratch. However, due to my position, you can't speak openly about it. That's why I'm telling you. What's that supposed to mean? I can't be a visible member of the Robotics Club. My dad coaches me again. He may actually disown me. I feel like that might be a good thing for you, but, that's why. Subaru, you love your old man, don't you?
家族を嫌いな
I
人
have
のこと
nothing
は
but
軽
contempt
蔑 し
for
ます
anyone who doesn't love their family. Oh, okay.
僕は別に
It's not like I
漁師に
hate
な
the
ることが
idea of
嫌な
being
わ
a
けじゃないし
fisherman, and I fully understand where my dad is coming
漁
from.
師以上にやりたい
I
夢が
had
ありま
dreams
し
of
た
doing things other than
それ
becoming a
も諦め
fisherman,
る決心をつ
but I
けま
made
した
up my mind to give up on them. He made up his mind, huh? Sure doesn't look like he has.
だからこの夢
So, this dream, or perhaps, I
I
should call it a
should
hobby.
この趣味をこっそり
I'm
父
only
さん
going
に
to
隠れて
continue
続
it
け
in
るの
secret
が
from my dad until I
高校を
graduate
卒業
from
する
high
までで
school.
す今まではさすがに
I
思いっ
realized
きり
I
やり
was
すぎま
far
した
too open about it until now.
これからは少し自
I'm going to
粛して
restrain myself a bit,
バレない
enjoy
よう
it
に
just
楽し
enough
み
that I
たいで
don't
す
get caught. I want to
でき
keep
るだけ
this
静
under the
かに活動
radar.
していきたいんですよこれ以上
I don't want to hurt my
親を悲
parents
しま
any
せ
more
ると
than I
は思い
already
ませんか
have.
というわけで
So, in
JAXA
terms of the whole
支援の件につい
JAXA
て
issue,
僕は
I
全
don't
面に
plan on
立つ
being
ことはありま
upfront
せん
about it.
黒幕でいたいって
You want me to pull the strings from the
俺みたいな考
shadows?
えするんだ
You
ね
think like me? You think like me, rather. I can read.
一緒にしないでください
Please don't lump me together with you.
あの JAXA の美人
How
の
did it feel
お姉
when
さん
that pretty girl from
英雄と
JAXA
呼ばれ
called you a
た気
hero,
分は
though?
茶化さないでくれますか
Don't make fun of me.
正体を明かす気
I
はあ
have
りま
no
せんか
intention of revealing my identity. His face goes bright red. He's clearly shaken. This is why I just can't stop teasing him.
なるほど
I
ね
get it.
君とし
So,
て
you're
は
supposed to
今
continue
の
and
ロボを
work on
作
the
り
current
続けるのが
robot.
反対だとそれで俺から飽き
And
ち
you
ゃ
want
う
me to convince Aki-chan to get on board with Jax's proposal, yeah? Correct.
試作1号機は問
Prototype
題が
Model
あ
1
り
has
すぎる
far too many issues.
それに何より
And on top of
かっ
that,
こ悪い
it
です
just looks really lame.
俺ロボのことなん
The
て
problem is that I have
こっち
zero
も
interest
興
in
味ないからな
robots.
そういうこと語
No
られ
matter
て
what
も
I say,
あっ
you
さ
go in
り
one
終
ear
わ
and
っ
out
ちゃ
the
うんだ
other on the story. As for things looking cool or lame, that's up to personal taste.
現実的な話を
And
し
let's
ます
be realistic.
東京万博にエントリ
Press said
ー
that entry into Tokyo
と
Expo
部
is
長は言っ
already
てましたが
complete.
当然
I assume you know
審査
there
も知っていますよ
are inspections, yes?
そういえば
Actually,
その辺のことは
now that you
全く
mention
聞いて
it,
ない
I had no idea. I mean, I literally didn't care. And up until recently, I didn't even think we'd make it in time.
一般参加は
General participation is a special rule for this expo only.
規定では
Inspections are held 2
2ヶ
months
月前
prior
と
and
直
just
前に審査
before.
が入ります試作1号機の完
Considering the
成
degree of completion of
その
prototype
審
Model
査で落と
1,
されるか
it could be disqualified during these inspections.
落ちたらもう出られない
And if it's disqualified, it can't be in the expo.
え
Correct.
えこの審査で一
The
番
most
重要
important
なのは
factor in these inspections
安
is
全性
safety.
です試作1号機を
If
動かした
prototype
場合
Model 1 moves,
伝
there's a
統
high
の危
risk of
険
it
性がかなり
toppling
高い
over.
つま先とかかとに
While
車
the
輪を
risk is
装着
reduced
す
by
る
the
ことで
addition of wheels to the
そ
tips
れ
of
も
the
だいぶ
feet,
軽減される
it's
は
still
ずではありません
dangerous.
それでもまだ危険ですいっそクローラでも
Even
装着した方
equipping
がよっ
crawlers
ぽど
should
機動性
better
は上がり
improve
ま
its
すよ
mobility.
クローラ
Crawlers.
無限軌道のことです
Caterpillar tracks.
Gunbuild
They appear in
出てくるでしょ
Gunbuild, if you recall.
足が
Feet
戦車
that
み
look
たいに
like
なっている
tank treads.
ああキャタピラ
Why
の
didn't you
こと
just call them that from the start?
いいえクローラ
Because they're crawlers.
なんか違うの
What's the difference?
キャタピラはキャタピラ社の
Caterpillar is
商
the
標です
trademark of Caterpillar Inc. That makes sense. Goddamn Caterpillar. Fuck Caterpillar, actually. Anyways,
クローラと呼ばないと無知な人
If
間
you
だと
don't
思われて恥をかきま
if
す
you don't call them crawlers, you'll be embarrassed when people see you as ignorant. Why sweat the details? Who cares?
豆知識を披露
You're no
して
better
き
than
ま
Michi and his
した
pro tips.
ミッチーみたいだね
How rude.
何も知らない先輩
You
に
lack common knowledge, so I'm just trying to help you, senpai.
そんな呼び方のことはさ、
Unless you couldn't care less.
それよ
More
り何の
importantly,
話だったっ
what were
け
you talking about again?
安全性という
And the
点
high
で
possibility of being
出店の
disqualified
審査
from
を
appearing
通ら
in
な
the
い可能性
expo
が
during the
高い
safety
という話です
inspections.
二足歩行ロボッ
The
ト
most
において
embarrassing thing for a
転倒するという
bipedal
のが
robot
一
is
番恥ず
toppling
かしいこと
over.
ですそれを解決できないよう
A
な開
developer who
発者に
cannot solve this
大
issue
き
is
な
not
顔をして
qualified to
万
present
博
at
に
the
出る資
expo,
格はありません
period. That's a little harsh.
転倒の可能性だけ
The
じゃなく
possibility of toppling over isn't the only
試作
issue.
1号機には重大
Prototype
な
Model
欠点
1
があり
has
ま
another
す
serious defect.
コックピットがボ
The
ディに
cockpit
内
is
蔵され
inside
てい
the
る
body.
今
The
世界
giant
中の
robots
企業
being
で作
developed
ら
by
れている巨
companies
大ロ
around
ボ
the
ット
world are commonly
遠隔
remote
操縦が主
operated.
流です
Commonly.
オペレーターをロボに乗
There's
せ
no
ること
reason or
に
logic
合理性
behind
は
having
全
the
くありません
operator inside the robot. Does it just mean, or is Subaru getting more and more heated?
アキちゃんはロマンって言
Maki-chan
って
said
た
something about it being the dream or whatever.
そんなくだらないもの
Being
を守るため
disqualified
に
during
審査に
inspections
落ちて
trying
い
to
たら
defend a
本
worthless
末
ideal
転倒
is
です
putting the cart before the horse.
そもそもそのコックピ
And
ットに
remember,
乗る
you're
のは
currently the prime
今のと
candidate
こ
for
ろヤシオ
riding
先輩
inside
が
that
最有力
cockpit.
候補なんですよ転倒して死んでも
Do
いい
you
ん
want
で
to die when it topples over? Whoa, hey now. I just felt my butt pucker up when he said that.
す少なくとも
At the
安
very
全面に
least,
おける
you
改
should
良
be
だけは
insisting on safety
もっと突き詰める
improvements.
べきです
Otherwise,
でない
someone
と
will
怪我
get
人が出
hurt.
ます
ま、
Well,
俺は
I have no
もう
intention of
そんな
piloting that thing.
部長はヤシオ先輩を
But
推して
she
います
insists on it being you.
お断りだね
And then I refuse.
そりゃ
If Aki-chan somehow beats me in a
俺が
match,
負け
then
たなら
fine.
潔
I'll
く
be a sportsman and pilot it.
それよりもスバル
And
君
anyway,
さ
Subaru-kun,
大切な
we're
こと忘れ
forgetting
て
something
る
very important.
スポンサーの
Our sponsor's intentions.
つまり
So,
大徳
you'll
先
make
輩
Daitoku
を
senpai
事故を
pilot
起
a
こす
defect
可能
that has
性
a
の
high
高い
chance of
欠
getting
陥
into
品
an
のロボに乗
accident.
せるわけですね
そういうことに
I
なるね
suppose that's how things will turn out.
大徳先輩は素
Daitoku
人
senpai
で
is
す
just an amateur.
勘違いしちゃいけない
Don't get it wrong.
俺
I
だ
am
って素人
too.
だよロボ1でオペレー
I
ター
was
をや
only
っ
the
たのは
operator
キ
of
ルバル
Robo
シ
1
ステム
because the
を
kill
導入
ballot
してた
system
から
was
であっ
loaded
て
into Prez.
ロボに乗るのが
There's
俺で
no
なきゃ
reason
い
why I
けない
have to
必
be the
然
one
性なんて
piloting
ど
that
こにも
thing.
ない
だから自分は
So
逃
you'll
げ
run away and make a girl
女
face
子に危
danger
険
in
な
your
役目を
stead.
担わせるとクズですね
You're scum, senpai. Alright, you know how to talk, I'll give you that. I feel like laughing out loud.
本音を言うとさ
To be perfectly honest,
俺
I couldn't care less what happens to anyone aside from
あんまり興味
Aki-chan.
ないんだよね
Well, okay, I took that one too far. I just mean that I can't make light of Akio's feelings, that's all. And of course I don't want Juna to die. But if nothing else, I don't plan on taking Subaru and Jax's side on this. And I don't want to talk about the Robotics Club direction in secret, behind Akio's back. I do get that Subaru and Jaxa are probably in the right on this. I mean, Jaxa literally said, hey, you can build your current thing, that's fine too. Just please let us help.
それじゃあ何
So
も
you
解
intend
決
to
せ
just
ずに
leave
放置
things
する
as
つも
they
りです
are?
か
Even though there's a
事
high
故を起
chance
こ
of
す可
something
能性
bad
が高い
happening?
アキちゃんに直接
Why
言
don't
っ
you
て
just tell
よ
Aki-chan all of this yourself?
部長は感情的
Just
に
too
なりすぎ
emotional
ていて
about it.
僕の
She's
話
not gonna
に
listen
天
to
皇
me
さ
or
ん
to
の話に
Noji-san.
聞く耳を持ちません
だったら俺の
And
話だって
she won't
聞
listen
こ
to
うと
me
しないよ
either.
アキちゃんってのは
That's
そう
just
いう
how
もんだ
Aki-chan is. You really don't care about the robotics club, do you? The unregulated robot building has got you stressed, that's fair. Subaru's gaze is scornful and merciless.
それほど詳しく見てき
Well,
た
I
わ
can't
け
claim
じ
to
ゃありま
have
せん
been that observant.
ヤシオ先輩と部長の
I
関
just
係
can't
性
wrap
は
my mind
いま
around
い
the
ち理解で
relationship
き
you
ません
have with the press.
先輩は部長にす
At
ごく甘
times
い
you're
ところ
excessively
まで
lenient toward her,
やたらと
yet
厳
at
しく
other
て冷
times
た
you're
く感じ
harsh
る
and
こともある
cold.
どっちなんです
Which is it?
何が
What
した
are
い
you
んです
trying to do?
ヤシオ先輩は
Why are you even
なんで
part
ロ
of the
ボ部にいるんで
Robotics
す
Club?
今度
Boy, no mercy today, huh?
俺は最近
You know,
スバル君
Subaru-kun,
がす
only
ご
a
く
coach
熱い
realized that
人
you're a
間だった
pretty
ことに気
passionate
づい
guy.
てきたよ。
僕のことは今は
I'm
いい
not
ん
the
です
subject right now.
それとも
Or is there some
Agura
secret as to why you're
Kasu-kun
dodging my question?
裏にあるんですか
知りたいなら
If you want to know, how about a match?
いいですよ
Very well. I'll face you 100
100
times if I have to.
お相
Even
手します
200. Oh, right. This technique doesn't work on Subaru. I smile bitterly and gaze out of the TNSC fab in the distance.
俺はさ、
I,
アキちゃんの保
I'm
護者
like
みたいな
Aki-chan's guardian.
頼まれてなんだ。
I was asked to be.
秋のこと
Take care of Aki for me.
ただその約束を
I'm just
守
keeping
って
that
いける
promise.
直接手を貸すこ
I'll
と
try
は
not
で
to
きる
help
だ
her
けしない
directly.
応援はするけど
I'll just give her my support.
先輩って
I hate how you're
Era
acting
solo.
all high and mighty.
イラッときます
It's irritating.
やっぱり
See, you're super passionate.
そうだね
Subaru lightly clicks his tongue, turns around, and starts to head back to the park exit. I stay where I am.
その調子でアキちゃんに
You
ぶつかっ
seriously,
ていっ
you
て
should
よ
seriously hit Aki-chan with some of that passion of yours. Hello, that sounds.
案外うまく
I
噛み合い
did
そう
get the
な気が
feeling.
するか
I
ら
get the feeling that things would actually work out if you did. You speak to his back, but Subaru doesn't respond. It's like a sight straight out of Gulliver's Travels. Under the cloudy but blue sky, a bunch of brawny men swarm around Gulliver as he lays down. But you, Twippo. The day's schedule combine the upper and lower half together. Finally. Good luck. Oh, really? Let's go with finally. Kill Ballad version 4.01 information released. Check the details on HP. Want to combine to the lower half? Presses the terrace slot. Chill out. Something came. Played 2 hours. 17 to 0. Finally. Hello from Space Candy. Planning a super impactful announcement regarding Chiwatanagashima High Robotics Club. Stay tuned. Fatal hug accident where a hug became uncontrollable and forced its user to run into the road while waiting for a traffic light. Oof. Recently there's been a lot of hug accidents. Maybe hug products are defective? Obviously a defective product. Recall them. What is that scumbag company doing staying quiet? Can't even peacefully wait for the signal to change. It makes me sad that we haven't seen Misaki-san. That means all these accidents were covered up, right? How much is Exco paying the police and media? Hugton is so playful that it jumps into the street right when a car drives by. Looks like the research committee came out. Guess they'll start taking this seriously now. Makes me laugh. We should get to the bottom of this, but Misaki-san has nothing to do with it. Misaki followers are supporting Exco because they're her friends. Totally brain dead. The CEO of Exco should just get over it and make Misaki-san cry and apologize. Then I'll forgive them. Sheesh. They appear to be part-timers hired by the president of the Space Candy Company, Mr. Sumio. They don't seem too enthusiastic, but they're more than strong enough to help with this work, so it's not an issue. You catch sight of Doc among those brawny men. Akio visited a bunch of local workshops around the island for help, but in the end, only Doc showed up. Seeing how he came all the way out here, he must have taken a liking to her. Maybe that strictness of his is just a form of tough love. As for Michi, the guy he's got to logger his head with, well, he's holding down the fort at school. Mr. Sumio is as jovial as ever. On the condition that Juno presents her new kata in the future, he brought 2 cranes. Today's assembly work is attaching the body's upper body and lower body. After that, we go straight into the big event, making it stand. Akeho told all the members to be here, but I've only been watching from a distance, playing KP the whole time. Today is heavy-duty work, so there's nothing for an amateur like me to do. Not that I ever help anyway. That said, I take a look at the robot in between kill ballad matches, and today even I find myself kind of moved. I never thought that thing would ever leave the garage. That's... The first time I visited this hangar was a month before entering high school. Akeho was eager to get on top of the matter, saying she wanted to greet her upperclassmen before starting school. Oops. Why is that all proceeding forward? Here we go. At the time, the robot was already split into upper and lower body chunks. Both halves were laying in the hangar. Those very same halves are now sitting outside of the Brighton airport apron. They've finally been brought together. They put down the rails and the robot was set on big pedestals via the cranes. The halves are being kept level while they work. After bringing them together, Akeho starts putting the connector bolts into the waist section. I'm betting Doc's leading the charge. Without the old man here, there's no way this would go so smoothly. Are those bolts really enough to keep the upper body attached? I kind of feel like I'll snap in half when it stands up. Oh, I'm not saying it'll definitely snap in half or anything. That's just the impression I have, I guess. Well, apparently the top half is pretty light. Aki-chan said the cockpit is hollow, and the armor is just decorative. Decorative? Even the arms are just tin plates bent into shape, so they're hollow inside, just for show. No servometers either. They wanted to use aluminum to make it even lighter, but tin plate is cheaper, so they went with that. In other words, the upper body is basically a paper mache model. While the upper body has the engine, fuel tank, generator, and batteries, all the weight is in its waist. The center of gravity is pretty low. She was boasting about how that makes it more stable. If Subaru was here, he'd probably explain it in painfully minute detail. He's playing cookie today because there are too many outsiders around. So Jun-chan, filling up to the task of piloting that thing? She shakes her head back and forth, tears seemingly forming in her eyes. But our sponsor seems really intent on having you do it. Mr. Sumio has a huge body, so it's easy to spot him quickly even at this distance. He's talking to Akeho while she works. He's holding what looks like a tapestry or poster with the Space Candy Company logo with it on it. That must be the sticker. He's probably insisting on sticking it somewhere on the robot's body. I mean, as our sponsor, that's totally his right. As for whether Akeho will agree to it, well, who knows. I can't. I'm too scared. Baby. Not in a negative way, bullying her way, but just small, little. She actually started crying. And I'm kind of amazed she was able to do karate with such frail mental strength. Not that I don't understand how she's feeling. I just really don't want to ride in that thing. I'm not that confident about a robot Akeho made. But this is going to be a problem. Regina can't pilot it. I am next in line. That said, I'm not going down without a fight. But then, who would Akio get next? Actually, Frau might be a good fit. Frau won't do it. If we could just force her into the cockpit, she'll naturally shut herself inside afterward. Even if it fell over or caught fire, I doubt Frau would even think to escape. As a last resort, we could always stuff Michi inside of it. Our delinquent teacher was the founding president of the club, after all. I heard that when Misane proposed the Gunbuild project, Michi gave it the ghost sign as president. Thus, Michi has the right to be the first to pilot the completed robot. Actually, it's his duty. Alright, let's go with that. This could work out. No worries, Jun-chan. You won't need to pilot that thing. Huh? Really? Yeah, leave everything to me. Yashio-kun. Thank you. I'm sorry for being a burden. No. Hey, no worries. It's not like I'm taking your place or anything. What? I feel like Akio has been bowing her head a whole bunch to the part-timers over there. I inch closer to the robot and try to listen in. Hey, little lady, we're gonna need better directions than that. Gosh, I'm sorry. Should I wire it up to here? I need to go and get the manual. Then hurry up and get it. Not the soft-spoken character that feels useless compared to her cohorts apologizing for being a burden. Okay, hold on a sec. Just a second. Hey, should I start readying up the crane? Oh, yes, please do. Where's the last bolt for this? What? Where did it go? Is the assembly not done yet? Is it really okay to take the crane? No, please wait just a little bit. That's so, President. I really do want to put the sticker right here on the yellow part of the middle of the chest. Huh? Wait, no. Wow, what a mess. Maybe we should help? Probably. But it's not like we know anything about this robot. Heck, even Akio kept us in the dark about today. If we stepped foot into that chaos and asked to be taught about stuff, things would just get even more savage. Alright, I'm gonna go do some shopping. Yashi-kun, are you, running away? Yeah. You're coming with me, Jun-chan. But we can't leave Akiko-chan by herself. We'll be fine. No worries. I need someone to carry stuff anyway. Carry stuff? I ignore Juno's confused look of guilt and start walking off. What is space candy? Electromagnetic waves that rain from space. Tasty mint candy. Official space food from NASA. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure it's the Tasty Mint candy though. Yeah. Gator is going off. My heart is going crazy. This shaking beat, this burning heat. I saw some muscular men, and at the old airport from my window. I want to go see right now, but I got no clothes to wear, horse. her. I should have bought some binoculars for times like this. I regret it so much. Good luck. My goodness. With our shopping at the convenience store finished, we returned to the hangar after about 30 minutes. Even now, the workers seem irritated. Alright, Jin-chan. Sound like you're doing a kata at a tournament, but cutely. But... Stuff like this calls for a girl's touch. Heck, they use a woman's voice for Tokyo train announcements. Go on, say it loud and proud. And give Gina an encouraging pat on the back. Her little body staggers a little, but she immediately straightens up. Everyone working. We brought snacks and drinks. While Juna shouts, I lay out a host of snacks and drinks on the table. This all cost just under 3,000 yen. Painful for a high schooler's wallet. I'll bill Mr. Sumio for it later. Everyone, please take a little break. The savage atmosphere surrounding the robot suddenly dissipates thanks to Juna's announcement. The workers immediately stop what they're doing and gather around the table. Juna starts handing soft drinks to everyone. The stiff smile on her face is kinda charming in its own way. I take the chance to head over to where Akiho is. Dude. Yes, I was. Why are you only mentioning that now, at 1 AM? Obviously, I intended to stream past midnight tonight. Like, you think I would have really ended this donathon with only a few hours left on the timer? That would have been silly. Plus, we're not even done with this. We might as well keep going. We have 2 hours left on the timer. And once again, you're only now mentioning this an hour after midnight passed? Goodness. Maki-chan, you doing okay? Kai. Sorry, Akiho, but I must check Twipo. Okay, figures. Oh, well, if it ain't the doc. Looks like he was in the middle of a lecture. Oh, it's Mr. Escort. Luck only ever calls me her escort. Not that I really want him calling me by my name anyway. The Robotics Club here is terrible at giving out orders. And if it's not clear, when he said a Robotics Club, he was referring to Akiho specifically. In fact, I think it's called every Robotics Club president that. How about letting a hand instead of watching from a distance, escort? You are oh so very right. So Aki-chan, we've decided what to do while the other workers are having their break. Yeah, sorry. I know I'm not great at this. I try asking Gakuo about what work remains. Apparently, the waste bolt's connection is complete. The batteries, radiator, and the light are loaded in. The cockpit switches and wiring are the biggest problems left. Oh, and the sticker for the Space Candy Company. We also gotta wrap the robot in crane wires to stand it up. Just let Mr. Sumio put the sticker wherever he wants. I can't do that. It would look cool if there was a sticker right in the middle of the chest. Then it'd be faster if you posed a different place for it.
それは俺がやるよ。
Look, I'll take care of
言わな
it.
い
Just
と
don't complain about it later.
わかった。
Okay.
あとは
Anything else? Okay, how thinks a little.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right, the scarf.
マフラー
Oh, the one Jinjan
ちゃん
made.
が作ってたやつ
Gunveil's iconic long scarf. It's in the hanger, ready to go.
立たせる前に
We need to
あれを
wrap
首
it
に
around
巻いておかなきゃ。
Gunbuild-1's neck before we stand it up.
それは純ちゃんにやらせ
Let's
てあ
have
げよう
Jun-chan handle that. And just like this, we check the remaining steps, one by one. Woohoo! Tried watching Tenny Nook to calm down but got horny instead. Blah, my eyelids are so heavy. Is it because I haven't slept? Because I'm too turned on? But there are too many hot guys that I was panting over. I don't really have anything to do, but I haven't slept for almost 3 days now. And now I'm too horny to sleep. Frau, please. Nice that you can push yourself while you're young. I can't do it. Is sleep why you're always so full of energy online? You'll get sick if you keep on doing that. Yeah, you'll get sick is the response. I've always thought that your energy levels are totally different from the real-life Kochiro-sans. I could stay awake for another 30 hours. Too easy. Would you like a glimpse of the reality beyond your senses, senpai? You'll know how I feel, dude. I wrapped a scar I made on Model 1Q. Scarf. Why wrap a robot in a scarf? It can't feel cold. Weird. Daitoku-san. I guess this one doesn't matter how I respond to it. I hope it doesn't get tangled in its legs and make it fall. Maybe they're like radiant wings instead of a scarf. The scarf just represents them. Lucky-chan probably thinks that it looks cool. I'll go with that one. So that doesn't matter. I'm sorry. That's what you like, big brother? No. Yeah, the plan is set. It's going to be splendid. We'll be announcing our company's campaign girl. We're going to have a non-Nichi newspaper come for an interview. I wonder if nationwide press will come too. Oh boy. Alright, raise it up. Slowly. Go slowly. Most of the work is now complete. For the finishing touch, the 2 cranes raise the robot and begin the process of standing it up. At this point, there's nothing Juno, me, or even Akiho can do. We just have to hold our collective breaths while watching over it to see if it stands up safely. Akiho looks at the robot with unease. Her shoulders seem super stiff, so I grab onto them as hard as I can. Ow! What are you doing, Kai? I'm gonna get exhausted being so tense. I know. My arms are hooked to the waist and legs. The 2 cranes are skillfully attempting to stand it up. Seems tough. They're working really carefully. Anyone will get nervous watching this, not just Akiho. Wow, it's finally complete. Tonochi-san strolls by, a smile on her face. What timing? I'm glad I get to be here for this. Do you mind if I watch? Of course not. Slowly, slowly. The robot begins to straighten out. Finally in an upright position, it's carefully lowered to the ground. The bottoms of its feet are firmly planted on the ground. Wow.
すごいな。
This is awesome.
大きい。
It's huge.
ガンツくん
Wow. Gunbuild-1 rises! With Akiho's declaration, there scatters applauses across the airport apron. No, only me, Tanoji-san, and Mr. Sumio to be exact. Gina is weak-kneed and shrinks back. Aw. Is she scared by the robot's size? Whoa, now this is what I call impact! Take a look, Akio-chan. The Space Caddy logo shines brilliantly on its shoulder. This will be great advertising. I can't sit around. We have to call Nanichi newspaper for an interview right away. Mr. Sumio laughs brightly and leaves our circle to go and make a phone call. Wee. Look, Kai, look. Gunbuild-1 is standing. Akiho is thrilled. She's wearing a giant smile on her face. Hard to believe this is the same gloomy girl from earlier. Talk about a quick mood change. Granted, I know how passionate Akio is about robots better than anyone else does, so I get it. But man, this thing is ugly. Wow, so this is how big it really is. It's even larger than I imagined now that it's standing up. Wow, I want to look up at it from its feet, but they're not finished working, so I just gotta hang in there. None of the robot is standing. The workers are removing the wires from it. Once they're done, mission accomplished. Oh, I can at least take pictures now. Come on, you take some too, Kai. I'm gonna send that to Big Sis. I wonder what she'll say when she sees this. I bet she'll quote a line from Gundam, just like me. Hehe. Oh right, I should tag up for Iro as well. Yeah, I wish I could write well. I'd open an awesome intro that'll move everyone who reads it. I mean, you could just write a normal one. Normal, huh? Normal. I got it. Wow, 9 years of effort. What a long road it's been. I've been on board ever since Big Sis made the big blueprints. In that sense, I guess I spent the most time with Gunbuild-1 out of everyone. It hasn't always been easy, but we managed to overcome the odds, and it's finally complete. I'm so glad we were able to finish it while I was president. Sniff. I'm so glad. Akiho's finally moved to tears.
Aki-chan,
Aki-chan, do you have a handkerchief? Akiho, I'm worried your robot will explode. Why is that your concern? No. She doesn't carry one in her work clothes. With little choice, I hand her some pocket tissues. Thanks. Alright, Madam President. How about taking a closer look? Not explode per se, it's just dangerous. I mean, we don't know that yet. It's probably fine. They're in an anime. Now that the wire removal is complete, the workers have started to pack their things. I'm looking around for Doc, wondering what kind of face he's making, but don't spot him. Only people in high spirits in this huge airport are Akiho, me, Tanoji-san, and Mr. Sumio. Just us. It's kinda sad. I say as I watch Akiho run off toward the robot. Then she then turns to face me. Tomorrow, unless it rains, we're doing an operation test. Oh, right. We still haven't solved that one teeny issue. Who's the pilot? Definitely not June. Gina is hopeless, seeing how terrified she is by Gunbuild-1's size. Getting Frau out of her room would be a huge pain in the ass. Which leaves me with Mitchie. I'm not gonna tell him just yet. If I told him ahead of time, he just tried to ditch. Oh boy. Thursday, canceled due to rain. Friday, also canceled due to rain. The sky finally clears, 3 days after the robot stood up. It's finally the day of the operation test. Akihiko has been crazy nervous since this morning, but I'm not worried at all. I head to the old airport as carefree as ever. Twippo. Played 10 minutes this morning, 2-0. Gotta go. I got birthday gifts from my brothers and other students. Made my day. Cute. I know Robo-1. It's the tournament you battle with small robots. Misaki entered it before. It's your birthday tune? Why didn't you tell me? Congrats. I don't have money for a gift. Sorry, sobs. Happy birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, I have unfortunate news. The Robo-1 World Championships that was planned to be held in America was cancelled. It looks like it's due to the solar storm. It's not like I should be talking, but it's very unfortunate. Let's pray for the day it will be held. Happy birthday. I'll give you some of my thin books. Thank you. I know you're in a tight spot, Akiho-chan. Don't worry about it. Thank you. But, I'm actually nervous for another reason. Thank you. I'm happy. I didn't expect you to say that, Kojiro-san. But, what are thin books? The time has come. Today I'm giving the go. I was teased for 2 days. I can't wait. Good luck. Let's take it easy. It really is time. I like that one best. It's finally sunny. Excited for the test run. Sponsored by Space Candy Co. Ltd. Shiwata Nagashima Robotics Club's Giant Robot Gunbuild-1 presentation and test run to be held today. Wow, it's your birthday. Congrats. This is the perfect day for our company's campaign girl, who's also the pilot for a giant robot to debut. Happy birthday. The giant robot, started by my older daughter and taken over by my younger daughter, seems to have finally been completed. I would like to see it, but I can't due to work. It's a shame, but I'll be supporting them from work. Robo-1 World Championships cancelled due to US riots. What? Cancelled? Seriously, are you serious? Seriously? What? I bought tickets and took days off. You enjoyed the Jaxa logo? Fair. Wow, cancelled. I was really looking forward to it. I feel a little better since if it was held I wouldn't be able to go due to the riots. If they'd kept it, it would have been a target for the riots. The lady's retiring was foreshadowing this. Damn it. Damn it! RO42 will be held as usual at the end of this year, so to us living in Japan, this is not big news. Well, that's a good decision. I'm shocked by the spectacle that awaits us here. Wait, what's going on? There are people, lots of people, all over the old airport. Not quite as many as the Yoria Iki festival the other day, but a pretty comparable number. There are also around 20 stalls set up, with the delicious smells wafting from them. Even Mizuka-san is here, selling drinks from a cooler box. There are a bunch of people with sheets down and lunch boxes out. There are also older folks who look like they dropped by because they saw something going on. Some kids are looking up at the giant robot and calling it ugly and big, while other kids are running around. Some students from our school are voicing their opinions about how the scarf is dirty and the like. People from JAXA, notably Tenolji-san, are evaluating the robot using all sorts of technical lingo. Anyway, only one thing is for certain. Everyone in attendance is watching the robot, excitedly waiting for it to move. That's right. Everyone came to see the Robotics Club. The Robotics Club's robot. Probably because there's not much in the form of entertainment on this island. And who told everyone about it? Simio, duh. Only the Robotics Club members should know that there's an operation test today. Yo, the young heroes of the Robotics Club have finally arrived. Our sponsor comes lumbering over to us. He's got a huge smile and seems to be in high spirits. I put out an advertisement with a huge impact for this most important day of days. Just take a look. Giant robot, Saturday, August 10th, 2019, test run at the site of the old airport. He points to a flyer with an outdated looking design. This is... I had the Nanichi newspaper run ads today. Of course we get this many people showing up. The reporter's here too. It'll be front page news tomorrow, along with that huge Space Candy Company sticker. Anyway, all that's left is for y'all to impress. Move that big boy around and amaze everyone. I've got big expectations. I'll be watching from my VIP seat. And with all that said, Mr. Sumio finally leaves. By the way, the VIP seat he referred to was just a table under a tent, like you'd see at a school sports festival. I didn't expect there to be so many people. It's okay to cancel. This is just our first test, which means there's a chance something could malfunction. I thought she was anxiously shaking, but she starts chuckling instead. Is she actually trembling with excitement? What are you saying, Kai? Storm and surge, bless the spirit, gun barrel, Jakeen. She starts shouting all of a sudden. I've been waiting for this moment. Now we can show everyone what we caught. We can reclaim the glory of the Robotics Club. I'm getting pumped up. Super duper pumped up. She throws her finger up at the sun shining down on us from above. She hasn't even considered the possibility of failure. She's totally getting ahead of herself. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. Alright, Robotics Club, assemble! Wait, are Subaru and Fraupo not here? Again? As per usual, the pair are MIA. The only Robotics Club members gathered in front of the hangar are Akihon, Juna, and myself. And our advisor, Michi, of course. I'm sure those two have their reasons. Subaru is working a secret from his dad, so he can't ever appear when there's a crowd. As for Frau, well, she never shows up anyway. But today is such an important day for us. This is the kind of event where everyone needs to come together. Shared memories, man. Isn't that what friends are for? Am I wrong? Genki-kun's always said, if everyone works together, you have 100 times the spirit. Yoriyaki! Akihiko raises her fist into the air. Hello. Maybe we should at least drag Proudbow out here. I get how you feel, but we'll start getting rude if we make the audience wait for too long. The operation test has long lost its original purpose. This isn't a test, it's a reveal ceremony. Thus, the schedule is no longer at our convenience. We have to follow the whims of the audience. People on the island are easygoing and relaxed, so they're still doing as they please and enjoying themselves. But if you make them wait for hours, they're gonna start getting restless. So we need to hurry up and get this thing going, and wrap up so that everyone can disperse quickly. I don't really like this, but I want to get Gunbuild-1 moving ASAP. We already had to delay for 2 days because of rain, so I'm itching to go. Alright, forget the people who didn't show up. Let's get this operation test moving. I'm glad she came to a decision and all, but we haven't actually decided on how to move forward. The only things we gotta do are have the pilot get inside, start up the power, and press the walking buttons. Walking buttons? For advancing and turning, if you hold it down, it'll keep walking forward. The turn button makes it rotate in place. It stops when you let it go. That's all. I know I keep calling the operator a pilot, but it's actually not that difficult. Those are the only 2 buttons in the cockpit. And then, hey, anyone could do it. Including Juno or Michi. Juno's acting more timid than usual today. Just totally avoiding looking at the robot. It's obvious she can barely stand up. Who's going to ride Model 1-kun? I like that she used the honorific with the robot, even though she's obviously terrified of it. I can't. A robot that tall is too scary. I've known for a while now that Juno's terrified. But the only one with the stamina to climb that rope ladder is you, June. Rope ladder? I look forward toward the robot's back in surprise. Aside from the giant scarf, there's something else hanging off the robot. It's dirty and moist from the rain. The thing in question is a rope ladder hanging from the cockpit hatch on the back. Someone needs to climb up that? Nope, no way, impossible. It takes skill just to climb a rope ladder. Nobody can climb 8 meters up that thing without any practice. It's obviously impossible for me. Never mind someone with weak mental strength like Juno. Forget Frau. Then instead, let's have Michi. Before Akio can announce a substitute pilot, I make my own nomination. Speaking of Michi, he wasn't even listening to our conversation. He's been recording the festival on his Pokecall. Wait, you want me to pilot that thing? What? Akihiko is clearly displeased. You're the first president of the Robotics Club. You've been involved with the Gunbuild project from the start. I personally don't think anyone else is more suited than you. Plus, only someone strong like you could climb that rope ladder. Someone like you, Michi. Heck yeah, I've been doing weight training. But I really think it should be a student who pilots it. There's not a single Robotics Club member who can climb that rope ladder. Jun can. Even if she somehow gets inside, Jun-chan won't be able to do anything in her current state. I'm sorry. By the by, I have my own excuse. Listen, this is a good example for you to follow in the future. I actually slept in an awkward position yesterday, so I can't move my neck. What? That's that. Alright, remember kids, you gotta grow up to be Japanese people who can say no. Pro tip. Useless. This delinquent teacher is completely useless. Then it's settled. Kai's the pilot. No chance. See, Michi? I'm putting your most recent pro tip to use by saying no. If you want me to get on the robot, face me in a match. Grr. If you win, fine. I'll pilot it. If you win. Hey, are you kids ready yet? I can hear a sponsor urging us on from his VIP seat. This is bad, guys. My goal is gotta get patient. If you don't do something, Sakura Jima will explode. What's that supposed to mean? When Uncle gets mad, his face turns all pink. I like to compare it to his Sakura Jima. Remember that. Thanks for the useless info. Mitsuko, get over here. After getting called over by Mr. Sumio, Michi awkwardly trots to the VIP seat. I guess he really did sleep in a bad position. Crap. Now then. This is unexpected. I'm back to square one. There's nobody here who can pilot the robot. Which means we can't move it. Akeho holds her head and starts to rack her brain. Even after being disqualified, Juna has curled up and shrunk back in fear. If Misane was here, she'd totally be up for the task. Oi! Hey! Michi immediately returns. He has an old megaphone in his hands. He suddenly hands it to Akiho. Akko said you gotta greet everyone little Sumiya. Wait, what? You know, like announcing what's gonna happen. You can keep it short, but it's a big moment, so make it good. What's that sound? Daitoku's gonna perform a kata. Poor Daitoku. Juna starts shaking her head with extreme force. Her face quickly goes pale. If you can't see me, you gotta be the one to tell Uncle. Juna immediately staggers off toward the VIP seats. Listen up, little Sumiya. Your teacher has a pro tip for getting over nervousness. Rate the kanji character for person 3 times. 5 times on the palm of your hand. Then eat it. And that's not a pro tip, Michi. Nakio stares at the megaphone for a little while, then... I got this. I'll go and do it. Wait, Aki-chan, what are we going to do about the pilot issue? Well, I'll be fine. She answers with a smile, that puffs out her chest and walks toward the robot. Everyone, thank you for accepting our invitation and gathering here from far and wide. And, crap, she's already tripping over her words. Ojirimase! Awesome! You got this! Just move it already. So lame. Yo, we've been waiting. I'm Sanamiya Akiho, head of for the Chugo Tanegashima High Robotics Research Club, General Course Class 3-2. This robot was built by us over the course of 9 years. It's a giant bipedal robot of love and justice. Love and justice? Really? That's the first time I've ever heard it described like that. Its official name is Prototype Model 1 of the Let's Create a Life-Size Gun Barrel project. Please feel free to call it Gun Barrel, Gunbuild-1, or Prototype Model 1. Any of these are fine. This is our first operation test. Our pilot will board the robot, turn on the power, and perform walking checks. What else should I say? Gunbuild-1 was designed by my older sister, Sanamiya Misaki. Anyway, please enjoy yourselves. What a mess of a speech. Not that it matters. What's she gonna do about the pilot? I watch anxiously as I see Akiho hand the megaphone to Michi, then grab onto the rope ladder. Yeah, I saw that coming. Wait. I rush over and stop Akiho just as she attempts to start climbing. Aki-chan, what the hell are you doing? I figured I'd pilot it. I've always wanted to pilot a robot, you know? If nobody else will do it, I might as well. You know I can't allow that. Oh, come on. We'll be fine. Today's just a simple test. Plus, I know Gunbuild-1 better than anyone else in the club. Okay, I won't let you go. But there's nobody else. Don't worry about it. I've watched pretty much every mecha anime in history. I've got a feel for this. When I switch the power on in the cockpit, I'll even say, "Look at that, it's on." That's not the problem. What if there's an accident? There won't be an accident. Oh, and if you climb the rope ladder just like that, everyone will see your panties. What? Okay, Horley, let's go with the rope ladder, and holds down her skirt. I didn't even think of that. Agiho, please just start wearing safety shorts, for the love of anything. I need to change into my work clothes. She seriously still intends on piloting this thing after what I said? Fine, whatever. I'll do it. Wait, but... I don't want to, but better me than you. If I die, I want to be cremated with my pocket comic kill mallet. You won't die. Gunbuild-1 will walk just fine.
はいは
Whatever you say. There's nothing less trustworthy than the words that come out of Akiho's mouth.
い。ところでさ、
By the way,
Ame-chan
got any
are-
candy?
アメちゃん
Candy?
ああ、うん。
Oh, yeah, I do. Akiho takes out a piece of space candy from her skirt pocket.
さっき、VIP
I secretly took one from the VIP seat earlier.
買ってきたの。
Akiho hands me the candy.
後で返すよ。
I'll pay you back later.
あとこれ
Also take this,
Okie dokie.
the starter key. She hands me what looks like a car key.
よろしくね。
Go get him, Kai.
ガン
Make
ツクワン
Gunbuild-1 walk.
歩かせてあげて。
All I'm gonna do is press a few buttons. I'm not doing much. I sigh, then grab hold of the rope ladder. After a struggle, I managed to get up the ladder and tumble into the cockpit.
あっちー。
Jeez, it's hot in here. I used every bit of my stamina to climb that ladder, and I'm soaked in sweat. I gotta deal with this heat. It's like a goddamn steam bath in here. The cockpit is a cylindrical shape, so it's like I'm in a drum can that's been left out under the blazing sun. Of course it'd be hot. I can feel the sweat beating up on my forehead. It drips down and stains the area below my feet. But the heat isn't the only problem. It feels like the wind is shaking the whole machine. I recall the terror of climbing that metal tower about 10 days back, and I get goosebumps despite the heat. It sure does seem like I've been in all sorts of high spots lately. Good grief, I'm sick of this. The first priority is to control my breathing. I wouldn't want to have another attack in a situation like this. And then take a second look around the cockpit. The interior is simple. There's a car seat installed right in the center. And there's also a viewing window, a keyhole, and the 2 buttons that Akio told me about. The psychological pressure is insane. I can't even stand up straight in the cockpit. If I don't bend over slightly, my head will hit the ceiling. Huh? I got a little nervous from the sudden sound, but it's just my Pokecom getting a call.
電話つないで。
Answer call.
カイ、守備
Kai,
は
how's it going?
あっつい。
It's hot.
扇風機でもつけて
Maybe
お
I
け
should
ば
have
よかった
installed a
ね。
fan.
検
I'll
討
look
しと
into
く。
it for next time.
扇風機でどうこう
This
な
isn't
るも
something
の
a
でも
fan
ないと
can
思うよ。
fix.
シートベルトはちゃんとしてお
Make
い
sure
て
to。fasten your seatbelt. By seatbelt, she means the 4-point harness. I sit securely in the seat, and the viewport is in the perfect position. I can see straight outside. I can also just barely see in front of Gunbuild-1's feet. I wish I could see the tips of its feet, though.
コンソールの説明。
Let me
お
go
さらい
over
す
the
るね。
console with you.
左から
From the
起動
left
キー
side,
の鍵
there's the
穴、
starter
歩行
keyhole,
ボタン、
the walk
旋
button,
回ボ
and the
タン。
turn button.
以上。
That's all.
シンプルだこと
Simple
で。
enough.
さっき渡したキーを
If you
鍵
put the
穴に
key
入
I
れて
gave
ひ
you
ね
in
っ
the
たら
keyhole and
エン
turn
ジン
it,
かか
we'll
るか
start the
ら。
engine.
歩行ボタンと旋
You
回ボ
only
タン
move while
は
you're
押
pressing
し
the
っぱ
walk
なしに
button
し
or
た
the
時だ
turn
け動
button.
作するよ。離せば動きは止まる。
Let them go to stop.
もしも何かアクシデン
If
ト
you
が
feel
起
like
きそうだっ
something's
たら
off, either
す
stop
ぐに
movement
動
or
きを
cut the
止めるか
power.
エンジン切っちゃっていいからね。
おいおい、
Come
そう
on
いう
now.
ビビるよう
I'd
なこと
appreciate if you
言わ
didn't
ない
say
でくれ
scary
る
stuff like that. Thanks.
ごめん。
Sorry.
さっさと始めよう。
Let's
で
just
ない
get
と蒸し
started.
焼きに
I'm
なる。
about to be steamed alive. Good grief. Didn't I tell myself I'd never ride in this thing? How'd I get here? I know I made a promise. I'm being relied on. But having to shave time off my own life for that, I sure got the raw end of the deal on this one.
じゃあ、電話は
Anyway,
つなぎっぱなしに
leave the
しと
call
いて。
connected.
うちの合図でエン
Start
ジ
the
ン起
engine
動
at
ね。
my signal. I put the piece of space candy I received earlier into my mouth. And stuck the key into the keyhole. Alright everyone, we'll now be starting up Gunbuild-1. I hear Akiho shouting on the megaphone outside. Beginning countdown. 3, 2, 1. Gunbuild-1, activate! Time to her voice, I turned the key. And this thing's powered by a diesel engine. I heard they reused one from a truck. According to Akiho, it's almost 30 years old. Jeez, the sound of vibration or nuts. The engine is right under the cockpit to boot. Like I was saying something, but I can't hear her due to the engine noise. Huh? What did you say? Countdown. Walk. I'm just barely able to make out her voice. I guess we're going right into the walking test. I stick my thumb up at the Pokécom screen to give a sign of acknowledgement. This thing's not gonna topple over, right? Subaru pointed out the possibility in painful detail. Fortunately, if it toppled over here, the audience is a ways away, so there wouldn't be any casualties. Though, I doubt I'd make it out in one piece. The upper body is pretty much paper mache. There are no safety features like shock absorbers. I'm basically inside a drum can mounted on top of moving legs. If I fell over at full force, would the cockpit be crushed with me inside? That'll be the end of my story. Shit, it's so noisy. The engine is annoyingly loud. If you feel like something's off, cut the power. I want to do that right this instant. But since I'm already inside, I might as well see this through to the end. But my estimates, it's 2 to 8 in favor of my loss. But even with those odds, sometimes you gotta fight. If I die here, I swear to God I'm haunting Akiho. Countdown! I gulp loudly. 3. I take several deep breaths in an attempt to force myself to calm down. It doesn't work. My heart rate is skyrocketing. 2. I put my right thumb over the walk button. 1. Gunbuild-1, launch! I press the walk button. The engine starts to roar. Gunbuild-1's entire body jolts. Come on, you hunk of junk. Take a step. Whoa, what's that? A loud noise bellows from beneath my feet. The shaking starts slowly, then grows more and more intense. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The fact that I can't see what's happening is terrifying. Aki-chan, what's going on? Everything's okay. But this noise is crazy. It's fine. It doesn't sound fine. Are you trying to kill me? I desperately want to cut the power. Cut it and immediately crawl out of this metal coffin. I clench my teeth hard. Is this thing really walking? As I fight off the intense fear assaulting me, I keep my trembling thumb down on the walk button. Oh, POV change. Alright. Michi POV, okay. Everyone gathered at the airport is rendered speechless. I definitely see what they mean when they said the robot was ugly. The roar of a diesel engine reverberates throughout this tranquil landscape, along with the shrill scraping sound of metal against asphalt. In the cases of several hundred people lock in on the Gunbuild prototype Model 1 as it walks. The giant robot that Big Son of Mia designed 9 years ago. He really is walking. Oh, he is so boxy, he's totally... Ugh. It's walking, but... It's so slow! And the kid's voice from the audience isn't the only one. The speechless crowd gradually starts to make noise. I look up from my Pokecom recording video and glance around. A sharp pain runs through my neck. Crap, I forgot about the awkward position I slept in last night. I can't turn my hand like this, so I have to physically rotate my whole body to look around. I'm just like a hobby robot or Model 1 over there. It doesn't turn its head or body, it rotates its entire body. What the heck? Is it actually moving? I think it is. It's just really slow. Oh wow, that is really slow. This is awful. Wow, that is really slow. Go faster. Are you even trying? I mean, this is the Robotics Club after all. Can you even call that walking? The spread of disappointment and mockery is perfectly clear. This ain't no good. I end up voicing my honest thoughts too. It's okay. You won't fall over. I believe in you. Show them that machine specs aren't the deciding factor in battle. Listen to Mia shouting over and over at her Pokecom with Yashio on screen. It's slow. It's just way too slow. If I were to liken it to an animal, it'd be like a sloth, or maybe a snail. I let out a yawn. I'm getting sleepy just watching it. I mean, it's like all servo-based movement, right? Of course it's slow, SMH. Yeah, it's a bunch of servometers. Model 1's movement is too sluggish. I think about 2 minutes have passed since it started to move its left leg forward. It hasn't even advanced 1 meter. How many minutes does it take to finish a single step? Even old Granny in the audience with a twisted help could walk faster. Plus, the Model 1 isn't even lifting its leg. No matter how you slice it, it's not walking, it's dragging its leg. And because of that, the bottom of its foot is scraping against the asphalt, making a horrible noise. Then, Model 1 stops moving. It comes to a standstill with its left leg forward. Instead, the right leg now slowly starts to move. I guess it finally finished the step. It took over 2 minutes to go from standing to taking 1 step. It could take about 4 minutes for the next. It really is slow. Too slow. The motors must not be powerful enough. Even an amateur like me can tell. We knew that from the start. Doc said as much. Listen to me and doesn't avert her eyes, watching over Model 1 as it moves. But that's the limit of our budget. The durability of the materials, the strength of the magnets. This is the best we could do. So we can't go faster. It doesn't have that functionality. But come on, Michi. You gotta be amazed, right?
だって歩いてる
It's
じゃん
actually walking.
どんなに動
Even
き
if
が
it's really
遅くても
slow, it's
ちゃんと歩
walking.
いてるこれってす
This
ごい
is really amazing.
9年前なら
If it were still 9 years ago. Okay, Michi, I'd like you to build a giant robot by yourself.
時代は変わる。
But times have
人類の歴
changed.
史はな。
Human history is
進
about
化し続けるの
continual
だよ。
progress.
これ
Quoted.
豆知識な。
I don't see anyone else with giant robots that are walking. Do you, Michi? There are videos of high-spec giant robots from all over the world, built and funded by huge corporations. Okay, I take it back then. I guess he has. But are they like this, though? I know it's wrong to compare them, but the reality is that everyone expects the same level of quality. This thing might have been built by high schoolers, but given how slow it is, that doesn't matter. It's boring. Though it's not like my students are the ones who gathered the crowd. That's not my uncle. And as expected. The crowd that was holding its breath at the start has now grown bored. They all begin looking away from Model 1. Some people have even started packing their things.
お父さん
Dad, I'm bored.
期待したのに。
Man, I was all hyped for nothing. Hey, move it faster. How long is it gonna stand there?
壊れちゃったんじゃない
Did it break?
ちっとも
It's not moving anymore.
高校生がロボットなん
I
だ
think a bunch of high schoolers could ever build a robot.
あれだって生
They
徒
fought
会
with
に
the
喧嘩
student
売っといて
council of this time just for this.
所詮ロボット
I told you, the robotics club ain't nothing. It's so lame. Shoot a beam, fly or something. I could tell the little Tsunami is slowly being crushed under the weight of the audience reactions. The 9-year dream of the robotics club. All she gained from seeing it through was laughter and ridicule. In the last month, the club gained 3 members and won a ton of prize money from Robo 1. But this might actually be it. I always thought the end was near. Model 1 has been completed. It's walking, generally speaking. We got an offer from Jackson, but little Sanamiya turned it down. Hey, big Sanamiya. What would you think if you saw your sister finally reach this moment, after all that hard work? I still don't understand what you meant on that day when we founded the Robotics Club. I have no idea what to say to my students. 8 years have gone by since then.
ねえミッチ
Hey Michi,
ロボ部の部長
about
の
the
こと
whole
だけど
club president thing,
ミッチーがやってく
could
れ
you
ない
do it?
何？
What?
なんで
Why
俺
me?
だよ
That's
おかしい
nuts.
だろ瀬ノ宮が
You're the one who created the
ロボット研究同好会
Robotics
作ったのに
Research Association,
思わんで勝てた
Sanamiya.
のだって
And you
ほとん
pretty
ど
much
お前
won
の力
Robo
じゃ
1
ねえか
alone.
それで部に
That's
昇
the
格
only
できた
reason
ん
we
だ
became
から
an actual
やっぱお
club.
前が部長
You
や
should
る
be
べ
the
きだ
one leading it.
そもそも俺
Plus, I'm also in the
柔
judo
道部の掛け持ちだ
club.
しロボットのことも
And heck,
図工のこ
I
と
don't know
も
jack
ちっとも
about
わ
robot
かんねえしな
design. I know,
でも
but
お
still,
願いできない
can you do it?
ゆういちには断ら
Yuichi
れたの
already
よ
turned me down.
なんて
Why?
ミッチーと同
The
じ
same reason as you.
私がやる
He
べき
said
だ
I should do it.
誰だってそういう
Duh.
さ
You were the
ロボ
one
同
woman
好会は
wrecking
瀬
crew
ノ宮
behind the
ワンマンチーム
Robotics
だったからね
Association.
瀬ノ宮がいね
Nothing
え
would
と
have happened
始まん
without
ねえのさ
you.
でも
But I don't intend on joining the
ロボ
Robotics
部に
Club.
は入らないつもりだから
What?
あ
What?
本当
What are you
それ
talking about?
部に
You
する
worked so
ために
hard for
あんなに
this.
頑張ってたんじゃねえかお前
You've been acting
この
weird
何ヶ月
these
かおか
last
しい
few
ぜ
months.
たまに
You're
ぼ
always
ーっとし
spacing
てることあ
out.
るし
You never hang
付き
out
合い悪くな
anymore.
ったし相談
If
な
you
ら
ever
乗るぜ
need someone to talk to, my ears are
そうじゃ
open.
なくても
Heck,
イレと
it
か
doesn't even
狭
have
山
to
と
be
か
me.
そっ
We
ち
got
に相
Yuri
談して
and
もいいんだ
Sayama
よ
too.
あんなにロボ
You're
に
so
情熱
passionate
燃
about
やしてたじゃ
robots.
ねえか
Almost enough to creep
俺ら
us
がドン
out.
引きするくらいにさでっけえロボ
Was it your dream
自
to
分ら
build
で
a
作る
giant
のが
robot?
夢なんだろ
こんな
I
真面
never
目
seen
に
you
語る
get
ミッ
so
チ
worked
ー
up,
初めて見
Michi.
たわ結構
You
リ
might
ーダー
actually
に向
make
い
a
てるん
good
じゃない
leader.
そうか
Really?
私も
I haven't given
情
up
熱
on my
とか
passion or my
夢と
dreams.
か諦めたわけじゃ全然ないのよむしろ
In fact, compared
1
to a
年前よ
year
りも
ago,
ずっと
my passion's only gotten
ずっと
stronger.
強くなってきてるわでも
But
このままじゃ
at this rate,
夢
my
が
dreams are going to be
汚れて
corrupted.
しまうから
なんだそれ。
And what's that supposed to
俺に
mean?
も理解でき
Tell
る
me in a
の
way
に
I'd understand.
そうね。
Right. I'll get straight to
端
the
的に
point.
言うなら、私はアドバ
I'm
イザ
fine
ー
with
っていう
just being an
立場でいい
advisor.
の。技術的なも
I'll
のは
offer you
全
guys
部提
everything I
供する。
can, in a technical sense.
それを
With you
部
at
長
the
の
center,
道を
I
中心
want
に
you
して
guys to make use of
部
my
員みんなで
knowledge.
運用していってほしい。
めんど
And
く
you're
さ
such
い
a
や
pain
つ
in
だ
the
な。
ass.
そうね。
I know.
でもこれは
But I have to do
私
this.
が気持
If
ち
I'm
を
ever
整
going
理
to
する
work
ため
through
に
my
必要な
feelings.
手続きだから。
手続き
Is that
ね。
so?
ミッチ、
Michi,
私の代
take care
わ
of
り
the
に
robotics
ロボ
club
部を
for
お
me,
願い。
okay?
柔道
Are
部
you telling me to
やめろ
quit
っ
the
てこと
judo
か。
club? What
見
do
返り
I
はな
get in return?
水野お店で
A free rice
今日
bowl
か
a
ら
day
高
from
校
Misu's
卒業
store,
までの
but
2
today
年
until
間
graduation in 2
1日1個
years.
おにぎり無料。
乗った。
Deal.
それでこ
And
そ
I
ミ
could count on
ッチ
you, Michi.
部に昇格した
Once
ら
we're officially
本
made
格
into
的
a
に
club,
巨大ロ
I'll
ボ
be
ット
having
計
you
画を
guys
指
start on
導
the
させる
giant
から
robot,
よ
so
ろ
be
しく。
ready.
設計図も
I'll be
今
drawing
書い
up
てる最
the
中なの。
blueprints right now.
まるでお前
You're
が部
acting
長
like a
みたいだ
president.
な。
Don't I see
使いっ走り
myself
にさ
just
れる未
being
来が
your
目
errand
に
boy
浮
in
か
the
ぶぜ。
future?
ガンガン期待
I'll train you well,
頑
so
張
you
って
best
ね。
work hard.
初代部長
Let
の
me
ミッ
teach
チ
you a
に
favorite saying
いい
of
言
mine,
葉を教え
First
てあげる。
President Michi.
私の運
I'm
命
the
の
master
支
of
配
my
者は
fate.
私であり、私の
I'm the
魂
captain
の
of my
指揮
soul.
官は私である。
I'm sent back to the president when I hear Model 1's engines start to make noises. It sounded like it's used the last of its strength. It stops completely.
カイ、
Kai, what happened?
エンジンが止まっ
The
たっ
engine
て。
stopped. Why? On its own.
勝手に。
Did it run out of gas?
そんな。
No way.
ポンコツのディーゼルエ
It
ン
was
ジン
all
だ
a
ったか
piece
ら
of
な。
junk diesel
寿命
engine.
だろう。
That's all I had left.
いいが、こういう
Listen up.
時は
It
オー
sounds
バー
like
ホール
this
す
when
る
you
んだ。
need to do an
そしたらま
overhaul.
た息を
That
吹き返す
might
かも
come
しれね
back
え
to
ぞ。
life.
こ
Pro
れ
tip.
豆知識な。
カイ、
Good
お
work,
疲れ
Kai.
様。
And thanks.
ありがとね。
And you can get out
も
now.
う降りてきていいよ。
This is the end for today, I guess. The audience is going to go home completely disappointed. Vixen Amiya was always a perfectionist. If she saw Model 1 like this, there's no way she'd be pleased. Can they even do anything to improve this hunk of metal? If nothing else, I doubt they'll be able to take this thing to the expo.
インパクトが
Not enough
足りん。
impact! Oh crap. I think Sakurajima's about to erupt. Fine, I'll face Uncle myself. I may be a teacher, but I'm entirely the Robotics Club errand boy. Ugh, my neck still hurts too. I thought I was gonna die. Seriously reckless. Sorry for running away. There's no help at all today. I'm the lowest of the low. They picked me and I ran away. I lost the fight before it even began. I've just been hurting myself by pretending. I keep on ignoring all the frustration and shame in my heart. I just kept doing that over and over. Ask yourself why you keep doing it. If you don't figure that out, you'll never change. You've got this. You haven't been in an extreme situation before, have you, Jun-san? No, you were right to not pilot it, really. Yeah, to ask yourself, apparently. You've got this. Ladies and gentlemen, there are times when it's important. There are times when it's important to take that one big step, but you can't allow yourself to be satisfied with a single step. If you think like that, it'll end there. With merely that one step, if you're taking the challenge, you must keep on moving forward. What went wrong? We can't end like this. Well, it's amazing that they even completed it. You know that it only took 2 steps. It still walked. Isn't that amazing? I can't believe it. You got the spirit, Michi. The force of the giant robot was amazing. I wanted to walk more next time. Keep at it, high schoolers. That is good. The airport apron is empty, like the commotion during the day never happened. The setting sun casts a long shadow over the robot. After taking 5 minutes to make its way about 3 meters, the robot now stands in silence. With the engine dead, it has to be disassembled and repaired before another test can be done. Lucky has been squatting in front of the robot for almost 3 hours now.
Aki-chan,
Lucky-chan, let's go home. I'm tired of waiting, so I call out to her. She slowly stands up. Bush is still looking at the robot.
ね
Hey,
え、カイ。
Kai.
みんな
Nobody
Guns go on
really
のこと
truly looked at
見向きもして
Gunbuild-1,
くれなかったね。
did they? Gone from her voice is the excitement and cheerfulness she had from before the test.
うちさ、
I've been deluded for the last 3 days.
ずっと妄想してたんだ。ガンツク1が
How
動き出した
everyone would
時
be
に
smiling,
みんなが
and
ね、
amazed as Gunbuild-1 started to move.
笑顔になってくれるの。小さな子たちは
Little kids would say they wanted to ride in it, the school, and even the VP would finally
例えば
recognize
教
her
頭先生
clock.
なんかもロボ部のこと認めてくれる。きっと
I thought for
そんな風
sure
になるって
that's how things would turn out.
思ってたんだ。でも
But
全
it
然
wasn't
そんな
like
ことな
that
か
at
った
all.
よ。みんな
Everyone just
さっさと
hurried
帰っ
to
ちゃった。
leave. After the robot's engine broke down, Nakio explained the situation to the audience, who then left immediately. The only people who stayed were those partying from the middle of the day. They didn't care about the robot.
悪いのはアキちゃん
It's
じゃ
not
な
your
くて
fault,
テ
Aki-chan.
スト初日
It's
に
supposed
人
to
を集
assume
め
he
た
was for
住吉
gathering
でしょ。
people here for our first test.
一発目のテストで
Even
いきな
pros
り結果
usually
出せる人
usually
なんて
successful
プロで
during
も
their
そうそうい
first
ないさ。
test. True.
うん、
Yeah,
そ
I
うか
know,
もしれない
but
けど。お姉ちゃんなら
Mixes could have
それがで
probably
きたの
done
かも。
it.
うちい
I've
つもお
always been
姉ちゃん
compared と
と比
my
べられてき
sister,
たから、
so I always end up
どうしても
thinking
そう
this
いう考
way.
え方しちゃうんだ。こういう結果が
With
出ると
results
ね、
like this,
やっぱ
I
り
can't
思っ
help
ちゃう
but
よ。
think
うちが力
maybe
不
it's
足だった
because
せ
I'm
いじゃ
not
ない
good
かっ
enough.
て。
Misane was a prodigy who could do anything better than most. It can't be easy being her little sister.
ほら、
Here. I pressed the bottle of Skull I bought against Akiho's cheek.
冷た。
It's cold.
それ飲んで
Drink that
気
and
持ち
reset
リ
your
セットしなよ。
feelings.
リセット。
Reset?
いつまでもくよく
It's
よ
not
して
like
る
you
のはさ、
to be so
アキ
gloomy.
ちゃんらしくないってこと。元気一
Bless
発
the
で
spirit,
しょ。
right?
うん。
Yeah. Akiho obediently accepts the skull.
で、
But
こ
you
の
need to
先どう
consider
す
what
る
the
かって
plan
のを
is
考
going
えるべきなわ
forward.
けよ。スバル君が言ってたけど、
Subaru told me that you
万
need to
博
pass
出展のた
safety
めにはさ、
inspections in
審
order
査
to
に
go
通
to
ら
the
なきゃいけないんでし
expo.
ょ。選択肢は
You have
3
3
つ。
choices.
出展なんて
You
諦
give
め
up
て
on
ロボ
entering
部の
and put an
活動
end to the
を終わらせ
robotics
るの。
club.
それはない。
Not happening.
あのロボを改良
Modify
し
the
ていくの
robot.
か。
うん。
Yeah.
それとも
Or option
JAXA の支
3.
援を
Accept
受け
Jax's
て
proposal
2号機を
and
作
build
るの
Model
か。
2 from the ground up.
アキちゃんが一番
What do
望
you
むこ
want
とって
most,
何なの？
Aki-chan?
一番
Well, I...
望むこと。
これまではあのロボ
Until
を
now,
完成さ
your
せる
goal
こ
was
とだったけ
completing
ど、
that robot over there.
ロボは完成した。
And you did that.
その出来はどう
Quality
かね。
notwithstanding.
さらっと傷つく
Don't
こと
be
言
mean
わ
about
な
it
い
like
で
it's
よ。
no big deal.
ここからどうした
You
いの
need to
か、
ask yourself
自
what you
分
want
の
to
胸
do
に問
going
いかけてみ
forward.
なよ。今のこの状況
What
で
you want in the here
アキ
and
ちゃんが
now.
望むこと、どうしても達成
What
し
do you
たい
want
こ
to
と、
achieve, no matter what?
その一番は
And what do
何？
you want most? Akiko quietly closes her eyes and thinks to herself. At last, she opens her mouth and speaks.
お姉ちゃんに
I want Big Sis to
認めてもらいたい。
truly see me. No, that's
そう
not
じゃ
it.
ないな。うちは
I want to catch up to her.
追いつきたい。
Makiho opens her eyes. I get the sense that the usual shine has returned to them.
追いつきたいんだ。
I want to reach her.
ブレてないね。
Looks like you're sure. That's right. She's sure. I'm relieved to hear the answer I expected. For a long, long time, Makiho has tried her best to catch up to Misane, wanting to be praised by her, wanting her sister to truly see her, wanting to make her sister happy. Well, that would just be an extra bonus if she could just catch up to Misane.
でもうち一人の
But by
力じゃ
myself, I go nowhere.
空回りし
I'm
ちゃうし。
completely useless.
全然ダメダメで。
だからさ、
Isn't that what friends are for?
そのために仲間を使えばいいんじゃないの？
仲間？
Friends?
使えそうな仲間
Hell, you
が
got a
気が
bunch
つ
of
いたら
useful
揃っ
friends
てき
now,
てるじゃない。
don't you?
つい1ヶ月
I
前ま
can
で
hardly
俺と
believe
ア
that
キ
it
ちゃん
was
の
just
2
me
人しか
and
い
you
なかった
until
のが
last
嘘みたい
month.
だよ。まあ
Granted,
人格的
we've all
に
got
はいろいろ
personality
問題あり
issues,
そうな
but
連中ばっかだけど、腕は確かだ。
it's true that the skill is there.
ミサネって壁が
If
強大
without,
なら、
blah,
その
if
仲間
that
と
wall
力
around
を合わせ
Misane
て
is
頑
too
張れば
tall for
い
you
い。
to get over alone, then work with your friends to get it done.
一緒に頑張れば
When
元
you
気
say that this
100倍、
morning, that
パ
if
ワ
we
ー
work
100倍
together,
とかって
we'd have 100 times the
朝ア
spirit
キちゃ
and
んが自
power
分
or
で言ったん
something.
だよ。
言ってな
I
いよ。
didn't say that.
うちが言ったの
I
は
only said 100
元気
times the
100倍っていう
spirit.
ところだけで。
And that's what the deets.
少なくとも
At the very
日高
least,
昴
we have Hidaka
フルゴーリ
Subaru
コナ
and Furugore
あの2
Kona.
年生2人は
Those
相
second
当
years are
使えるはず。
powerhouses.
ロボ1でそれは
We
証
already
明済みだ
proved
から
that
ね。
during Robo-1.
で、JAXA の支援
Plus,
ま
you
でや
can
られ
get
るのに
JAXA to
さ、
help out.
こんな恵まれた
Do
状
you
況
really
で
have
うじ
time
う
to
じ
be
して
so
る場合？
hesitant when you're blessed with such great fortune?
自分の力不
Before
足を
complaining
嘆
about
く
your own
前に
lack of power,
利用
how
で
about
きる
making
もの
use of
全部
whatever
利
you
用
got
すべきじゃ
around
ない？
you? Grr.
こんにゃろ
You big jerk.
うわ、
Well, hey now. It's been a while since she did that.
大事な
I'm
話
trying
し
to
てる
tell
の
you
に
something
いきなり
important.
何するんだよ。
What's the deal?
だって
Because no matter how much I asked for your help before, you always
手
refused.
伝ってくれなかったじゃん。それなのに
And now you're telling me to work with
仲間と協力しろなんて
others?
どの口が言うのよ。
今日ロボを操縦
Didn't
し
I
て
get
やったじゃ
into
ない
the
か。
robot for you today?
あのコックピット
Do
の
you know
中
how
がどれ
hellish
だ
it
け
was
地獄
inside
だった
that
と思ってるわ
cockpit?
け？
それは
That it's...
感
I'm
謝してるけ
grateful,
ど。
but...
なあ、ちなみに
Oh,
俺
and
は
by the
これ
way,
からも
my
今
stance
ま
is
で
going
通
to
り
be
の
the
スタ
same
ン
as
ス
it
を
always
貫くから。
is.
どうしても
If
俺に
you
手
want
伝
my
っても
help,
らいたかっ
you
た
gotta
ら、
beat me at
キ
Kill
ルバラで
Ballad.
勝負して勝つことだね。
にゃろ
Big jerk!
だから
I
や
said
めろっ
stop
て。
that. I don't know, Kai, you deserve it. I desperately escaped from Akiho's wild hands. I'm getting super
猛烈
pumped.
にたぎってきた。夕日に向かって
I
走
want
り
to
出
run
し
off
たい
into
気
the
分だ
setting
わ。
sun. And just like that, the sad-looking girl who was crouching in front of Model 1 for 3 hours is gone.
本当に走ったりし
Don't
ない
do
でよ。
that.
お
You'll
っさ
have
ん
an
起きちゃうから。
attack.
カイが煽るから
It's
い
your
けな
fault
い
for
んで
getting me
し
all
ょ。
stirred up.
励ましてあげ
I
てる
was
んだ
only trying to comfort you. Good grief.
これまで何度
I've
もアキ
given
ちゃん
you
の背
countless
中を
little
押してきて
pushes
あ
in
げ
the
たから
back.
ね。
This is
今
just
回も
another
それ
one
と
of
同じさ。
those.
どうせアキちゃん
Not
は
that
気
you've
づい
ever
てないかもし
noticed.
れないけど。
気づいてるよ。
Of course I've noticed.
そう？
Really?
気づいてるし、す
I
ごく
noticed.
嬉
It makes
し
me
いけど、
super
言
happy.
い方が気に食
I
わ
just
ない
don't like how you word it.
偉そうにしすぎ
You
なの
always
は
act all
お
high
前だ
and mighty, Kai.
そりゃ悪かった、
My
ね。
bad.
でも気づいてるな
But
ら
if you
素
notice,
直
then
に背
just
中
accept
を
the
押されるべ
push.
きだよ。
You're the one who moves
前へ
forward.
進み続けるのが飽きちゃうんだから。
押し付けない
Don't
で
put it all on me.
うちだって
Sometimes even I want to stop
立ち
for a
止まりたい時くらい
while.
あるもん。
それが今の。
Like now.
違うけど
No, but...
うわ
Oh, storm and surge. Blast the spirit.
元気一発
Akiho cries out, then sighs, displaying a truly extreme change of mood, then looks back at the robot. Gunbuild-1 looks lonely.
そう
You think so?
あの子に
Maybe he'd be happier if we built him a friend.
喜ぶのかな。
かもね。
Maybe. I'm not gonna be insensitive and say robots don't have personalities. Even I can read the room on this one. I think back on how Akio proudly explained that Japanese people see spirits and gods in ordinary objects.
あの子を万博に
But I really did want to bring him to the expo. It's okay. Misane is taking a good look at the finished Gunbuild prototype Model 1 in all its ugly and lame glory. When she called me before, she said she'd read every single message we sent her. So I know for a fact that your feelings are reaching her, Hakiho. It's not the end of the phase yet? That would have been a cute little place to end the phase. Misa POV? Oh no, what fuckery is gonna happen? Why can't we just be peaceful here? I know you're a science adventure series game, but why can't we have things be peaceful? Okay, maybe we'll be peaceful. I need to stop being paranoid, I guess. To the monitor is another world. Within the screen is an azure sky, unseen in Tokyo. But no matter how much I stretch my hand toward it, I can't reach it. An image is displayed on my Pokécom. In it, I see a sight that brings me back in time. I gaze at it absent-mindedly. In the center of the image, there's a large bipedal robot standing hunched over a little. Gunbuild Project Prototype Model 1. It's a crude design with no sense of power behind it. I designed it when I was in high school. I see. So it's finally complete. The image was attached to a message that Aki and Kai sent me a few days ago. I've been so busy that I didn't have the chance to look at it until now. Judging by Aki's text, she's really excited. I don't think it counts as paranoia in the franchise or the Community 300 exists. You know what? You're right. You're right. I never thought it'd end up being good and end up differing from Gunbuild so much. High school me would be shocked. What is that? The sudden voice surprises me. Without my having noticed, my boss, Sawada, is standing behind me. He's looking down on my Pokécom with cold eyes that make me think of a reptile of some kind. I didn't know you were back, Section Chief. Why, he looked like an anime villain? I'm pretty sure he is an anime villain. He hasn't done anything yet, but like, I don't have any reason to trust him. If you told me prior, I would have prepared coffee for you. That's unnecessary. I just came to retrieve something I forgot. So. Sawada is pushing me to explain the image on the screen. I return my eyes to the Pokécom. I scoff. It's nothing, just junk. It goes from 9 years ago. It's actually a mystery as to how it ended up so ugly. It's completely different from what I designed. I sigh a little and turn the screen off without any particularly strong feelings one way or the other. What do you mean the phase isn't over still? What do you mean the phase isn't over still? I might as well look up tweeps. Yes, thank you for the strict words. I feel better after being scolded, huh? Attention Robotics Club members. Today's club activities are off. Today I bought World BL Dojinshi like a madman. Sense of money truly destroyed. Just followed my greed. Felt too good. Hurry and get here. Damn, I naturally start to grin. Lol. Chill out. Played around 2 hours, 26 to 1. I was so desperate to calm Uncle down that I forgot to eat. Oof. Failure leads to success. Boys grow up through making many mistakes until they become an adult. Keep your head up, young man. The wings of opportunity are just ahead of you. Chiwatanagashima High Robotics Club giant robot didn't move. It did move, you're just mean. Wow, this robot is ugly. Why are you mean? Sorry, it made me laugh a little. You know what, that's fair. Japan is peaceful. The next day, Akio announces that we have the day off from club, so I have some free time on my hands. This can only mean one thing. Kill Ballad. It really does feel great to play Kill Ballad under the blue sky. Since you're outside, I'm worried. It's been about 2 hours since I ate lunch at home and came here. I'm feeling really fulfilled. It's been ages since I've been able to play KB without anything on my mind. KB rocks. I've gotten a little out of practice, but it didn't take long to get back into the flow of things. Maybe whenever I go back to Guilty Gear. First I input combos slowly so my muscle memory would set in. Then I input hundreds of combos at full speed, mistakes and all. It took about an hour to warm up. I then started putting my skills to the test online. I'm doing good. I take a breath and look around the park with U-Roll. I spot Irie standing on the roof of the community center. What's she doing up there? I decided to take a break and to check up on her. I come up near the tower. When I look up at when I look up at it standing there, I remember the whole typhoon incident. My knees shake a little.
Irie-chan.
Irie-chan. I tried calling to her. If somebody saw me, they'd think they'd hear me yelling a girl's name to nobody. They'd probably think I'm some weirdo.
Hi, Yashio-san.
What is it, Yashio-san? Irie jumps 2 stories down from the roof. Her landing is gentle, weightless even. Upon closer inspection, she has a glowing icon on her forehead. She must be in Sister Centipede mode. Wait, if she can switch at will, why does she make me tap her head every time? Get them head pats in.
何やってんの?
What were you doing?
実証実験経過を
Confirming the
確認
progress
中
of
で
a
す。
verification test.
本日、日本
Presently,
標準時
Japan Setter Time,
西暦
year 2019
2019
AD,
年
month 8, day 11, reporting test number
実証実
2946.
験ナンバー2946となります。
何その実験って。
What's the test for?
エギシステムを用いた
An
実験
experiment
です。
using the EGI system. So basically, she's sending that weird noise into space.
で、そ
The
の
reason
音
you're
を
sending
宇
the
宙に
sound
飛ば
into
している
space
目
is
的につい
classified,
ては
right?
機密事項なわけね。これ毎日飛ばしてるの？
Did you send it every day?
はい、
Yes.
なんか成果は得られた？
Have you gotten results?
はい、
Yes.
今まさに。
Right now, in fact. Huh?
それって
What
ど
do
う
you
い
mean
う
by? There's a sound from the grass behind me. The sound of something moving. Is it a snake? Maybe a stray cat? A meow meow. If it's a snake, it'd suck to get bitten. Maybe I should go up to the second floor instead of standing here and talking. Before I can finish that thought, I nonchalantly look up at the sky and spot something.
なんだ
What the heck is that? A cloud. It's something that looks like a meteorite falling from the sky. Oh, that's, but it doesn't seem to be falling very fast. Still, if that hits someone on the head, it could be fatal. With the blue sky as its backdrop, the meteorite gradually lowers in altitude. I can read so good. This is sun. Oh, it was shaped. Eventually falling into the grass nearby. There's no huge impact or shaking or anything. It just kind of falls with a tiny thud. I've never seen a meteorite fall so close. Since the crash site is nearby, I walk over without even thinking about it.
これは
What the... Indeed. It's a lot smaller than I thought. It's about the size of a pachinko ball. The surface is black, but looks pretty hard. It's still giving off a red glow, probably from the frictional heat. Why did this fall? I've lived on this island for 18 years, but this is the first time I've seen something like this has happened. I honestly did kind of think it was a cola bottle during the anime sequence, but like, it was still like off enough for me to not make that comment, so it's funny saying you'd be like, cola bottle? Not a cola bottle in chat. Could it be related to the sound Sister Centipede sent up? I cautiously reach out to the meteorite. Whoa. Discharged electricity. Taking a closer look, I notice it's not black so much as it's not black so much as it's a rusted color, and its luminescence doesn't go away. Maybe it isn't because of the heat. It almost looks like it's blinking and pulsating from inside. Is that even possible?
これは
What the heck is this thing?
モノポールです。
A monopole.
ん
What? Sister Centipede quietly says something.
何もう一回言ってくれる
What? Can you say that again?
はい。
Yes, it's a monopole.
ああモノ
Oh, a monopole.
うん
Silence.
でなんだ
What's that? I had no way of knowing it was the name of a Nobel Prize-worthy particle that changed human science and tech forever. Let's make a robot only we can build. A Zonosphere Acutator. Well,
モノポールとは何かについて
I guess we'll find out what a monopole is next time. I'm definitely never doing a full phase in one stream ever again. Throwing that out there. You actually have a rough idea already of what a monopole is? Good for you. But we're not having any confirmation of what the game thinks a monopole is until we play it next. Yeah. God. This was a time, TM. But I don't know, do you guys have any thoughts to share? It's definitely been a time. It definitely seems like Naya is friend, which is good. I was very worried she was gonna be foe, and that would have been sad. That would have been a big sad. So I'm glad she is friend. I'll do this roughly. Bye YouTube. Catch you all next time. And it's not gonna be the whole phase, cause yeah, no. Okay, bye bye.